Chapter 1. The bell did not stop. It crashed through the walls and into her ribs, through her ribs and into the hollow where memory should live. Lirenne Caine opened her eyes to a ceiling she had woken under 81 times before. The plaster crack traced the same path. The window light fell at the same angle. The air smelled of pressed linen and the faint metallic bite of academy ink drifting up from the courtyard below. She lay still and counted the dying vibrations of the bell until they stopped. 82. The number sat beneath her sternum like a stone she had swallowed years ago. She did not know whose years, the first loop, the 10th, the 43rd. They were gaps now, dark spots where the record had been scraped clean. What remained was only what her body refused to forget. How to dress in the dark, which floorboards in the dormitory corridor did not creak, the exact weight of the morning before the accusations began. She swung her legs over the side of the bed. Cold marble bit through her stockings. The list came before she opened her eyes. Avoid the seating chain. Do not touch the east stair mirror. Intercept Corwel Baine before noon. Do not be alone near the ranking ledgers. Reach the restricted archive before memory frays. 5 lines. She had started with 12. The others had dissolved across the loops like ink in rain, leaving only the ones her hands remembered, and her throat remembered, and her feet remembered, when her mind had already let go. She recited them every morning now, not because she trusted the words to stay, but because the act of saying them felt like a handhold on a cliff. Lirenne crossed to the basin. The mirror showed Isolde Raveth's face. Dark hair loose because she could never remember how the pins went. Amber eyes with a stillness that made the other girls in the dormitory look away first. She had learned to hold that stillness deliberately. In the early loops, her panic had shown through Isolde's skin like fever, and Matron Iselte had noted every flush, every stammer, every tremor that did not fit a viscount's daughter. Not this time. She dressed in the academy gray, fast, precise. The sleeves sat right on the first try. The belt buckle caught on the second. She had worn this uniform 81 times. Her fingers knew the cloth better than her mind knew yesterday. Outside the chamber door, the corridor stretched in both directions. Light fell from the high arched windows in slabs of pale gold. Students passed in clusters, voices low, laughter thin with first-day nerves. Lirenne watched them without watching. Her feet had already begun the route. 12 paces to the junction. Turn left. 14 paces past the portrait of Dean Norrick in his younger years. Avoid the loose tile that announced every step to anyone waiting in the alcove beyond. She knew where the ink would fall. She knew because she had seen it fall 70 times before, and because the other 19 times she had not been paying attention, and the stain had marked her hem, and the servant had apologized in a voice that carried, and Matron Iselte had asked why Isolde Raveth had been standing in the exact pack of a delivery boy's accident, as though she had been waiting for an excuse to cause a scene. The boy rounded the corner at the expected second, his tray tipped at the expected angle. Ink splashed across the marble in a black fan. Lirenne stepped around it without breaking stride. The girl behind her stumbled on the hem she always stumbled on, catching herself against the wall with a soft cry. Lirenne did not turn. She had learned that turning drew attention, and attention became suspicion, and suspicion became evidence, and evidence became the accusation that ended the day before it could end any other way. She made the second turn. The east stair mirror loomed at the far end of the hall, tall and silver and waiting. She had trained herself not to look at it. In the 17th loop, she had met her own reflection and seen Isolde smile back with teeth too sharp. In the 44th, the glass had held her image for 3 breaths after she passed. She did not know what the mirror was, or why the Academy had hung it there, only that touching it, or meeting its gaze too long, had ended loops faster than any rumor. She looked at the floor and walked past. The orientation hall opened ahead of her. Double doors, oak banded with iron, propped open to let the morning light pour across the threshold. Inside, the benches were arranged in the old pattern: scholarship candidates on the left, noble entrants on the right, a gap down the center where the ranking trial would later divide them. Lirenne knew every crack in the stone floor, every loose hinge on the doors, every note the dean's voice would hit when he welcomed them to Goldenmark Academy's entrance term. She knew because she had lived this morning 81 times. But the doors were open wider than they should have been. She stopped. Her body had already started the correction, adjusting her weight to angle toward the scholarship side, where Isolde was not supposed to sit. But the hall was wrong. The benches were wrong. The servant standing beside the podium held a different scroll than the one Lirenne had memorized. The orientation event had fired early. Not early by a minute or two, by an hour. The students were already seated. The dean was already ascending the dais. The morning schedule she had optimized across more than a dozen loops had just crumbled into something she did not recognize. A hand touched her elbow. She turned. Head Proctor Severin Quist stood so close she could see the thin burn scar along his left jaw, the iron streak in his black hair, the ink stain permanently marking the side of his right middle finger. His gray eyes held hers with the patience of someone who had been watching for a long time. "Miss Raveth," he said. Not a question, a confirmation. She had memorized his voice across 81 loops. She knew the cadence of his accusations, the weight he put on the word scholarship when he wanted to shame a noble, the quiet way he said evidence when he already had enough to ruin someone. She knew his face in the candlelight of the inquiry chamber and his silhouette against the eastern window when he read the expulsion decree. She had never seen him in the entrance hall before the first announcement. "Proctor Quist?" She kept her voice steady. Isolde's voice, polished, neutral, carrying just enough respect to avoid defiance. His gaze dropped to her sleeve, where her hand had begun to curl against her palm. She relaxed it deliberately. "You are early," he said. The orientation began at the 7th bell. The dormitory announcement clearly stated the schedule. It had. She had read it in every loop. The 7th bell. But her body had moved on the old timing, the timing from the first 40 loops before the Academy had shifted the event by an hour, and she had learned to adjust. She had adjusted. She had rewritten her route 4 times to account for the change. But this morning, the bell had rung, and her feet had followed the oldest track, the one etched deepest into her muscle memory. And she had arrived an hour early on the one day she could not afford to be noticed. "I must have misread the notice," she said. Quist's mouth did not change, but something in his posture sharpened, a lean forward that said he had heard the lie and was deciding whether to name it. "The notice was read aloud at dinner," he said. "You were present." She had been, 81 times. But this morning she could not remember which dinner the memory belonged to, or whether the memory belonged to this body at all, or whether she had simply assumed the timing would hold because it had held for so many deaths that the word death had stopped meaning anything except another reset. "I apologize, Proctor. First day nerves." The excuse hung thin in the air between them. He let it hang. Then he said, "A servant will escort you to the correct hall. Please do not deviate from the path." It was not a request. She nodded. He stepped back, and she saw his right hand move, the ink-stained finger marking something in the leather ledger he carried. A note. A name. A time. She had been in the academy for less than a quarter of an hour, and Severin Quist had already written her down. Chapter 2. The servant led her through the side door, past the scholarship benches where students in pressed gray uniforms sat with spines straight and hands folded. Lirenne counted her steps. 17 to the third row, 22 to the pillar where the stone had chipped into a pattern like a bird in flight. She had memorized these distances the way a prisoner memorizes the width of a cell. The hall smelled of old paper and floor wax, and the particular tension of 97 strangers pretending they were not afraid. Dean Norrick stood at the podium, his voice rising and falling in the practiced cadence of welcome. Lirenne heard none of it. Her attention had already split into two tracks. The visible surface, where she needed to look like a nervous, noble girl finding her seat, and the deeper track, where her body counted beats against the next expected disruption. The ink spill would come at the 7th step from the aisle. She slowed. A servant carrying a tray of registration scrolls walked the opposite direction. His foot caught the edge of a loose floor tile, the one the academy had never fixed, despite 82 loops of complaints. The tray tilted. Black ink arced toward the scholarship section, a dark crescent that would stain the sleeve of whichever candidate sat closest to the aisle. Lirenne stopped breathing. She watched the ink fall, and in the same instant she remembered a loop from early in the count, the 11th or 12th, when she had lunged to catch the tray and the servant had been dismissed. She remembered the 13th loop, when she had done nothing and the ink had marked a girl named Dabble Venn, whose ruined sleeve had been used in Quist's evidence later. She remembered the 18th, when she had nudged the tray's trajectory with her elbow and the ink had splashed her own uniform instead. A mistake that had given Matron Iselde a reason to file a conduct report. She did nothing. The ink struck the empty bench. No one sat there. The servant's face went white, and Dean Norrick paused mid-sentence, his eyes tracking the spill with the careful displeasure of a man who valued order above all else. A proctor stepped forward to handle the servant. The hall resettled. Lirenne exhaled. She had chosen the right path this time. The empty bench was not luck. She had watched the servant's approach angle, the tile's position, the roll of his shoulders, and she had known. Not guessed. Known. The certainty sat in her chest like a second heartbeat, familiar and cold. She found her assigned seat in Nova section, 3 rows back from the podium, positioned exactly where she could see the main doors and the eastern window and the face of every proctor who entered. She had chosen this seat in the first loop because it had the best sight lines. She had never been able to change it. The hall's seating order was fixed by rank, and each loop placed her in the same chair, the same sight lines, the same perspective on a scene that kept rearranging itself around her. The east stair mirror had shown Isolde with sharp teeth in the 4th loop. Lirenne had not looked at any mirror since without flinching first. Dean Norrick finished his welcome and introduced the faculty one by one. Head Proctor Severin Quist stood when his name was called, rising from a chair near the rear pillar where he could watch every student's face without turning his own. The burn scar along his jaw caught the light as he inclined his head to the hall. His gray eyes moved slowly across the benches, pausing on faces, names, postures. He paused on her. Not long enough for anyone else to notice. A beat. A fraction of a second in which his gaze held hers with the patient weight of a question he had not yet decided to ask aloud. Then he looked away and sat down. Lirenne kept her hands still in her lap. Her pulse had risen half a beat. She keyed it back down. The dean announced the ranking trial schedule. Afternoon of the second day. The words landed in the hall like stones, and a ripple passed through the scholarship section, where students with nothing but their wits to trade felt the weight of an exam that could make or break their standing within the first week of term. Lirenne had memorized the trial's structure by the 43rd loop. Theory sigils in the first hour, practical manipulation in the second, individual demonstration in the third. The cheating accusation that would destroy Isolde Raveth always emerged during the practical hour, when an altered sigil pattern appeared in her test materials and could not be explained away. She still did not know who planted it. She had never lived long enough past the accusation to follow the chain back to its source. The loop always ended before she could trace the route further. A noble girl 2 rows ahead shifted in her seat, and Lirenne's body tensed before her mind caught up. The stumble. The girl would stumble when they rose for the dean's closing address, catching her heel on the bench leg, falling forward into the aisle. She had fallen in 73 of the last 81 loops. Lirenne had stopped counting the loops where she had caught her. She could let the girl fall this time. The stumble was not a flag. It did not link to the accusation. It was a small disruption, a moment of embarrassment, nothing more. But the girl's mother was a patron of the Eastern Scholarship Fund, and in the 59th loop, Lirenne had seen Quist write a note about the bonds between noble families and their sponsored candidates. The girl's name was De La Veine, sister to the one whose sleeve had been stained in an earlier loop, and if she fell and no one helped her, the Veine family's attention would turn toward whoever had seen her fall and done nothing. Lirenne had learned that the academy was a net. Every action sent a vibration through the threads. Inaction did the same. When Dean Norick finished and the students rose, Lirenne moved. Not quickly. Smoothly. She stepped into the aisle at the same moment De La Veine's heel caught the bench leg, and she appeared at the girl's elbow with her hand extended, steadying a fall that had not fully begun. De La blinked. "Oh, thank you." The words were automatic, the gratitude of someone who had not understood they were in danger. Lirenne smiled. Isolde's smile. Polite, warm, exactly measured. "The benches are uneven. Be careful on the steps." De La nodded and turned away, already forgetting the moment. But Lirenne did not turn away. She felt the weight of a gaze on the back of her neck, and she knew without looking that Quist had seen the whole exchange. The impossible timing. The hand extended before the stumble began. The precision that looked like coincidence and felt like something else entirely. She turned. He was standing at the pillar, his ledger open in one hand, the inked fanned finger resting on a page that had her name written at the top. Their eyes met. He did not look away. Lirenne held his gaze for 2 beats, then 3, then lowered her head in a slight nod and moved toward the doors with the rest of the students. Behind her she heard the soft sacristan slash for Bobby a pen youpering across paper. She had been in Goldenmark Academy for less than an hour. She had dodged an ink spill, prevented a stumble, and attracted the attention of the one man whose ledger had convicted her in 3 different loops before she had ever reached the trial. The morning was not yet over, and the world had already begun to resist her. Chapter 3. The corridor outside the Great Hall stretched 40 paces to the South Junction, lined with alcoves and portraits of deans long dead. Lirenne had walked it in rain, in torchlight, in the dead silence of a loop where half the students had been sent home before noon. She knew the loose flagstone 3 paces from the east pillar. She knew the portrait of Dean Harva's Waff, whose painted eyes followed lockers with the same accusing stillness, no matter which loop she wore. She knew that Brovane Morn would appear at the South Junction in approximately 7 minutes, carrying a satchel too heavy for a first morning, and that a scholar from the upper term would stop him to ask directions to the archive annex. Brovane would answer in clipped, precise sentences. Then the scholar would ask him to carry a stack of ledgers to the ranking office, and Bravain would refuse you with cold finality, because the script required him to be difficult, to be the scholarship student who resented interruption, to plant the first seed of reputation that would later be used against him. The refusal did not matter to the main route. It was flavor. A character beat. But Lirenne had learned that character beats could become evidence when stacked against each other. The scholar who asked for help was a third year named Milorn Parr, and Milorn Parr was cousins with a clerk in the ranking office, and the clerk's report in the 63rd loop had included a note that Bravain Morn had been seen uncooperative with senior students on the first morning. Small threads, tiny threads, but nets were made of them. Lirenne reached the South Junction at a measured walk, her hands loose at her sides, her expression carrying the polite frankness that Isolde's face wore when no one was watching closely. She positioned herself near the alcove opposite the loose flagstone, close enough to the wall that she could see both directions without looking like she was watching. 7 minutes. She counted them in her breath. 6. 5. A door opened further down the corridor, and Procte Ven emerged with a stack of papers, her heels clicking a sharp rhythm against the marble. She turned left, away from the junction, and Lirenne's chest loosened the smallest fraction. 4 minutes. She heard the footsteps before she saw him. Light, measured, consistent. Bravain Morn walked like a man who had been taught that speed was vulgar and delay was inefficient. He came around the corner with his satchel strapped across his chest, his dark hair still holding the damp of a morning wash, his eyes fixed on something ahead that only he could see. Lirenne had seen him die once. The 57th loop, when the sigil surge had spread beyond the trial hall and Bravain had been closest to the burnout point. He had not screamed. He had simply gone still, his hand still reaching for a seal he had been about to inspect, his expression shifting from confrontation to surprise to nothing at all. She had not been able to stop it. She had not known how. That memory sat in her chest like a scar from a wound that had never healed properly. She used it now to keep herself sharp. Bravain reached the junction, and Lirenne stepped forward. More. He stopped. His gaze shifted to her with the wariness of someone who had learned to expect interruption from people who wanted something. Up close, his eyes were the color of old iron, heavy, watchful. Raveth. She had heard her surname from his mouth in 100 different tones. Surprise, suspicion, disgust. Once, in the 44th loop, the barest flicker of something that might have been concern, before he remembered the route and looked away. The archive annex is closed until the second bell, she said. If a third year asks you to carry ledgers there, tell them you have a theory preparation appointment with Procte Ven's clerk. She keeps a schedule book. They will not verify it. Bravain's stillness sharpened. He did not blink. Why would a third year ask me to carry ledgers to the archived annex? Lirenne held his gaze. She could not say because I have watched this scene play out 81 times, and in 13 of them, a third year named Milorn Parr stops you here and you refuse. And in 12 of those, the refusal becomes a footnote in a file that hurts you later. She said, because it is the first morning, and senior students look for scholarship entrants to run their errands. It happens every term. Someone will see you and decide you are available. His jaw tightened. The wariness in his eyes deepened into something more specific, more personal. You sound as though you have been through this term before, Raveth. She had not expected him to say it aloud. Bravain Morn was the cold scholar, the one who stored observations and released them only when they could not harm him. That he had spoken the question at all meant he had already seen something in her that did not fit. She needed to pull back, to soften, to let him dismiss her as a meddling noble girl with too much time and too many opinions. But the footsteps were coming. Malorn Parr rounding the fog corner at exactly the right moment, his arms already loaded with the ledgers that would become the scripted encounter. Lirenne had seconds. Proctor Ven's clerk is called Heston, she said quickly. He sits at the front desk in the ranking annex. If you need to avoid someone, tell them Heston is expecting you. He is. I made sure of it. She had not made sure of it. She had no idea who Heston was. But in the 70-second loop, she had heard a clerk call out to someone by that name, and the name had stuck in her memory like a burr. And right now, a duo was better than nothing. Brovaine's eyes narrowed. You made sure of it. Yes. Before the first morning of term. Yes. The corridor held its breath. Malorn Parr's footsteps grew louder, closer, a rhythm that would reach them in 10 steps, then 5. Brovaine did not look away from Lirenne. You know something you should not know, Raveth? It was not a question. It was a seal being placed on a document she had not meant to write. She could deny it. She could laugh and claim she had simply overheard a rumor, guessed a pattern, spoken from the shallow confidence of a noble girl who thought she understood the academy because she had visited it twice before term. But Brovaine Morn read people the way other students read sigil diagrams. He would see the lie, he would remember it, and the lie would become another thread in the net. Lirenne chose the closest thing to truth that would not destroy her. I pull attention, she said. That is my one skill. I pay attention. You knew his name, his errand, and the precise time he would arrive at this junction. He took a step closer, not threatening, inquisitive. That is not paying attention, Raveth. That is preparation. That is knowledge you should not have. Why would a Hest be going to carry ledgers there? Tell them you have a theory of preparation appointment with Proctor Ven's clerk. She keeps a schedule book. They will not verify it. Brovaine's stillness sharpened. He did not blink. Why would a third year ask me to carry ledgers to the archive annex? Lirenne held his gaze. She could not say because I have watched this scene play out 81 times, and in 30 of them, a third year named Malorn Parr stops you here. And you refuse. And in 12 of those, the refusal becomes a footnote in a file that hurts you later. She said, because it is the first morning, and senior students look for scholarship entrants to run their errands. It happens every term. Someone will see you and decide you are available. His jaw tightened, the wariness in his eyes deepened into something more specific, more personal. You sound as though you have been through this term before, Raveth. She had not expected him to say it aloud. Brove Morn was the cold scholar, the one who stored observations and released them only when they could not harm him. That he had spoken the question at all meant he had already seen something in her that did not fit. She needed to pull back, to soften, to let him dismiss her as a meddling noble girl with too much time and too many opinions. But the footsteps were coming. Malorn Parr rounding the far corner at exactly the right moment, his arms already loaded with the ledgers that would become the scripted encounter. Lirenne had seconds. Proctor Ven's clerk is called Heston, she said quickly. He sits at the front desk in the ranking annex. If you need to avoid someone, tell them Heston is expecting you. He is. I made sure of it. She had not made sure of it. She had no idea who Heston was. But in the 70-second loop she had heard a clerk call out to someone by that name, and the name had stuck in her memory like a burr, and right now, a burr was better than nothing. Lirenne held her ground. She had survived 81 loops. She could survive one stare from a scholarship student who had not yet learned to hate her. One day, she said quietly, you will stop asking where I got the information and start asking why I shared it. When you do, come find me. I will answer. She turned and walked toward the east passage, her steps measured, her spine straight, her heart beating a rhythm she refused to acknowledge. She had prevented the corridor refusal. She had drawn Brotvain Morn's attention in a way that the script had not accounted for. And as she reached the corner, She saw the reflection in the window glass at the end of the passage. A figure stood in the alcove she had left 3 minutes ago, silhouetted against the morning light. Still. Watching. Head Proctor Severin Quist closed his ledger with a soft snap and turned in the opposite direction, walking away before Lirenne could see whether her name was still at the top of the page or whether he had found room to write more. Chapter 4. The east passage curved toward the assembly chamber, and Lirenne counted her steps to settle her breathing. 17 paces to the second arch, 8 to the side door, 14 to the bench alcove where a servant would be polishing the same bronze sconce she had seen polished in 73 loops, always at the same angle, always with the same cloth. She passed the servant without looking. The clock whispered against metal. The rhythm held. The assembly chamber doors stood open, revealing rows of benches arranged in tiered arcs that funneled toward the speaker's dais, such as right so. Along with the Seepdi lover meeting, we are ramen water is a course in the most bell, which was to say imperfectly, in fragments that arrived without context. The third row, the pillar on the left, the second seat from the aisle, where Isolde Raveth had always sat, where the seating chain began, where Quist's ledger would later note that she had been seen conferring with a ranking clerk's nephew before the first bell of term. She had learned that detail in the 41st loop, too late to use it. By then, the accusation had already hardened around her, and the seating arrangement had become another link in the evidence chain. Not today. Lirenne moved to the right, away from the third row, and chose a seat in the back corner of the noble section. The bench was less polished here, the cushion thinner, the sightline partially blocked by a carved pillar that had been positioned to frame the speaker rather than hide the audience. It was perfect. 2 other students occupied the same row. A girl with wheat-colored hair and a name Lirenne could not remember, though her body tensed in a way that suggested old familiarity. A boy with a leather satchel who was already sketching sigil patterns in the margin of a notebook, his attention absorbed, his shoulders curved in the posture of someone who had learned not to expect company. Lirenne sat at the far end, 1 seat between herself and the wheat-haired girl, and let the pillar shield her from the central aisle. For a moment, nothing happened. Students kept arriving. The murmur of voices rose and fell like tide against stone. A proctor's assistant counted heads at the main entrance, marking names on a roll sheet with the mechanical precision of a man who had done this for 30 years and would do it for 30 more. Lirenne let her shoulders drop a fraction of an inch. The release tasted like borrowed time. Then the wheat-haired girl turned. Her gaze moved over Lirenne's face with the casual assessment of someone who had been raised to read status the way other people read weather. The assessment landed. Her expression shifted, not hostile but uncertain, as if she had encountered a piece of furniture in an unexpected location and was still deciding whether to move around it or complain to the staff. "You are in the wrong row," the girl said. Lirenne tucked her voice even. "Is there an assigned order?" "For the noble section, yes, by house standing." The girl's eyes flicked to Lirenne's collar, where the small bronze pin marked Isolde Raveth's lineage tier. "You are 3rd row, 2nd seat. Everyone knows that." Everyone knows that. The words landed like a stone in still water. Of course the seating order was known. Of course the students had already memorized it, because that was what this place did. It assigned, and it recorded, and it remembered. Lirenne smiled. It was not a worn expression. "I prefer the view from here." The girl's eyes narrowed. She was about to say something else, something sharper, when a voice cut across the chamber with the clean authority of a woman who had never needed to raise it. Miss Raveth, Matron Maisel Kivett, stood at the end of the row. She was not tall, she was not imposing, she was simply there, neat and precise and still. Her hands folded at her waist, her eyes carrying the same flat gray patience. Your orientation packet was delivered to the dormitory this morning. Did you retrieve it? Lirenne's stomach tightened. In 81 loops, she had never been asked this question. The packet was always left on the bedside table, untouched, ignored, because she already knew every detail it contained. The welcome letter, the schedule, the map, the list of rules that every student was expected to memorize by the first bell. But she had not retrieved it today. She had left the dormitory early to intercept Bruise. She had forgotten. No, she said. I was eager to see the grounds. Isolde's expression remained unchanged. The packet contains your exam assignment. You will need it before the ranking trial. I will collect it at the midday break. The break is for meals, not errands. Isolde extended the roll of paper, that fallow Dorpal metal untouched, ignored, because she already knew every detail it contained. The welcome letter, the schedule, the map, the list of rules that every student was expected to memorize by the first bell. But she had not retrieved it today. She had left the dormitory early to intercept Bruise. She had forgotten. No, she said. I was eager to see the grounds. Isolde's expression remained unchanged. The packet contains your exam assignment. You will need it before the ranking trial. I will collect it at the midday break. The break is for meals, not errands. Isolde extended the roll of paper and looked into all the idols, counting heads, checking names, ensuring that every student was exactly where they were supposed to be. Near the front, a scholarship student in a patched coat sat alone at the end of a bench, his hands folded, his gaze fixed straight ahead. He was young, maybe 15, with the kind of stillness that came from learning early that movement attracted attention. Lirenne watched him for a count of 7. In the 43rd loop, that same student had testified against Isolde. He had not wanted to. He had been pressed by Crest, and he had told the truth as he knew it, which was that he had seen Isolde near the ranking ledgers before the first morning bell. Lirenne could not retrieve it today. She had left the dormitory early to intercept Bruise. She had forgotten. No, she said. I was eager to see the grounds. Isolde's expression remained unchanged. The packet contains your exam assignment. You will need it before the ranking trial. I will collect it at the midday break. The break is for meals, not errands. Isolde extended the roll of paper, and up looking to my eyes will be struck before this beautiful tome. I have died to the prime. Wayday, which is pursuitly everyone wanting to accept for this luck. Isolde specifically salved me. A mestimating use did for my gentle follow my complete seconds. Take this, it is a copy. You will return the original to the dormitory before the second bell. Lirenne took the roll. Her fingers brushed Isolde's, and she felt the matron's gaze sharpen, just for a fraction of a second, as if she had detected something in the contact that she had not expected. Then Isolde turned and walked away, her steps precise, her back straight, her hands folding once more at her waist. Lirenne unrolled the paper. The exam assignment was printed in neat script, listing the practical hour, the theoretical seat, the sigil pattern she was expected to demonstrate. It was the same assignment she had seen 78 times before. The same sigil, the same seat, the same trap that had been waiting for her in the practical hour of the ranking trial. Every single loop, always ready to spring. She rolled the paper closed and placed it in her pocket. The seating chain was locked. The packet was retrieved. And somewhere in the hall, Head Proctor Severin Quist was writing her name in his ledger again, adding another observed anomaly to the list he was building against her. Lirenne stared at the dais and waited for the first address to begin. The bell had not even rung yet, and she was already losing. Chapter 5. The assembly ended as it always did, with Dean Norrick's final benediction and the scrape of benches against marble. Rianne rose with the flow of students, her body moving toward the side exit before her mind had fully decided on the direction. The wheat-haired girl had already turned away, dismissed by whatever calculation she had been running during the address. The scholarship boy in the patched coat was gone, swallowed by the crowd near the front. Good. She needed distance from both of them. She took the east corridor, the one that curved past the empty lecture halls, and the alcove where Quist had stood watching her an hour ago. Empty now. The windows let in pale morning light, and the flagstones carried the echo of her footsteps in overlapping rhythm. She was halfway to the junction when he stepped out of the intersecting passage. Broadvein Morn. He stood with his weight balanced, his dark hair still damp at the ends, his eyes the color of old iron fixed on her with the precision of a blade being drawn. "I need a word," he said. No greeting, no softening. The cold scholar route activated by the proximity trigger. Rianne stopped. She had known this scene would come. In most loops, it arrived at the library steps or the dining hall threshold, always with the same demand, always with the same suspicion burning behind his controlled expression. She had never known how to answer it. "Then speak," she said. He did not move closer. He did not need to. The corridor was narrow enough that his presence filled the space, his stillness a form of pressure. "You finished my sentence this morning." "I finished Milorn Parr's sentence. You hadn't said anything yet. You knew his name. You knew the errand. You knew what he would ask me before he rounded the corner." Each word landed cleanly, spaced, deliberate. He was not accusing her yet. He was testing her, laying out the facts in order, and waiting to see where she would break. Rianne held his gaze. In the first dozen loops, she had answered with Isolde's practiced charm, the light laugh, the self-deprecating deflection that noble girls used when caught knowing too much. It had never worked on Broadvein. He had seen through it every time, and the suspicion had only deepened. In later loops, she had tried silence. That had been worse. He had filed her quietness as evidence of guilt and pursued the truth with the same relentless focus he applied to his sigil tatterns. She had tried anger once. That had nearly ended with Quist called to the scene. "I watch things," she said. "I notice patterns. That is not an answer. It is the one I have." He took a step forward, not aggressive, intentional. The movement of someone who had learned that space could be used as leverage. "Miss Raveth, you greeted me by name before I told you mine. You knew which corridor Milorn Parr would take and what time he would arrive. You knew the exact phrasing of his request." His voice was low now, stripped of the academic detachment he usually wore. Something raw moved beneath it, something that sounded almost like fear. "Those are not patterns. Those are predictions. And predictions of that precision are not made by observation alone." Rianne felt the weight of the morning pressing against her ribs. The seating chain, the patched coat boy, the exam assignment coiled in her pocket like a spring trap. And now Broadvein Morn, whose route demanded that he see through her, standing in the corridor with his iron eyes asking questions she could not answer honestly without sounding mad. She had a choice. She could lie. She could deflect. She could retreat into Isolde's aristocratic composure and let him believe she was simply an entitled noble who paid too close attention to other people's business. It would not save her. It never had. But it would buy her time. Or she could let him see the exhaustion. Not the truth, not the loops, but the weight beneath the surface. The particular heaviness of someone who had carried 2 identical mornings in her bones until the days had turned to lead. She let her shoulders drop. It was a small surrender, barely visible, But Broadvein's eyes caught it. His head tilted a fraction of a degree, as if she had spoken aloud. "You want to know how I knew refuse him before?" Rianne said nothing. "You speak as though you have seen me refuse him many times." The corridor fell silent. Somewhere above, a bell began to toll, marking the end of the first hour. The sound traveled through the stone, vibrating through the soles of her shoes, and she felt the familiar reflex rise in her chest, the urge to flinch, to count, to brace. She did not flinch, but Broadvein saw her not flinch. He saw the moment she chose stillness over reaction. And she understood, with a clarity that tasted like failure, that he had just added another data point to the file he was building in his own head. "You are not what you pretend to be," he said. "No," she said. "I am not." She had meant it as a closing statement, a wall, something final that would send him back to his own path with the question unresolved. But Broadvein stepped closer instead. He was near enough now that she could smell the soap he used, a clean, sharp scent that cut through the corridor's dust and old stone. His voice dropped to something almost private. "If you know what is coming, Miss Raveth, then you also know why I cannot trust someone who refuses to explain how she sees." He held her gaze for a count of 5. Then he turned and walked away, his steps measured, his spine straight, his shadow stretching long across the flagstones as the corridor swallowed him. Rianne stood alone in the silence. The bell had stopped, and she understood with the same cold certainty that had carried her through 82. Chapter 6. The corridor emptied around her like water draining from a vessel. Students trickled past in 2s and 3s, their voices bouncing off the stone, their footsteps scattering toward the next scheduled event. Lirenne stood where Broadvein had left her, the heat of the confrontation still sharp in her chest. She had no time to hold it. Her internal clock, the one that had been calibrated across 82 mornings, told her the window was closing. Corwel Baine would cross from the scholarship dormitory to the ranking office between the first bell and the second, carrying a leather satchel and walking slightly too fast for someone who had nothing to fear. Lirenne had intercepted her in 37 loops. It had never been easy. Corwel was kind, but kindness did not mean stupid. The girl noticed things. The girl remembered phases, voices, the shape of a lie before it landed. And this loop? The schedule had already slipped once. Lirenne could not trust her old timing. She moved. The east corridor gave way to the main hall, then the long arcade that ran parallel to the courtyard. Her boots struck the marble in a rhythm that matched her pulse. She passed the alcove where Quist had stood and did not slow down to check if he had returned. He would return. That was certain. But she had to reach Corwel before he reached her. The arcade opened into the scholarship wing, a narrower corridor with lower ceilings and plaster walls instead of marble. The air changed here, warmer and dustier, carrying the smell of old paper and boiled linen. Lirenne rounded the corner at the junction near the dormitory entrance and stopped. Corwel Baine was already day. She stood at the base of the stairwell, adjusting the strap of her satchel, her hair pulled back in a practical knot that exposed the fine bones of her face. She was not tall. She was not polished. She wore her scholarship uniform like armor she had not grown into yet, a little loose at the shoulders, the cuffs turned up precisely. She looked up when Lirenne appeared, and she smiled. "Miss Raveth." Corwel's voice carried no suspicion, only mild surprise. "You are far from the noble corridor." Lirenne's mouth opened. The words she had rehearsed sat ready, the careful script about misplaced documents and a shared interest in the ranking archive, the kind of casual opening that could nudge Corwel away from the trial without ever seeming deliberate. But Corwel was looking at her with those warm, watchful eyes, and the script felt wrong. Thin. transparent. "I need to speak with you," Lirenne said. "Before the ranking trial." Corwel's smile faded, replaced by something more careful. She shifted her satchel to her other shoulder and took a half-step closer. "About what?" Lirenne had a choice, again. She could spin the half-truth, the deflection, the gentle steering that would move Corwel away from danger without ever telling her why. That had worked in some loops. Not many. In others, Corwel had sensed the manipulation and doubled back toward the trial out of sheer instinct. Or she could give Corwel a piece of the truth. Not the loops, not the crus, but the danger. "The practical hour is not safe today," Lirenne said. "The sigil examination has been altered. I do not know about who or how, but I know the pattern. And if you walk into that room and perform the demonstration you have prepared, you will be caught in something that was not meant for you." Corwel's head tilted. Her expression did not break into shock or fear. It settled into something quieter. The look of a girl who had learned early that the world did not favor her and had built her survival on close attention. "How do you know this?" "I cannot explain that." "Can you prove it?" "No." Corwel was silent for a long moment. The corridor hummed with distant movement, footsteps and voices from the floors above, the machinery of the academy grinding toward its next scheduled event. In the gap between one breath and the next, Lirenne felt the fragility of the moment. If Corwel walked away now, the world would reassert itself. The ranking trial would fire. The altered sigil would appear. And someone would be hurt. "I believe you," Corwel said. The words landed like a stone in still water. "I do not understand why," Corwel continued, "and I do not understand how you know, but you are not lying to me. You are frightened, and you came here to warn me instead of hiding from whatever is coming." She adjusted her satchel again, a small nervous motion, and then she did something Lirenne had never seen her do in any loop. She reached out and touched Lirenne's wrist. It was a brief contact, barely a second, but the warmth of it traveled up through Lirenne's arm and settled somewhere beneath her ribs, a sensation she did not have a name for. "Thank you," Corwel said. "I will avoid the practical hall. I will say I felt unwell. The matron will record it, but she will not press if I do not give her reason to." Lirenne nodded. The word she needed would not come. Corwel let her hand fall. She turned and walked back toward the dormitory stairwell, her steps light and sure, her satchel swinging against her hip. Lirenne stood alone in the corridor and watched her go. The plan had worked. She had intercepted Corwel before the trial. She had redirected the cannon route. The ranking demonstration would fire without its intended target, and the accusation that depended on Corwel's presence would crack at its foundation. She had done what she needed to do. The corridor was empty now. The bell had not rung again, but the light through the high windows had shifted, deepening toward the second hour. Lirenne's legs carried her forward without instruction, past the dormitory entrance, past the alcove where the loose floor tile had never been repaired, past the junction that led toward the east stair. She was 2 steps past the junction when she heard the scream. It came from the direction of the ranking hall, high and sharp, a sound that cut through the academy's stone and plaster like a blade through cloth. It was followed by shouting, then the scrape of furniture being moved too fast, then the heavy thud of something falling. Lirenne stopped. Her body knew before her mind caught up. The direction of the scream. The timing. The hole Corwel's absence had left in the schedule. She had redirected Corwel. But the trial required a candidate, and someone else had stepped into the gap. Lirenne turned and ran. The marble floor blurred beneath her feet. She took the corner at speed, her shoulder brushing the wall, her breath coming short. The ranking hall doors stood open at the end of the corridor, and through them she could see movement. Figures in gray uniforms clustered around something on the floor. She reached the threshold and stopped. A girl lay crumpled against the base of the examination platform. Her uniform was singed at the sleeve. Her hand was bleeding, a slow seep of lead that dripped onto the marble and spread in a pattern that reminded Lirenne of the sigil diagram she had studied in the archive. The girl's face was pale. Shock. Pain. The kind of fear that came when something had gone wrong in a way the world had not prepared you for. Lirenne did not recognize her. She was not a noble. Not a scholarship student whose name Lirenne had memorized across loops. She was someone ordinary. Someone the system had pushed into the empty slot because Corwel Baine was not there to fill it. And now she was hurt. Behind her, someone was already shouting for a proctor. Someone else was calling for water, for bandages, for help that would arrive too late to undo the damage. Lirenne stood in the doorway. She had meant to protect Corwel. She had not mud for this. And someone else had stepped into the gap. Lirenne turned and ran. The marble fluo blurred beneath her feet. Chapter 7. The girl on the floor let out a sound that was not quite a word. It came from somewhere deep. A noise of shock and breath, and the kind of pain that had not yet found its voice. Her good hand pressed against the marble, trying to push herself upward, but her arms shook and gave way. Lirenne stood in the doorway and watched the blood spread. A student in a gray uniform knelt beside the injured girl, pressing a folded cloth to the wound. Another ran past Lirenne into the corridor, calling for a proctor. The sound of footsteps multiplied, boots on marble, the slap of sandals, the heavier tread of someone in authority arriving at speed. The ranking hall filled with noise and motion. Lirenne did not move. She had done this. Not the sigil, not the altered pattern, but the gap. She had pulled Corwel out of the system, and the system had reached for the nearest warm body to fill the space. She had not known the girl's name. She had not even known the girl existed until the scream pulled her here. "Clear the doorway." The voice was flat and precise. Proctor Venn. She pushed past Lirenne without looking at her, her robes brushing the stone, her gaze fixed on the examination platform and the body at its base. Lirenne stepped back. Her legs obeyed, but her mind was still caught in the loop of understanding, the cold certainty that had crystallized in the corridor outside the stairwell. The world did not tolerate gaps. She had known that. She had felt it in every loop where a small change rippled outward into consequences she could not predict. But knowing and watching were different things. Knowing was theory. Watching was the girl on the marble, her blood pooling in the shape of something that looked like a sigil's echo. Proctor Venn knelt beside the injured girl. She said something low and calm that Lirenne could not hear. The girl nodded, her face pale, her breath still coming in short, sharp gasps. "The examination platform?" Venn said without turning. "Summon head Proctor Crust. Seal the hall." The words landed like stones. Seal the hall. Lirenne's throat tightened. She had heard those words before, in loops where the accusation had already begun to form, where Quist's ledger had grown thick enough to present as evidence. The hall sealed meant witnesses, statements, a record that would outlast the morning. She needed to leave. Her body did not move. The girl on the floor made another sound, smaller this time, a whimper that she seemed to swallow before it finished. Her fingers curled against the marble. Her eyes were open and wet. Lirenne had seen that look before. In the 43rd loop, when the patched coat boy had testified. In the 57th, when Bermland's sigil surge had taken him down. In the 63rd, when the East Stair mirror had shown her a face that was not her own. Fear. The crow was afraid. Who was she replacing? The question came from behind Lirenne. She turned her head and found Quist standing 3 paces away, his ledger closed in his hand, his pale gray eyes fixed on the scene inside the hall. He had not asked her directly. He had spoken to the air, to the hall, to the accumulating evidence that had just grown by another entry. Lirenne said nothing. Quist's gaze shifted to her. The burn scar on his jaw caught the light, a thin white line against his skin. "The schedule reserves the third slot for a scholarship entrant," he said. "Corwel Baine was assigned, but Corwel Baine did not arrive." He paused. "Someone else walked into her place." Lirenne felt the words land in her chest like a second injury. Quist did not need her answer. He already knew the shape of what had happened. He was not asking for information. He was telling her that he had seen the gap, traced the substitution, and understood that someone had redirected the original candidate. And that someone was standing in his doorway. "The injured student's name is Sela Ven," he said. "Dalla Ven's younger sister. Not a scholarship entrant, not ranked for today's trial. She was in the hall to deliver a message to the proctor and was told to take the platform when the third candidate did not appear." His voice was flat, methodical, the voice of a man assembling a case. "She has never traced a live sigil. She was not trained for the demonstration. She did not know what the pattern was supposed to do or how to stop it when it began to burn." Lirenne's hands were cold. She pressed them against her sides to keep them still. Quist took a step closer. The mechanism was altered. The sigil was unstable. And someone with precise knowledge of the schedule ensured that the student who was meant to test it was not present when it fired. He stopped a pace away, close enough that Lirenne could see the ink stain on his finger, the fine lines at the corners of his eyes. "I do not know how you did it," he said, "but I knew you did." The words hung in the air. Lirenne could have denied it, could have said she had no idea what he meant, that she had been in the corridor when she heard the scream, that Corwel's absence was coincidence, that she was as surprised as anyone. She had used all those answers in earlier loops. None of them had stopped him. "Seal the hall," Quist said, turning away. "I want a full witness roster before the hour ends, and I want Isolde Raveth's movements logged from the moment the assembly concluded." He did not look back. Lirenne stood in the doorway as the hall sealed around her, the doors swinging shut, the witnesses forming a line, the injured girl being lifted onto a stretcher with her hands still bleeding. The plan had worked. Corwel was safe. And somewhere in the depths of the Academy's schedule, the cost had already been paid in someone else's blood. Chapter 8. The screaming did not stop. Lirenne stood in the doorway as the sound slid under her skin, thin and high and endless. The girl on the platform had stopped moving. Her hand still smoked. The sigil pattern burned into her palm like a brand, the skin around it already black at the edges. The hall had become a machine of reactions. Students pressed against the walls. A junior proctor tried to clear the platform, but could not get close, the residual heat rippling the air around the injured girl's body. Another proctor was shouting for cold water, for bandages, for someone to tell him what to do. Dalla Ven had not moved from her sister's side. She knelt on the marble, her hands hovering over the wound as if she could pull the damage back by will alone. Her face was white and set, the face of someone who had learned to function through shock. "Clear all the hall," someone said. "Clear it, now." The order came from behind Lirenne. She turned and found Quist stepping past her, his ledger still closed in his hand, his eyes fixed on the platform. He moved with the measured precision of a man who had seen disaster before and knew the shape of its aftermath. "Non-essential personnel to the East Corridor. Witnesses remain. I want every student who is in this hall within the last hour identified and logged." The chaos began to organize around him. Students streamed past Lirenne, their faces pale, their eyes avoiding the platform. She let them flow around her, a stone in a current. She should move, should blend into the crowd and find a corridor to disappear into. The hall was sealing, and her name was already in his ledger, and every moment she stood in plain sight was another entry he would write. But her legs would not obey. The platform rose above the crowd. The sigil apparatus that had fired the pattern was still active, its surface pulsing with a low, amber glow that should have faded by now. In every loop where she had watched the ranking trial from a distance, the platform had gone dark within seconds of a completed demonstration. It was not going dark now. "The Proctor Ven," Quist said, his voice sharp. "The apparatus. Is it still live?" Dela looked up. Her gaze followed his to the glowing platform surface, and something in her expression shifted from grief to cold recognition. "It should have discharged," she said. "The pattern was supposed to close when the demonstration ended." "The pattern was altered." The words came from Lirenne before she could stop them. Quist turned, his gray eyes fixed on her with the weight of a door swinging shut. "The pattern was altered," she said again, because she could not take it back and because silence would cost her the same as speech. "The sigil was designed to hold residual charge. It was never meant to discharge properly in the first demonstration. It was supposed to accumulate until the second candidate attempted it." A beat of silence. "And how?" Quist said, his voice very soft. "Would you know the design of an examination pattern you have not yet taken?" Lirenne's throat closed. She had said too much. The knowledge was loop knowledge, the shape of a trap she had studied across 78 iterations, the same pattern that had burned her hands in the 39th loop when she could not avoid the trial. She had memorized its architecture the way she had memorized every corridor and every bell and every face that mattered. But none of that was explainable. "I saw the surge," she said. "When she touched the platform, I saw it fire wrong. The pattern did not resolve." Quist studied her for a long moment. His thumb moved along the edge of his ledger, a slow, deliberate motion. "Most students in this hall saw a girl get hurt," he said. "They did not see a pattern failure. They did not identify residual charge in a sigil apparatus they have never been trained to read." He paused. "You saw the mechanism, not the consequence, the mechanism." Lirenne said nothing. The silence stretched between them, filled by the low hum of the platform and the sound of someone crying in the corridor beyond. "The apparatus needs to be shut down," she said. "If it holds charge, it will fire again when the next candidate reaches the platform. The backup surge will be stronger." Quist's expression did not change, but something in the set of his shoulders shifted, a millimeter of loosening that might have been alarm. "Proctor Ven," he said without looking away from Lirenne. "Evacuate the hall, now. Move everyone past the East Corridor Junction." Dela rose immediately. She barked orders, and the remaining students began to flow toward the east exit, their steps faster now, their voices sharp with panic. Only Lirenne and Quist remained near the platform. "You knew it would fire again," he said. "You knew the first surge was not the end." "I recognized the pattern." His laugh was quiet and dry and held no warmth. "No, you did not recognize it. You expected it. Those are not the same thing." He took a step toward her, and Lirenne forced herself not to retreat. "The orientation schedule fired early this morning. You arrived before the first announcement. You knew Brodvain Vorn's name before he was introduced. You knew more times Vandor before it stopped the Strunic. You need Relagic expert Jivasets over-completed, literally. Geostrokerum is glitted. It doesn't smap worse map." "Right, so this one is despiting me together." Students come in a way to observe the table of the spewit. You really stares down for the story. I saw the world scores on. I talked to the whole storing for the Sam Awesome Prayers. I complete relieve. I will love this podcast. Too. I just ask Mamana. Chapter 9. The corridor outside the ranking hall had become a processing line. Lirenne stood against the wall, her back pressed to the cold stone, watching students shuffle past in pairs and trios. Some clutched their elbows, others stared at the floor. None looked at her. The ones who did glance her way looked through her as if she were already expunged, a blank space where Isolde Raveth had been. De la Veine moved among them with a list. She asked questions in a low, steady voice, writing each answer on a sheet pinned to her clipboard. Her hand did not tremble, but her eyes kept drifting toward the door where they had carried Sela out, and each time they returned, they looked harder. Quist stood at the far end of the corridor, speaking with two proctors Lirenne did not recognize. His ledger was closed now, tucked under his arm like a finished verdict. He did not look at her. He did not need to. His presence at the end of the hall was enough, a seal on every exit, a weight pressing the air out of each conversation. A third-year girl with a messenger's badge stepped in front of Lirenne. You're to wait in the north antechamber while Proctor Venn completes the witness roster. The girl's tone was flat, practiced. She had delivered similar orders 100 times today. Am I being accused of something? Ma'am, I'm just relaying the instruction. Lirenne pushed off the wall. Her legs moved without her deciding, years of training in aristocratic composure carrying her forward when her mind was still catching up. She followed the messenger past the knot of students, past Dela's clipboard, past the door where the smell of burned fabric still clung to the air. The north antechamber was small, windowless, lit by a single sigil lamp that cast everything in amber. A table, 2 chairs, a ledger already open on the surface, its pages blank. Lirenne sat in the far chair and waited. She counted her breaths to keep time. 37 of them passed before the door opened. Quist entered alone. He closed the door behind him, set his own ledger on the table beside the blank one, and sat in the chair across from her. The sigil lamp cast a shadow across his face, turning the burn scar on his jaw into a dark seam. I am not going to accuse you, he said. Lirenne said nothing. Not yet. I do not have enough to prove intent. What I have is a pattern of behaviors that no reasonable explanation covers. I have a sealed hall. I have an injured student. I have a ranking apparatus that someone deliberately altered, and I have you, standing exactly where that alteration produced its first casualty. He folded his hands on the table. I also have the witness from the corridor where you spoke to Bravain Morn, a second witness who saw you leave the assembly before the formal dismissal, and a third who noted that you passed the east stair mirror without looking at your own reflection. He paused. That last one interests me most. Why would a young woman avoid her own face? Lirenne kept her voice level. The light was poor. I was in a hurry. You were not in a hurry. You moved at a measured walk. I have 4 witnesses who confirm it. She said nothing. The avoidance of the mirror, he continued, the early arrival, the knowledge of Bravain's name, the interception of Corwel Baine, the precise location of a shutdown switch you should not have known existed. These stack, Isolde. They stack high enough to build a case on, if I wanted to build one today. What is stopping you? He looked at her for a long moment. Because I do not understand what you gain from any of it. You are not climbing ranks. You are not soliciting favor. You are not building alliances. You are preventing harm in ways that draw attention to yourself, which is the opposite of what a shrewd political actor would do. So either you are the most incompetent schemer in the history of this academy, or you are something I have not yet named. Lirenne held his gaze. Quist reached into his coat and withdrew a folded sheet of paper. He smoothed it open on the table, turning it so she could read the heading. Proctor's Preliminary Report, Ranking Trial Incident, Date, Time, Apparatus Design, Witness Count, Injured Party, Sullivan A14, Messenger Detail, No Prior Sigil Training. Below that, a list of names: Corwel Baine, Isolde Raveth, De La Veine, Head Proctor Severin Quist, and at the bottom, in smaller handwriting, padding irregularities noted. Refer to Ledger G7 for full chronology. This report goes to Dean Norick by end of day, Quist said. It does not name you as a subject of investigation. It states that you were present, that you assisted in shutting down the apparatus, and that your testimony will be collected in the morning. He folded the paper and returned it to his coat. I am giving you tonight, not because I believe you are innocent, but because I want to see what you do with the window. Lirenne's throat tightened. You want me to run. I want to see if you do. The sigil lamp flickered, the shadows stretched, shifted, resettled. I am not going to run. That is exactly what the guilty say, Quist replied, and he stood. You are dismissed. Report to your dormitory and do not leave it until the morning bell. If I find you in the corridors after curfew, I will treat it as an admission. He walked to the door, then paused with his hand on the latch. One more thing. Lirenne waited. The injured girl, Sullivan. She will lose the use of her right hand. The sigil damage was too deep to repair fully. He looked back over his shoulder. She is 14. She was delivering a message, and she will carry the scar of whatever you are doing for the rest of her life. He left. The door clicked shut. Lirenne sat in the amber light, the silence pressing in around her, and for the first time since the 82nd bell had pulled her from sleep, she did not know what move came next. Chapter 10. The antechamber door clicked shut behind Quist, but Lirenne did not rise. She sat in the amber lamplight, her hands flat on the table, the echo of his words still ringing in her skull. 14. Delivering a message. The scar of whatever you are doing. The silence pressed against her ears. She counted her breaths. 1, 2, 3. The number steadied her, the same way she counted bell strokes, the same way she counted steps between known danger points. 4, 5, 6. The rhythm anchored her to something solid, but when she reached 12, the number twisted. 12 rules she had once carried, 12 flags she had memorized. 5 remained. The others had scraped away, erased by loops she could not remember, leaving only the bruises where they had been. She stood. Her legs carried her to the door before she decided to move. Her hand found the latch. The corridor outside was empty, the sigil lamps dimmed to evening glow, the distant murmur of the academy settling into its night rhythm. Quist had given her until the morning bell. He had told her to report to the dormitory and not leave. She turned left instead of right. The service corridor entrance was tucked behind a tapestry on the north wing's second floor, hidden from anyone who did not know where to look. Lirenne knew. She had found it in the 19th loop, fleeing from the first accusation, and had used it in 37 loops since. The gap behind the tapestry led to a narrow stone passage that smelled of damp and old soap, a world away from the polished marble of the main halls. She slipped through and let the tapestry fall back into place. The passage was dark. She walked by memory, one hand brushing the rough wall, counting doors until she reached the fourth. The kitchen passages. The Raveth family's service branch had worked these corridors for 3 generations, and Orrin Raveth knew every turn, every shortcut, every place a body could hide. She found him in the scullery. He stood at the deep stone sink, scrubbing a copper pot with his sleeves raised to the elbow, the muscles in his forearms working in steady rhythm. The kitchen was quiet at this hour, the cooks retired, the fires banked. only the dim glow of a single lamp casting shadows across the wet stone floor. He heard her before he saw her. "You walk like someone trying not to break a thing that is already cracked," he said without turning. "What happened?" Lirenne leaned against the doorframe. The stone was cold through her uniform. She opened her mouth to say nothing and closed it again. "Something bad," she said. That was not the truth. That was the shape of the truth, hollow and safe. Oren set the pot down. He dried his hands on a rag, slow and deliberate, then turned to face her. His eyes moved across her face, reading the tension in her jaw, the stillness in her hands, the way she held herself like a borrowed thing. "You look like you did the bad thing." She flinched. "Not directly," she said. "But yes." He pulled out a wooden stool from beneath the work table, then sat. He did not gesture for her to sit. He just waited, his hands resting on his knees, his patience a counterweight to the frantic pressure in her chest. "I redirected someone away from a test I knew was dangerous," she said. "The academy filled the empty slot with a girl who is not trained. A messenger, 14 years old. She touched the sigil and it burned through her hand." Oren's face did not change, but something in his stillness deepened. "She will never use that hand properly again," Lyon said. "And Head Proctor Crest knows I did it. He has witnesses. He has a ledger with my name at the top. He gave me 1 night to see if I run." The words came out flat, measured, the voice of someone reporting facts rather than confessing guilt. She hated how it sounded. She could not make it sound any other way. Oren studied her for a long moment. "Did you know she would be there?" "No." "Did you know the system would replace her?" "I should have known. I have seen it happen before. I knew the slots fill automatically. I just did not think about who would fill this one." She stopped. The admission felt like a wound opened, raw and ugly. "I was trying to save someone else. I made a calculation, and I was wrong." Oren nodded slowly. He picked up the rag and folded it, crease by crease, a deliberate grounding motion. "Calculations," he said. "You always talk like you are solving a problem. Move a piece here, avoid a trap there, save the one who matters most. But the people around you are not pieces, Isolde. They are people. And people get hurt when you move them without telling them why." Lyren's throat tightened. "I know." "Do you? Because the way you are standing right now, you look like someone who is already planning the next calculation. How to fix this. How to undo the damage. How to make it right without anyone seeing you do it." She had nothing to say. He was not wrong. Oren set the rag aside and stood. He crossed the scullery in 3 steps, stopping a hand's breadth from her, close enough that she could smell the soap and the iron of the water on his hands. "I am not going to tell you it will be all right," he said. "I do not know if it will be. But I need you to understand something. Whatever you are trying to survive, you do not have to do it alone. You keep treating yourself like the only one who can read the map. But maps change, and people can help carry the weight if you let them." Lyren's eyes burned. She blinked hard. "I do not know how to let them." "Start with one person. Start with me." She looked at him. His face was quiet, unguarded, holding none of the suspicion she had seen in Brovaine's eyes, none of the cold calculation in Quist's. He was just a young man in a kitchen apron, rolled sleeves, steady hands, asking for nothing except permission to be trusted. The burn in her throat spread to her chest. "Oren," she began, and then she heard it. A bell. Not the morning bell, not the curfew bell. Something else. A single clear stroke ringing from the tower, sharp and wrong against the evening quiet. Oren's head snapped toward the sound. That is not the right time for that. Lirenne's blood turned cold. She knew that bell. She had heard it once before, in the 57th loop, moments before everything collapsed. It was not a schedule bell. It was a warning bell, an alarm triggered only when the Academy's outer gates were sealed. Someone had locked the entire Academy down, and she was not in her dormitory. "I am not going to tell you it will be all right," he said. "I do not know if it would be. But I need you to understand something. Whatever you are trying to survive, you do not have to do it alone. You keep treating yourself like the only one who can read the map. But maps change, and people can help carry the weight if you let them." Lirenne's eyes burned. She blinked hard. "I do not know how to let them." "Start with one person. Start with me." She looked at him. His face was quiet, unguarded, holding none of the suspicions she had seen in Brovaine's eyes, none of the gold calculation and quists. He was just a young man in a kitchen apron, rolled sleeves, steady hands, asking for nothing except permission to be trusted. The burn in her throat spread to her chest. Orin. Chapter 11. The bell hung in the air like a blade. Lirenne stood frozen in the scullery doorway, Orin's hand half reached toward her arm, both of them listening as the single stroke faded into the stones. The silence that followed was worse than the sound. It meant the gates were sealed. It meant the Academy had become a cage. "What happens now?" Orin asked. She shook her head. In the 57th loop, the same bell had preceded a sweep of the corridor by proctors armed with sigil lamps and a writ of detainment. She had not been the target then. She had watched from a dormitory window as 3 scholarship students were led across the courtyard in their nightclothes. By morning, they were gone. No one had explained why. "I need to move," she said. "Where?" She did not answer. The dormitory was too far. The archive was impossible during lockdown. Every route she had memorized assumed the gate stayed open until dawn. "Stay here," Orin said. "The kitchen passages are not on any proctor map. You can wait out the night." "Quist knows I am not in the dormitory. He gave me 1 night. If I am not found in my bed by the morning bell, it confirms everything he suspects." "Then go now, before they search." She looked at him. His face was steady, but his hands were not. He was folding the rag again, crease by crease, a nervous habit she had not noticed before. "If they catch you helping me," she said, "you will lose your position, maybe worse." "I know." "Then why?" He stopped folding. He looked at her with an expression she could not name, something between exasperation and sorrow. "Because you finally told me the truth." The words hit harder than they should have. She turned away before he could see her face crack. "The east passage connects to the lower servants' stair," she said. "If I cut past the gallery wing, I can reach the dormitory through the north transept. The proctors will not expect anyone to cross the open corridor during lockdown." "You sound like you have done this before." She did not correct him. She moved. The kitchen passages unfolded around her like a map drawn in her bones. Left at the cold larder, right through the drying room, a narrow door disguised as a pantry shelf that opened onto a stone stairwell she had never shown Orin. The stairs spiraled upward in tight loops, the walls sweating moisture and cold. She climbed without slowing. At the top, a wooden door with a rusted latch. She pushed it open and stepped into the gallery wing's lower corridor. The air changed, marble floors, tall windows, portrait lamps casting pools of amber light across the walls. She was exposed here. The gallery had no alcoves, no service doors, nowhere to hide if a proctor rounded the far corner. She listened. Nothing. The lockdown had emptied the halls. She walked fast but not running. Running drew attention. Running was guilt in motion. She kept her pace measured, her breathing shallow, her gaze fixed on the transept arch at the far end. She was breathing too fast. Her heart beat against her ribs like a trapped thing. She forced her feet to move, one step, another, pulling herself past the mirror's frame without looking again. She made it 3 steps before the voice came. Miss Raveth. Quist. He stood at the far end of the corridor where the transept opened into the north hall. He was not carrying a lamp. He did not need one. The portrait lights caught his face, the burn scar along his jaw, the ink stain on his finger, the pale gray eyes fixed on her with the calm of a man who had just confirmed a hypothesis. "You are not in your dormitory." She said nothing. Her body was still trembling from the mirror and she could not hide it. "And you are avoiding the east stair mirror again?" The word struck like a second bell. Again. She had never seen Quist at this junction. She had never been caught near the mirror in any loop she remembered, but his voice held no uncertainty. He spoke as if he had watched her dodge this exact spot 100 times. He stepped closer. "I've been building a record, Miss Raveth. A chronology of irregularities, each one documented, timed, and cross-referenced with your location. Do you know what I found?" She did not answer. Every time to avoid this mirror, something goes wrong elsewhere. A schedule changes, a student is injured, a sigil surges. The pattern is too consistent to be coincidence. He stopped 5 paces from her, close enough that she could see the ledger in his hand, the leather cover worn at the corners, the pages dense with ink. "I gave you 1 night," he said. "1 night to see what you would do. And the moment the lockdown bell rings, you are found here, trembling at a mirror that has no reason to frighten the normal student." He tilted his head. "What are you afraid of, Miss Raveth?" She opened her mouth. She did not know what she was going to say. A lie, a deflection, something careful and hollow. But before the words came, the mirror behind her pulsed again. She felt it, a wave of cold that brushed the back of her neck like breath. And in the glass, Isolde smiled wider. Chapter 12. The corridor held its breath. Lirenne stood frozen between Quist and the mirror, the cold still clinging to her neck like fingers. The glass pulsed behind her. She could feel it, a rhythmic thrum against her spine, patient, waiting. "Do not look at it again," she said. The words came out flat, controlled. She did not recognize her own voice. Quist's pale gray eyes did not move from her face. "That is not an answer. It is the only one you are getting." She walked past him, not running, not fast, each step measured, deliberate, the way she had learned to move through 81 loops of corridors that wanted to catch her in the wrong place. Her shoulder brushed the wall as she passed him, and she felt his gaze tracking her, a weight she could not shake. The transept opened ahead, the north hall, the dormitory wing. She did not look back. But she heard him speak, half turned away, almost to himself. "Interesting." She kept walking. The dormitory corridor was dark. The lockdown had killed the lamps in the upper sections, leaving only the emergency sigils glowing dimly at the junctions. Lirenne moved through the shadows with her body's old knowledge, counting doors, counting steps, until she reached the 3rd door on the left. She slipped inside. The room was empty. Isolde's trunk sat at the foot of the bed untouched. The uniform she had worn yesterday, or rather that morning, or rather every morning, hung neatly in the wardrobe. She stood in the dark and listened to her own breathing. The mirror's cold was still on her skin. She pressed her palms flat against the door and let herself shake. It took 3 minutes for the trembling to stop. Perhaps 4. She counted her breaths the way she had learned in the early loops, when the first resets had left her vomiting from disorientation. 1 breath. 2. 3. The rhythm steadied her. When she opened her eyes, the room was still dark, and she was still trapped in the same day that refused to end. But she was alive. She was alive and Quist had given her until morning, and the lockdown would lift at dawn, and she still had a chance to reach the archive before memory frayed completely. Provided she did something useful with the hours left. She moved to the window. The grounds below were empty, the gate sealed, the sigil-locked bars gleaming faintly in the moonlight. No one was getting out tonight. But the archive was inside the walls, buried beneath the old library, behind the wards Corwel Baine might or might not know how to open. She needed information first. The ranking ledgers. She had avoided them in every loop since the 47th, when Quist had caught her near the records room and used it as the first link in his evidence chain. But the ledgers held the truth about the altered sigil pattern. They held the original seating assignments, the trial participants, the substitution chain that had pulled Lirenne onto the platform. If she could see the original schedule before Quist sealed it, she might find the name of the person who had altered the trial. Or she might walk into a trap. She weighed the odds. 81 loops had taught her that the safest path was usually the one that led to later regret. The archive was her goal, but the ledgers were the map. She could not navigate the system without seeing how it had been bent. She pulled on a dark cloak from the trunk and moved to the door. The corridor was still empty. The sigil lamps flickered at the far end, casting long shadows. She turned left instead of right, away from the dormitory exit, toward the service stair that connected to the administrative wing. The stair was narrow, the stone worn smooth by generations of servants who had moved through the academy's walls without being seen. Lirenne knew every sept and every creak. She had used this route in 37 loops, always for the same reason: to move unseen past the places where suspicion lived. The records room was on the second floor of the south wing, tucked behind a door that looked like a storage closet. She reached it in 6 minutes, moving through the dark with the silence of a ghost. The door was locked. She had expected that. The small iron key she had lifted from the porter's desk in the 7th loop still hung on a cord around her neck. She slid it into the lock and turned. The mechanism clicked. The door swung open onto darkness. She slipped inside and closed it behind her, standing still while her eyes adjusted. The room was narrow, lined with shelves that held bound volumes in rows of faded leather. The ranking ledgers were near the back, on a shelf marked with the current entrance term's date. She crossed to them, her fingers brushing the spines until she found the one she needed. Volume 12, Entrance Term Assignments and Trial Rosters. She pulled it free and carried it to the small desk beneath the window. The moonlight was thin but enough. She opened the ledger to the morning's entries and began to read. The seating assignments were first. She traced the column of names until she found Isolde Raveth. 3rd row, 2nd from aisle, the seat she had avoided. Next came the trial participants. She scanned the list, looking for Corwel Baine's name. It was there, 3rd on the list for the demonstration hour. And next to it, in a different hand, a notation had been added. Substitution. Baine, Corwel, withdrawn. Replacement. Ven, Sella, messenger, no prior clearance. The handwriting was neat, precise, not the hurried scrawl of an administrator correcting a schedule. It looked like Quist's. Lirenne's throat tightened. She turned the page to see the rest of the day's entries, looking for any notation that showed the person who had authored the trial. Or she might walk into a trap. She weighed the odds. 81 loops had taught her that the safest path was usually the one that led to later regret. The archive was her goal, but the ledgers were the map. She could not navigate the system without seeing how it had been bent. She pulled on a dark cloak from the trunk and moved to the door. The corridor was still empty. The sigil lamps flickered at the far end, casting long shadows. She turned left instead of right, away from the dormitory exit, toward the service stair that connected to the administrative wing. The stair was narrow, the stone worn smooth by generations of servants who had moved through the academy's walls without being seen. Lirenne knew every step, every creak. She had used this route in 37 loops, always for the same reason: to move unseen past the places where suspicion lived. The records room was on the second floor of the south wing, locked behind a door that looked like a storage closet. She reached it in 6 minutes, moving through the dark with the silence of a ghost. The door was locked. She had expected that. The small iron key she had lifted from the porter's desk in the 7th loop still hung on a cord around her neck. She slid it into the lock and turned. The mechanism clicked. The door swung open onto darkness. She slipped inside and closed it behind her, standing still while her eyes adjusted. The room was narrow, lined with shelves that had bound volumes in rows of faded leather. The ranking ledgers were near the back, on a shelf marked with the current entrance term's date. She crossed to them, her fingers brushing the spines until she found the one she needed. Volume 12, Entrance Turn Assignments and Trial Rosters. She pulled it free and carried it to the small desk beneath the window. The moonlight was thin but enough. She opened the ledger to the morning's entries and began to read. The seating assignments were first. She traced the column of names until she found Isolde Raveth. 3rd row, 2nd from aisle, the seat she had avoided. Next came the trial participants. She scanned the list, looking for Corwel Baine's name. It was there, 3rd on the list for the demonstration hour. And next to it, in a different hand, a notation had been added. Substitution. Baine, Corwel, withdrawn. Replacement, Ven, Sella. Messenger, no prior clearance. The handwriting was neat, precise. Not the hurried scrawl of an administrator correcting a schedule. It looked like quists. Lirenne's throat tightened. She turned the page to see the rest of the day's entries, looking for any notation that showed the person who had authored the trial. Or she might walk into a trap. She weighed the odds. 81 loops had taught her that the safest path was usually the one that led to later regret. The archive was her goal. Burying beneath the old library behind the ward's room Maine might or might not know how to open. She needed information first. The ranking ledgers. This isn't hurriedly honest. The small iron key she had lifted from the porter's desk in the 7th loop still hung on a cord around her neck. She slid it into the lock and turned. The mechanism clicked. The door swung open onto darkness. But the footsteps were closer now, approaching from the north end. A single set. Slow, deliberate, the rhythm of someone who knew exactly where they were going. She slipped out and pulled the door shut behind her, standing in step, away from the dormitory exit, toward the service stair that connected to the administrative wing. The stair was narrow, the snow one morning. That isn't honest. What exploit is it? This will make it happen. It's not awful, he still lit it at the point of one Spain, but this will know my fan. The visitors, the hourly, the service ceiling stacks, the animated odyssey we considered. Fun, the Vili, 3 hours to reach the archive, find Ruban, and decode the Palinode dial's inscription before Quist's deadlines swallowed her. 3 hours. She moved deeper into the kitchen passages, her hand trailing along the stone wall, counting doors until she found the one that led to the old library's lower levels. She pushed it open. The passage beyond was dark, cold, and smelled of dust. She stepped inside. And the door swung shut behind her with a soft, final click. Chapter 13. The passage curved left, then right, then opened into a wider corridor lined with wooden shelves bowed under the weight of forgotten texts. Dust clung to the air, thick enough to taste. Lirenne pressed forward, her hands skimming the shelf edges for balance. She knew this route. She had walked it in the 12th loop and the 30th and the 46th. She knew the loose stone 3 paces from the entrance, the shelf that leaned 2 degrees starboard, the place where the ceiling dripped condensation from a cracked pipe overhead. She knew it. But the shape of it kept slipping. She stopped, pressed her palm flat against the nearest shelf, and closed her eyes. The 12th loop. What had happened in the 12th loop? She remembered the archive. She remembered the cold. She remembered standing in front of the Palinode dial with her hands shaking as she read the inscription. Had she read it correctly? She opened her eyes. The detail was gone, scraped away like chalk from a board. She knew she had read it. She knew she had triggered the reset. But the words themselves had dissolved into the same fog that had swallowed the names of people she once loved, the faces of friends she had watched die, the sound of her own voice speaking a life she could no longer retrieve. Her chest tightened. She kept walking. The corridor opened into a small antechamber lined with iron sconces, their candles long burned to stubs. A single door stood at the far end, banded with rust-flecked iron. The archive entrance. She crossed to it, her boots scraping against the stone floor. The sound echoed too loud in the silence. She tried the handle. Locked. Of course it was locked. She had known it would be locked. She had known it in the 12th loop, and the 30th, and the 46th. She had known it seconds ago, just before the knowledge slid away. She pressed her forehead against the cold iron and breathed. What else had she forgotten? The half-finished ledger entry. Authorized by order of. She still remembered that. The blocky, rushed handwriting. The interrupted line. The name she had been 3 seconds from reading. But the archive. The archive was different. The archive held the Palinode dial, and the dial held the inscription, and the inscription held the key to stopping the reset. She needed the inscription. She needed the exact wording of the amended phrase, the one she had mistranslated in the 2nd loop, the one that had turned the dial from a reset tool into a memory eraser. She had known it once. She had read it, understood it, traced each sigil with her fingertip while the dial hummed beneath her hand. But that was 80 loops ago. 80 loops of erosion. 80 mornings of waking with less than she had the day before. She pressed harder against the door, felt the rust flake against her skin. Think. The amended inscription. She could see the shape of it in her mind. A circle with 3 intersecting lines. A curved symbol that meant return or repeat. A vertical stroke with a crossbar that meant bind or hold. But the order was wrong. The relationships were wrong. She kept trying to assemble the pieces, and they kept falling apart before she could fit them together. A sound reached her from somewhere behind the wall. She stilled. Not footsteps, not voices, a low, rhythmic pulse like a heartbeat amplified through stone. The mirror. No, the mirror was in the east stair, 3 floors above her at the far end of the academy. She could not hear the mirror from here, but the pulse was real. She felt it through the soles of her boots, through the palm pressed flat against the door. The archive was awake. She stepped back, looked at the lock. Simple iron mechanism. She had picked it before in the 19th loop when she had discovered the passage and realized the archive wards could be bypassed if you knew the trick. She reached into her pocket. The keyring was there. She had taken it from the records room supervisor's desk in the 23rd loop and kept it across every reset since, because the keyring itself had become an anchor, a piece of evidence that the loops were real, even when her memory could not hold the proof. She selected the smallest key, slid it into the lock, turned. The mechanism groaned, rust scraping against metal, and then the bolt slid back with a soft click. She pushed the door open. The archive chamber was larger than she remembered, or she remembered it as larger. The ceiling rose into darkness, the shelves stacked so high that the top rows dissolved into shadow. A single lamp burned on the central desk, its flame low, its oil almost spent. And behind the desk, a figure stood. Lirenne froze. The figure was small, narrow-shouldered, wearing an archivist's gray smock. Dark hair pulled back, eyes that caught the lamplight and held it. Rue Baine. Rue did not move, did not speak. She stood with her hands flat on the desk, her gaze fixed on Lirenne with an expression that was not quite surprise and not quite recognition. She looked like she had been waiting. The silence stretched. Then Rue said, "You're later than usual." Lirenne's throat closed. Later than usual. The words hit like a physical blow. Rue knew. Rue had been here before, waiting, counting the loops the same way Lirenne counted them, watching the same day repeat from the archive's shadows. How many? Lirenne heard herself ask. Rue's mouth tightened. 81, she said. 81 times I have watched you walk through that door, and every time you have forgotten something different. The lamp flame flickered. Lirenne's legs felt weak. What did I forget this time? Rue turned, picked up a sheet of paper from the desk and held it out. The inscription, she said. You always forget the inscription. Lirenne took the paper. Her hands were shaking. The words were written in Rue's careful hand, each sigil traced with precision, the amended phrasing rendered in clean black ink. She looked at it, and the symbols blurred. She blinked, rubbed her eyes, looked again. The first line was clear. The second line wavered at the edges. The third line was already dissolving, the ink bleeding into the fibers of the paper, the meaning slipping away before she could anchor it. No, she whispered. The bell tower began to sound. Not the schedule bell, not the warning bell. A third bell, one she had never heard before. Deep, slow, each stroke vibrating through the stone floor, through the walls, through her rib cage. Rue's face went pale. That's not supposed to happen. The bell rang again, and Lirenne felt the memory of the inscription crumble like ash in her hands. Chapter 14. The third bell was still ringing when Lirenne turned and ran. Not from Rue, not from the archive, from the dissolving ink, from the promise of an answer crumbling into wet nothing between her fingers. She shoved through the iron door, heard Rue call something after her, a name, a warning she could not tell, and then the corridor swallowed her. Her boots slapped stone. The passage walls blurred past, familiar and foreign at once. The mortar lines she had memorized across 20 different loops, dissolving into the same dark texture. She did not know where she was going. She only knew she could not stay in that chamber and watch the last hope bleed away. She passed a niche she recognized, a cold lamp, a chipped brick at waist height, the hidden door to the kitchen stairwell. Her hand found the latch before her mind decided to use it. She pulled, the mechanism groaned, and she stepped into the narrow descending stair, the door sealing behind her with a soft, final click. The air changed, warm now, greasy, thick with the smell of cooled iron and the sharp edge of soap. She followed the stairs down, her hand trailing the wall, and pushed through the swinging door at the bottom. The kitchen was dim. The ovens were banked, their coals breathing low orange light across the brick floor. A single lamp burned above the scrubbing table. Copper pots hung in ranked silence from the ceiling rack, their undersides catching the glow. And Oren stood at the deep stone sink, his back to her, sleeves rolled past his elbows, hands submerged in water that must have gone cold long ago. He did not turn when the door swung shut. He did not turn when her footsteps stopped. He only said, "You came back." His voice was flat, not accusatory, not relieved. flat, the way a surface went when there was nothing left beneath it to disturb. Lirenne opened her mouth, closed it. The bell had stopped. The silence that followed was worse, because it meant the third bell had been real, had happened, had changed something she could not measure. "I didn't know where else to go," she said. Oren pulled his hands from the water. They dripped onto the brick as he turned, and she saw his face in the lamplight. He looked tired. Not the tired of a long shift, the tired of someone who had been waiting in the dark for news he already knew would be bad. "The bells," he said. "All faster than the gallant. Him learning is touching. I just want to begin reveal it. I really need now things. It's not too money," she had heard herself say. The words came out wrong, too raw, too honest. She pressed her paw against the nearest counter, felt the grade of aged wood against her skin. "I had the inscription. I had it in my hands, and it dissolved before I could read it. The ink just bled away like it was never there." Oren watched her. His eyes moved across her face, reading what she could not hide. "Who gave it to you?" "Baine, the archivist's apprentice." Lirenne's throat tightened. "She knows. She's known the whole time. She's been counting the loops same as me, watching me forget, waiting with the answer ready. And the inscription still failed." "Failed how?" "The bell. For I do about it. What can I do?" She heard her voice rise. "I cannot stop the loops. I cannot hold the inscription. I cannot remember the one thing that might free me. I am running toward an answer I keep losing, and every time I fail, the world takes another piece of me and I don't even know which piece until it's gone." The words hung in the warm kitchen air. Oren did not answer immediately. He reached for a pot, lifted it from the rack, set it on the scrubbing table. The copper caught the lamplight, throwing a wavering glow across his forearms. "When I was 12, he said, "my father took me to the Eastern Mills to collect a debt. House Raveth had some investment there. I never understood the details, but I remember the millmaster had a dog. An old thing, half blind, missing half its teeth. It had been chained to the same post for years, running the same circle, grinding the same grain." He looked at her. That dog knew nothing else. It did not know there was grass or sunlight or the smell of rain. It only knew the circle, the weight, the chain. And when the millmaster finally unshackled it, the dog did not leave. It just kept walking the same circle, because the circle was all it had left. Lirenne's chest tightened. "Is that supposed to be me?" "It's supposed to be a question." Oren set the pot down. "What will you do if the loops stop tomorrow? If you wake up and the bell does not ring and the date has moved forward, what will you fill the silence with?" She stared at him. "I don't know," she said. "I've never let myself imagine it." That's the problem. His voice was not harsh. It was the gentlest thing she had heard in 81 mornings, and it broke something inside her chest that she had not known was still intact. "You are fighting so hard to survive," he said, "that you have not asked what you are surviving for. You treat every person like a root piece, every conversation like an engineering problem, because feeling would cost you something you cannot afford to lose. But if you win this, Lirenne, and you have become someone who cannot feel the victory, what was the point?" She opened her mouth. Nothing came. The truth sat in her throat, heavy and immovable. He was right. She had optimized herself into a hollow shape. She had stripped away tenderness, hesitation, the small soft impulses that made people real to each other, because every loop punished attachment and rewarded efficiency. But efficiency had not saved her. Efficiency had brought her to a locked archive with a dissolved inscription and a third bell ringing a warning she could not decode. "I don't know how to stop," she whispered. Oren wiped his hands again, then crossed the kitchen and stopped an arm's length from her. Then start with one thing, he said. One thing that is not about the loops. One thing that is yours. She looked at him. He did not offer answers. He offered a question, solid and patient, the same way he offered her a drain of copper pots and a corner of the kitchen where the lamp stayed lit. And for the first time in 81 mornings, Lirenne did not know what to say. The silence stretched. Oren did not fill it. He waited. And somewhere above them, buried deep in the tower stone, the bell that should not exist remained silent. But Lirenne knew, with the certainty of a woman who had learned to read silence like a language, that it was waiting to ring again. Chapter 15. The bell did not stop. It rang through her bones, through the dark, through the thin linen of the pillow beneath her cheek, and Lirenne woke with the number 83 lodged in her throat like a swallowed stone. She sat up before her eyes opened. The dormitory room, gray light through the curtain crack. The same chipped wash basin, the same neat stack of Isolde's clothes, the same faint smell of old paper and borrowed soap. But something was different. She pressed a hand to her chest, feeling for the shape of the memory. Oren's face. The kitchen lamplight on his forearms. The question he had asked, patient and solid. The kind that did not demand an answer but waited for one to grow. She could not remember his exact words. The edges had already blurred, dissolving like the inscription ink, like everything else across the 82 vanished loops before this one. But the feeling of being seen, truly seen, not as a root piece or a problem to solve, but as a person standing at the edge of something, that remained. It was a bruise on the bone, not a picture. She tested it like a tongue against a loose tooth. Oren's voice, the shape of it, the way he had not flinched from her sharpness. The parable he told, something about a dog, a mill, a chain. She could not hold the words, but she held the weight of them. Emotion outlasts detail. The thought arrived like a discovery. She had spent 82 loops memorizing facts, timings, roots, names, sigil patterns, all the brittle architecture of a day she could not escape. And every reset scraped another layer of that architecture clean. But this, the ache behind her ribs where Oren's question still sat, had survived the bell. She dressed with mechanical hands, gray uniform, button, tuck, fasten. The motions required no thought, and she let her body carry them while her mind pressed against the new shape of the morning, like a hand testing a locked door. 83 loops. The number meant something. She felt it in the changed quality of the air, in the way the light fell across the floorboards at a slightly different angle. The loop was accelerating, growing faster, tighter, more hostile with each iteration. The shifted orientation schedule in Loop 82 had not been an anomaly. It had been a warning. She left the room before the second bell. The corridor was the same loose floorboard 3 tiles from the stairwell, same crack in the plaster above the servant's door, same hollow echo of footsteps ahead of a student she could name by gait alone, De La Veine, still unaware that her sister would be hurt today if Lirenne did not intercept. But the schedule. She reached the junction and stopped. The hall was emptier than it should be. The first wave of students had already passed through, their footsteps fading toward the assembly chamber. But the timing was wrong. The orientation announcement should not have finished for another 12 minutes. She counted. Took the side corridor, checked the alcove where the padded coat boy always stood, waiting for his cue to approach Bravein's path. Empty. The alcove was empty, which meant the south corridor encounter was already over. The loop had shifted again. Not the same shift as last time. A different one. Earlier. More aggressive. As if the world had learned from her interference and adjusted the script to close the gaps she had exploited. She stood in the empty corridor and felt something cold settle in her stomach. The loop was not just accelerating, it was adapting. She moved without conscious decision, her body carrying her toward the south corridor because that was where the damage always started. Broadvein's route, the reputation trap, the first domino in the chain that led to the cheating accusation. If the encounter had already fired, she needed to know what replaced it. The corridor was quiet. Too quiet. The morning light fell through the tall windows in long amber slabs, dust motes suspended in the beams like frozen breath. No students, no Milorn pair with his ledgers, no Broadvein turning the corner with his measured light steps. Lirenne stood at the junction and listened to the silence. Then she heard it. Voices, distant, coming from the direction of the assembly chamber. The orientation was still running, which meant the encounter had not happened here because it was happening elsewhere. She turned and walked toward the sound. Her mind was already recalculating, mapping the new terrain. If the south corridor scene had moved, then every other fixed point in the morning would have shifted to compensate. The seating chain, the exam assignment, the window to intercept Corwel before noon. She needed a new map. But what she found when she reached the assembly chamber doors made her stop. The doors were closed. They had never been closed before. In 82 loops, the assembly chamber doors had always stood open during orientation, wide enough to admit stragglers and latecomers without disruption. She pressed her palm to the wood. Warm. Someone had closed them recently. Behind the doors, a voice was speaking. Low, measured, familiar. Severin Quiston. He was addressing the hall before Dean Norrick's welcome, speaking over the assembled students in that calm, pusient tone that sounded like reason but moved like a trap. Lirenne's hand stayed on the wood. She could not hear the words, only the rhythm, the rise and fall of his voice shaping something that made the hall fall silent in a way it never did during Norrick's speeches. This was new. This had never happened before. She stepped back from the door and felt the bruise of Oren's question pulse beneath her ribs. What will you fill the silence with? She did not have an answer, but she knew, with the certainty of 83 mornings carved into her bones, that the loop was no longer content to let her run the same circle. It was changing the circle. And somewhere above her, buried in the tower stone, the third bell waited. Silent. Patient. Ready to ring. Chapter 16. She stepped back from the closed doors. The wood was still warm where her palm had pressed against it. Behind her, the corridor stretched empty in both directions. Morning light falling through the tall windows in long amber slabs. Dust motes hung suspended in the beams like frozen breath. She could not hear Quist's words anymore, only the shape of them. The measured cadence that held the hall in a silence she had never heard during Norrick's speeches. Do not stand here. Do not be caught waiting. The thought surfaced from somewhere beneath the bruise of Oren's question. She turned and walked before her legs could decide to freeze. The east corridor was empty. The south corridor was empty. The alcove where the patched coat boy usually stood was empty. Still empty. Would stay empty, because the scene had already fired without her. She reached the kitchen passage door and slipped through before she had consciously decided to go there. The stone stairwell was dark, cold. She leaned against the wall and pressed her fingers to her temples, forcing the morning back into order. Quist spoke before the welcome. That was the change. Everything else was a consequence. And why he did it did not matter yet. What mattered was that he had moved first, which meant every piece of scaffolding she had built across 82 loops was now resting on ground that had shifted under her feet. She had to think differently. Not intercept the script before it fires. The script was already firing. The question was whether she could still be fast enough to catch the pieces before they hit the ground. She emerged from the kitchen passage door and slipped through before she had consciously decided to go there. The stone stairwell was dark, cold. She leaned against the wall and pressed her fingers before approaching Baine was bare. The water fountain where the wheat-haired girl always stopped to adjust her sleeve had no one standing near it. Lirenne stopped at the junction and listened. The academy breathed around her, footsteps fading, doors opening and closing, the distant murmur of students settling into the assembly chamber. She had two choices. She could chase the scenes that had already moved, trying to reassert her control over a schedule that was no longer fixed, or she could step back and let the morning play out, watching from the edges instead of the center, learning the new shape of the loop before she tried to bend it. The second choice tasted like failure. She took it anyway. For the next hour, she moved through the academy like a ghost. She did not intercept Baine. She did not check the alcove where the patched coat boy waited. She did not steer Corwel away from the ranking trial, or warn anyone about the sigil surge, or touch the seating chain, or walk anywhere near the east stair mirror. She watched. The corridor where De La Veine usually stumbled stayed empty. But a different girl, younger, with braided hair and a stack of ledgers, slipped on the same loose floor tile 20 minutes later. The books scattered. She knelt to gather them, face red, and a passing proctor noted her name. The bench where Milorn Parr set down his ledgers remained bare, but in the west corridor, two scholarship students collided at a blind corner, and one of them dropped a roll of parchment that unspooled across the floor. A third student stepped on it, tore it. An argument followed. A proctor intervened. The water fountain stayed empty. But the wheat-haired girl stumbled on the staircase instead, catching herself on the banister with a sharp gasp that drew 3 heads turning toward her. Lirenne watched each scene click into place like a lock engaging. Same pressure, same tension, same collision of reputation and accident and proximity. Different locations. The world was not letting the morning go smoothly, it was only letting it break in different places. She found Corwel in the North Library alcove at 1:30, exactly where the original schedule had placed her before Lirenne started interfering across loops. Corwel looked up from her notes, saw Lirenne standing in the doorway, and smiled. "I thought I might see you," Corwel said. Her voice was quiet, careful. Her hands stayed flat on the table, open and visible. "You looked worried this morning. In the corridor before the assembly. I wanted to make sure you were all right." Lirenne said nothing. She had not spoken to Corwel in this loop, had not intercepted her, warned her, touched her wrist or redirected her path. They had passed each other once in the entrance hall, 20 paces apart, and Corwel had read something in her face from that distance. "You looked worried this morning." "I am fine," Lirenne said. Corwel tilted her head. The smile faded into something softer. "You say that like you want me to believe it." "Because I have a feeling you will be one of those candidates." He waited. The corridor behind him was filling with students, their voices rising in the familiar patterns of a morning that was no longer predictable. Lirenne looked at his ledger, looked at his smile, and felt, for the first time in 83 loops, that she was not the one doing the hunting. The third bell did not ring, but something in the air shifted like a held breath finally released, and Quist's smile widened by a fraction of an inch. Chapter 17. The corridor emptied around her like water draining from a basin. Students peeled away in clumps, their voices receding toward dormitories and dining halls, leaving Lirenne alone in the sudden silence, with Quist's smile still burned into her vision. She did not watch him leave. She felt him go, the weight of his attention lifting by degrees, and she counted to 60 before she moved. "He will evaluate me personally." The words ran a cold track through her chest. She turned north, away from the dormitories, away from the dining hall, away from every predictable path a watched student should take. Her feet carried her through a side corridor she had used in the 19th loop, the one with the warped door that never quite latched, and she pushed through into the narrow service passage that ran parallel to the May Library. She did not know why she was going there. Not exactly. Something from the previous loop clung to her like cobweb, a thread she could not quite grasp, but could feel dragging across her skin. The archive. The chamber. Rue Baine's face in the dim light, unsurprised, waiting. Later than usual. Lirenne's hand found the door to the old library before she consciously decided to open it. The hinges complained. The air inside smelled of dust and old paper and something sharper underneath, like metal left too long in rain. Shelves rose in uneven rows, their contents leaning at angles that suggested decades of careless reshelving. The main reading room was empty. No students, no proctors, no lamps lit. She stepped inside and let the door close behind her. The thread in her mind pulsed, faint, urgent, a word almost, that dissolved when she reached for it. She pressed her palm against the nearest shelf and closed her eyes. What did I know? The loop before this one. The archive. The chamber beneath the library. Rue handing her a paper with careful sigils, and the ink blurring, dissolving, turning to ash as a bell tolled overhead. But there had been something else. Something Rue had said before the bell rang. A phrase. A sequence of words that meant nothing to Lirenne at the time, but now, "You are chasing something you cannot catch." The voice came from behind her. Lirenne spun. Rue Baine stood in the gap between two shelves, small and narrow-shouldered, her gray archivist's smock blending with the shadows. Her dark hair was pulled back as always. Her eyes caught the thin light from the high windows and held it. "I have been standing here for 3 minutes," Rue said. "You did not notice. You are worse at this than usual today." Lirenne's hand dropped from the shelf. "How did you know I would be here?" "I did not." Rue took a step forward, her footsteps soundless on the worn floor. "But I have been watching the corridor for an hour, and when you passed the third junction at that speed, I knew you were either running toward something or running from something. The library is the only destination in this direction worth either." She stopped 5 paces away. "You do not remember me," she said. It was not a question. Lirenne's throat tightened. "I remember you." "You remember a face, a name, a room." Rue tilted her head. "You do not remember what I told you in that room. If you did, I don't have been standing here with that look on your face." Lirenne said nothing. Rue studied her for a long moment, her gaze moving across Lirenne's posture, her hands, the set of her jaw. Then she spoke. "The corrosion binds the memory, and the memory binds the day." The words landed like a stone dropped into still water. Lirenne's breath stopped. That was the phrase. The one she had been chasing, the thread dissolving at the edges of her mind. The activation sequence. The key to the Palinode dial's inscription. "You spoke it last time," Lirenne said. Her voice came out rough. "Before the bell rang, you said those words and I did not understand them." "Because you never heard the full sequence," Rue said. "You triggered the relic in your second loop with a mistranslation, and every loop since has been the consequence. You have been trying to reach the archive to read the corrected inscription, but you cannot hold the words long enough to use them." She paused. "So I am giving them to you now, before you forget again." Lirenne's hands were shaking. She pressed them flat against her thighs and forced them still. "Why?" she said. "Why are you helping me? You do not know me. You do not know what I have done to survive these loops." Rue's expression flickered. Something passed behind her eyes, too quick to name. "I know exactly what you have done," she said. "I have been watching you do it for 3 mornings." The words hung in the dusty air between them. Lirenne stared at her. Rue did not look away. "I was here the first time you entered the archive," Rue said. "You were desperate and bleeding and you did not see me. I was here the 47th time, when you stayed for 3 hours trying to decipher a single sigil. I was here the 62nd time, when you sat on the floor and cried because you could not remember your own name from 2 loops before. She stepped closer. And I have been waiting, she said, for the loop where you would walk through that door and actually see me. Lirenne's pulse hammered at her throat. 83 mornings, not 81, not 82, 83. You have remembered this whole time, Lirenne whispered. Every loop, every reset. You have watched me forget and you did not tell me. I could not tell you. Rue's voice dropped, quieter now, almost gentle. The curse binds more than your memory. If I had spoken too soon, the inscription would have dissolved before you heard the full phrase. The 3rd bell would have tolled again and you would have lost another loop without gaining anything. She reached into the pocket of her smock and pulled out a folded piece of paper. This is the amended inscription, she said, every word, in the correct order, wards, seals, and all. She held it out. Lirenne looked at the paper, looked at Rue's face, looked at the paper again. Why? Now? She said. Because Quist moved before the welcome ceremony this morning. Rue's jaw tightened. That has never happened before. The loop is accelerating, and if you do not correct the dial before the 3rd bell rings again, the curse will lock permanently. You will be trapped in this day forever. Chapter 18. The paper sat in Rue's outstretched hand, pale and ordinary, as if it held nothing more dangerous than a shopping list. Lirenne did not take it. Why you? Rue's arm stayed steady. What do you mean? You remember everything. Lirenne's voice came out thin. 83 mornings. You watched me enter that door 83 times. You watched me forget and cry and fail, and you never said a word until now. Why can you remember when no one else can? Rue lowered the paper. Her eyes caught the dim light filtering through the library's high windows, holding it like lamp oil. Because I was never supposed to be here. The words landed wrong. Lirenne shook her head. That does not mean anything. It means exactly what it sounds like. Rue set the paper on the table between them, smoothing its edges flat. The golden mark you knew, the one you memorized, the one you have been using as a map to survive 83 mornings, does not contain me. Silence stretched through the dusty air. Lirenne stared at her. I am a revision, Rue said. A late addition. A character inserted into a story that was already written. In the version you first read, Rue let it not have an older sister. She had a brother who died when she was 12. The archivist's apprentice was a boy named Haran, and he was killed in the exam collapse of the 57th loop. Her voice stayed flat, clinical, as if she were reading from a ledger. But that version did not survive the first edit. When the Academy revised its official history of the entrance term, Haran was removed. I was put in his place. Lirenne's pulse hammered at her temples. That is not possible. It is possible because it already happened. Rue tapped the paper once, twice. I exist because someone needed me to exist, and because I was written in after the fact, I remember the seams. I remember what was there before me, and I remember when the world started stitching itself back together in new shapes. She looked up. I remember the first time you triggered the dial. Lirenne's breath caught. I saw it from the corridor, Rue said. You were in the archive chamber, bleeding from a cut on your palm, and you misread the inscription aloud. The sigils lit up in the wrong order. The room pulsed once like a heartbeat, and then the bell rang. You woke up the next morning in Isolde's bed, and you did not remember what you had done. She paused. Not other way. I am to be notable. But I did. Because I had been watching you all day, and I was the only one close enough to feel the shift when the world corrected itself around the new loop. Lirenne's hands were shaking again. She pressed them flat against the table. "Why did you not tell me?" "I tried." Rue's voice dropped. "In the 7th loop, I caught you in the corridor and asked if you remembered the archive. You looked at me like I was speaking a language you had never heard. In the 19th loop, I left a note in your dormitory locker with the activation phrase written on it. You read it, folded it, and lost it before noon. In the 41st loop, I stood in front of you and said the words directly, and you walked past me as if I did not exist." Her jaw tightened. "The curse does not just erase your memory. It erases the possibility of receiving the knowledge. Every time I tried to tell you too early, the information dissolved before it could take root. The 3rd bell tolled, the loop reset, and you woke up Dundell closer to the permanent lock without ever knowing I had tried." Lirenne stared at the paper on the table. The ink sat dark and solid against the pale surface. Wards coiled around the stencil sigil, intricate and precise, each stroke carrying weight she could almost feel. "This time will be different," Rue said. "Because you came to me. Because you saw all this time. The curse could not erase the encounter because you were the one who initiated it." Lirenne looked up. "How do you know that is not another trap?" Rue met her gaze without flinching. "Because if it were a trap, I would not have given you the paper first. I would have waited until you were inside the archive, alone, with the wards closing behind you." She stepped back, giving Lirenne space. "You have 2 choices," she said. "You can walk away from this table, return to Quist's evaluation, and spend this loop trying to avoid the accusation by optimizing your way through the exam week. You might even survive it. But the 3rd bell will ring again, and when it does, you will lose this memory too." She gestured at the paper. "Or you can take this. You can trust that I have been waiting 83 mornings to give it to you. And you can follow me to the archive before Quist realizes you are not in the hall." Lirenne looked at the paper. The sigils seemed to breathe on the page, shifting slightly in the dim light, as if they were alive. She thought about Oren's question. What will you fill the silence with if the loops stop? She thought about the 83 mornings she had already lost, the faces she could not remember, the conversations that existed only as bruises in her chest. She thought about Quist's smile, confident and certain, the smile of a man who believed he had already won. Her hand moved before she decided it would. She took the paper. Rue exhaled, a breath she had been holding longer than either of them could measure. "Good," she said. "We have until the 3rd bell." She turned toward the library's rear doors, where a narrow staircase descended into shadow. Lirenne followed. The paper burned against her palm, warm and insistent, as if it knew exactly what it was carrying her toward. As if it had been waiting for her to finally hold it. Chapter 19. The staircase turned twice before the light changed. Not the gray of the library above, not the amber of the wall lamps Lirenne had memorized across 83 mornings. The air shifted first, heavier, older, carrying the smell of stone that had not seen sun in decades. Then the walls themselves began to hum, a low vibration that matched the pulse she remembered from the archive chamber. Rue did not slow. Her footsteps landed with practiced precision on steps that sloped unevenly, worn in the center by centuries of traffic. Lirenne followed, one hand pressed to the wall, the paper still warm in her other palm. The sigils had stopped shifting. They sat still against the page now, as if they knew they had reached the right threshold. "How far down does this go?" 3 levels below the old library floor. Rue's voice echoed differently here, absorbed by stone instead of wood. "The archive chamber sits on bedrock. The dial was built into the foundation before the academy existed above it." Lirenne counted the steps. 30, 40. At 52, the staircase opened into a narrow corridor lined with doors, each one banded in iron, each one sealed with a sigil lock that glowed faintly in the dim light. Rue stopped at the third door on the left. "This is the outer ward." She pressed her palm flat against the sigil. The glow flickered, shifted, then steadied. A click sounded somewhere inside the mechanism. "Wait." Rue turned. Her eyes caught the dim light and held it. "You told me you know the phrase, the activation sequence, but you also told me you have never reached the dial after the second loop, which means everything you remember comes from a single failed reading, one you made while bleeding and desperate and terrified." She paused. "How much of it do you actually remember?" Lirenne's hand tightened around the paper. She thought about the second loop, the archive chamber, the cut on her palm, the words she had read aloud in a voice that shook because she did not know they could break the world. "I remember enough. Defined enough. I remember the inscription had 7 lines. I remember the first 3 were warnings. I remember the 4th line was the activation trigger. And I remember I read the 4th line wrong because the blood made the ink blur." Rue nodded slowly. "The 7 lines are correct. The first 3 lines warn that the dial does not forgive error. The 4th line is the phrase, 'Corrosion binds memory, memory binds the day.'" She reached into her smock and pulled out a folded piece of paper. It was covered in the same sigils as Lirenne's process, but the ink was older, darker, settled into the fibers like it had been there for years. "I wrote this down after the 41st loop, after you walked past me in the corridor and I realized the curse would not let me give you the words directly." She unfolded it. "I have been studying the wards ever since. Every seal, every trigger, every possible way the dial's damaged inscription might be leaking into the Academy's sigil systems." She held the paper up so Lirenne could see the notes written in the margins, small, precise script, observations layered across what must have been years. The ranking trial surge, the exam trap that keeps appearing in your packet, the altered sigil that burned Sullivan's hand. I think they are all symptoms. Lirenne's breath caught. "Symptoms of what?" "The dial's inscription is cracked," Rue said. "Not physically, the damage is in the meaning. When you misread the 4th line, you created a loop that preserves the day instead of the mind. But the dial's power does not stop there. It radiates. It seeps into the Academy's sigil network because the foundation was built to channel the dial's energy through every ward, every lock, every exam mechanism." She stepped closer. "The surges are not accidents. They are the dial's damaged inscription trying to correct itself through the nearest available channel." Lirenne stared at her. "You are saying every sigil failure in this academy is a symptom of my mistake." "I am saying the academy was built to resonate with the dial, and the dial has been humming a broken note for 83 loops. The exam mechanisms, the ranking trial apparatus, even the schedule bells, they are all tied to the same sigil network. They are all reading the same crack." She pointed at Lirenne's paper. "That inscription you are holding? It is the correction, the correct reading of the 4th line. If we reach the dial and speak it aloud, the crack will seal. The surges will stop. The loop will end." She paused. "But if we do not reach it in time, or if we speak it wrong again, the crack will widen. And I do not think there will be an 84th loop to try again." The words hung in the cold air. Lirenne looked down at the paper in her hand. The sigils sat dark and patient, waiting for her to prove she could read them correctly this time. She looked up. "Show me the wards." Rue turned back to the door and pressed her palm against the sigil again. The glow flickered, pulsed, then split into a pattern of interlocking rings, each one rotating at a different speed. "The outer ward has 3 layers," Rue said. "The first layer is timing. The door will only open between the 4th and 5th bell of the day. Any earlier, and the lock seizes. Any later, and an alarm triggers in the proctor's office. She traced a finger along the rotating rings. The second layer is memory. The lock stores the sigil signature of everyone who has passed through it. If it detects a signature it does not recognize, it sends a pulse to the archive chamber. The wards inside will sift. The path to the dial will change. Lirenne studied the pattern. And the third layer? Rue's hand dropped. The third layer's blood. She met Lirenne's gaze. Not death, just a drop. The lock needs to confirm you are alive and present, not a memory echo or a loop residual. The curse creates a kind of ghost signature on anyone who has been through too many cycles. The blood proves you are real. Lirenne looked at her palm. The cut from the second loop had healed long ago, but she could still feel the ghost of it, the sharp sting of stone against skin. She pressed her thumb against the edge of the sigil. The metal bit, a bead of blood welled up, dark against the glowing rings. The lock clucked. The door swung inward, revealing a passage lined with more sigils, more wards, more waiting. Rue stepped through first. The archive chamber is 200 feet from here. The dial sits at the center, mounted on a pedestal of black stone. The inscription is carved into the rim, 7 lines in the old sigil script. She looked back. When we reach it, you will need to read the amended 4th line aloud, exactly as it is written on that paper. Do not hesitate. Do not add emphasis where it does not belong. Read it exactly, and the crack will seal. She paused. Read it wrong, and we will not get another chance. Lirenne followed her into the passage. The door swung shut behind her, sealing them in the dark. The paper burned against her palm, and somewhere above them, buried in the foundation of the academy she had tried 83 times to survive, she felt the dial waiting. Chapter 2. The passage stretched ahead, lined with sigils that glowed faintly in the dark. Lirenne followed Rue through the narrow corridor, her fingers tracing the paper's edge, the ink warm against her palm. The dial is 200 feet that way, Rue said, her voice low. But we cannot take the direct route. The wards map to the academy schedule. Every time a bell rings above us, the passage shifts. Lirenne's stomach tightened. How much time do we have? Until Quist notices you are missing from the dormitory records. Until Matron Liselle realizes you were never in your bed. Until someone asks where Isolde Raveth spent the hour before dawn. Rue stopped at a junction where the passage split into 3 branches, each marked with a different sigil sequence. Move too slowly, and the archive window closes. The wards reset at the 5th bell. If we are not inside by then, the passage seals until tomorrow. She turned. Move too fast and we leave traces. Quist is already watching the tunnels. He has informants in the lower floors. If he catches us down here, the accusation becomes a conviction. No trial needed. Lirenne studied the 3 branches. The left passage smelled of damp stone. The right carried a faint metallic tang. The center was still, silent, waiting. Which path? Rue touched the center sigil. It flickered once, then steadied. This one. But the ward is keyed to memory and yours is damaged. You will need to let me guide you through each turn. Do not anticipate. Do not trust your instincts. Your instincts were shaped by broken loops, and they will lead us into dead ends. Lirenne's jaw tightened. You are asking me to stop relying on the only advantage I have. I am asking you to trust me instead of your scars. Rue met her gaze. Your scars remember the crack. I remember the original inscription. There is a difference. Lirenne held still for a long moment. Then she nodded. Rue stepped into the center passage. Above them, in the women's dormitory wing, Matron Lirenne Caine stood at the threshold of room 17, her hands folded at her waist, her eyes flat as winter sky. The bed was empty. The sheets were cold. The uniform hung untouched on its peg. Liselle turned to the student who had summoned her, a wheat-haired girl from the next room. "You are certain she did not return after the assembly?" "I checked twice, Matron. The door was locked. I knocked. No answer." Liselle's gaze drifted to the window. The sky beyond the glass was still dark, the first bell not yet rung. She had seen Isolde Raveth enter the dormitory after the assembly. She had recorded it in the night log as she always did. Name, time, condition. The girl had looked pale, distracted, as if she were listening to something no one else could hear. Liselle had noted it without comment. Now she noted the empty bed the same way. "Who else is missing from the floor?" The wheat-haired girl shifted. "I do not know, Matron." Liselle turned from the window. "Then we will find out." She walked down the corridor, her steps measured, her hands still folded. She passed the washroom, the stairwell, the alcove where 2 scholarship students sat reviewing their orientation notes by candlelight. They looked up as she passed. She did not stop. At the end of the hall, a door stood slightly ajar. Liselle pushed it open. The room inside was empty. The bed was made. The window was closed. But on the desk, in the center of the polished wood, lay a single sheet of paper. Liselle picked it up. The paper was blank. She turned it over. The reverse side was covered in sigils, small and dense, arranged in a pattern she did not recognize. She stared at them for a long moment. Then she folded the paper, placed it in her pocket, and walked back toward the stairs. In the passage beneath the old library, Rue stopped at a second junction. "The wards are shifting," she said. Lirenne felt it too, a vibration through the stone, subtle but insistent, like a heartbeat accelerating. "Quist is moving." Rue's face was unreadable. "He has started his inquiry early, faster than any previous loop, the same way he spoke before the welcome ceremony." Lirenne's throat tightened. "He is adapting, just like the loop." "No." Rue shook her head. "He is not adapting to the loop. He is adapting to you. Your patterns, your timings. He has been watching you for 83 mornings, even if he does not remember them. His body remembers. His instincts remember. He is building the accusation before you have even committed the crime." She turned back to the passage. "We have maybe an hour before he traces your absence to the old library. Maybe less if Liselle saw you leave the dormitory." Lirenne thought of the matron's flat gray eyes, the way Liselle's gaze had sharpened when their fingers brushed during the orientation packet exchange. "She saw something," Lirenne said, "in the first loop, when she touched my hand. She felt something wrong." Rue's expression flickered. "Then she will be the first to speak when Quist asks." She started walking again, faster now. "The archive is 90 feet ahead. The third bell has not rung yet. But the wards are shifting, and if we do not reach the dial before the next schedule bell, the passage will seal, and we will be trapped down here until the morning proctor sweep." Lirenne followed, the paper burning against her palm. The stone hummed around them. And somewhere above, in the dormitory wing, Liselle Cavette unfolded the sigil-covered paper again and read the symbols she could not understand, her thumb tracing the ink as if it might speak to her. It did not. But the ink trembled under her touch, as if it recognized her, as if you knew exactly what it was carrying her toward. Chapter 21. The passage beneath the old library hummed around them, the stone vibrating like a living thing. Lirenne followed Rue through the center corridor, her hand pressed against the paper in her palm, feeling its warmth pulse in rhythm with the walls. She was thinking of Corwel. Not the Corwel from the original route, the ascendant heroine whose rise depended on Isolde's fall. The Corwel who had looked at Lirenne in the North Library alcove and said, "You look like someone who just watched a door close that was supposed to stay open." The Corwel who saw too much. Rue, Rue did not slow. We do not have time for detours. It is not a detour, it is a loose thread. Corwel saw me before the trial. She read my face. She knows something is wrong. Rue stopped. The sigil light on the walls cast her face in half shadow. Corwel Baine is my sister, she said. I know what she sees. She will not go to Quist. She does not have to go to Quist. She might come to me. Rue held her gaze for a long moment. Then she turned and continued down the passage. Then be careful what you tell her. The curse still watches the words you speak to anyone who has not already broken its grip. Corwel found her 20 minutes later. Lirenne had emerged from the pantry passage into the kitchen and was standing at the empty counter, her hands flat against the worn wood, trying to feel something other than the paper's heat. The kitchen door swung open. Corwel stood in the frame, her scholarship uniform still clean, her hair still pulled back in its practical knot. She looked at Lirenne the way she had looked at her in the alcove, like she was reading a line of text that kept changing. I looked for you, Corwel said. After the assembly, Matron Iselde said you had not returned to the dormitory. Lirenne did not turn around. I needed air. You needed air during a lockdown. Apparently. The silence stretched. Then Corwel walked to the counter and stood beside her, not touching, not crowding, just present. The girl who was hurt, Corwel said. Lirenne. She is Dela's sister. She is 14. She was only supposed to deliver a message. Lirenne's throat closed. I know. Then you also know she was told to take the empty platform. Someone pointed her toward it. Someone said, there is an open slot, you can demonstrate. Lirenne closed her eyes. What are you asking me? Corwel was quiet for a moment. When she spoke, her voice was soft, not accusing. I am not asking anything. I am telling you that I saw your face before the surge. You were terrified. Not surprised, not shocked. Terrified. Like you had already seen what was about to happen. She paused. So I want to know who you were trying to protect, because it wasn't yourself. You looked scared the way someone looks scared when they realize they failed to stop something they tried everything to prevent. Lirenne opened her eyes. The world felt thin around her, like paper about to tear. I tried to protect everyone, she said. And I am failing. Corwel did not flinch. Then stop failing. Tell me what is happening. I am not asking as a witness for Quist. I am asking as someone who has seen you look at me like I was already lost. Lirenne turned to face her. Corwel's eyes were steady. No suspicion, no calculation. Just the raw attentiveness of someone who had decided to trust before she had any reason to. Lirenne thought of Rue's warning. The curse still watches the words you speak. Something is wrong with the academy, she said. Something beneath it, a mechanism, a pattern. I cannot tell you the whole truth because the truth itself is caught in something that erases it, but I am trying to reach the source before it is too late. Corwel absorbed this without visible reaction. The archive, she said. Lirenne's breath caught. How do you know that? Corwel's gaze dropped to Lirenne's hand, where the paper lay folded against her palm. Because my sister has been going to the archive every afternoon for months. Because she comes back with ink on her fingers and a look I have only ever seen on people who are carrying a secret they cannot share. She looked up. Rue is trying to fix something down there, is not she? Lirenne did not answer, but the silence was answer enough. Corwel nodded slowly, as if confirming a suspicion she had held for a long time. Then go, she said. Quist is starting his inquiry early. He is asking for the night logs and the movement records, but I can delay him. I will tell him I saw you heading toward the east wing before the lockdown. That will buy you time. Lirenne stared at her. Why? Corwel's expression shifted, a flicker of something deeper beneath the calm surface. Because Rue is my sister, and because you look like someone who has been carrying this alone for far longer than a single morning. She turned toward the door. Do not waste the time I give you. Lirenne stood alone in the kitchen for 10 seconds. Then she slipped back through the pantry door, down the stone steps, into the humming dark. The paper burned against her palm. And above her, in the dormitory wing, Corwel Baine walked toward the east corridor and began to lie with the same steady calm she had used to ask her questions. The lie would hold. But somewhere in the archive's depths, the stone pulse quickened, as if the Academy itself had noticed the new piece moving on the board. And in the pocket of Matron Isekai Fantasy's uniform, the sigil-covered paper traveled once, then fell still. You have to carry the Fissure the fourth bell. Rue moved ahead of her without a word, one hand pressed flat against the stone, as if listening for a pulse only she could hear. The passage curved left, then split. Rue took the right fork without hesitation, her steps quick and certain, the rhythm of someone who had walked this route more times than Lirenne wanted to count. The lower stack's seal at the fourth bell, Rue said over her shoulder. We have 12 minutes to reach the concealed path before the wards reset. Lirenne followed, the paper warm against her palm, her eyes tracing the sigils that lined the walls like veins. Some glowed faint amber, others were dark, scored with cracks where the inscription had bled through from the dial above. 12 minutes to reach it, she repeated. Then how long to the dial itself? Rue did not answer immediately. That depends on what we find between here and there. The passage opened into a small chamber lined with locked cabinets and stacked ledgers, their spines bleached by age. Rue crossed to the far wall without pausing, pressed her palm against a section of stone that looked identical to every other section, and held. A click. A section of the wall swung inward, revealing a narrow stairwell that dropped into darkness. This is the access interval, Rue said. It only opens between the third and fourth bell. If we miss the window, the ward seals until tomorrow. Lirenne stared at the gap. You stole this from the Academy's schedule. Rue's mouth curved, barely. I borrowed it, repeatedly, until the pattern became a habit the ward stopped noticing. She stepped onto the first stair, and the darkness soared her below the waist before she reached for a lamp bracket and pulled a chain. Orange light bloomed along a corridor that ran straight for 30 feet, then jagged right into shadow. Lirenne followed. The stairwell smelled of iron and old dust, but beneath that, something else. Something wet and mineral, like stones sweating underground pressure. They reached the bottom. The corridor ahead was lined with sigils etched directly into the walls, not carved but grown, the lines thick and veined like roots pushing through plaster. Lirenne's skin prickled as she passed them. Some of the symbols she recognized from the archive. Others she had never seen before, and the gap in her knowledge felt like standing on a floor that might not hold her weight. Rue stopped at a junction where 3 passages met. Left, she said, through the false arcade anteroom. Lirenne's foot caught. Something surfaced from the silt of her memory, not a clear image, but a feeling. A warning she had learned once, in a loop she could not fully retrieve, about the left passage at this junction, about a sigil that looked correct but was not. Wait, she said. Rue turned. The left passage. There is a sigil on the lintel. A sunburst with 7 points. Rue's eyes sharpened. Yes. In the false anteroom, that sigil is a decoy. It looks like a memory ward, but it is actually an alarm. It triggers when someone who does not belong passes beneath it. Rue stared at her. How do you know that? Lirenne's chest tightened. I do not know. I remember it the way I remember a dream I cannot describe. But it is real. I learned it somewhere. Rue held her gaze for a heartbeat, then nodded once and crossed to the right passage instead. She pressed her palm against the stone beside the archway, and a section of wall shifted, revealing a secondary corridor hidden behind a false seam. The right passage, she murmured. I have never taken this route before. They moved through the hidden corridor in silence. The sigils here were different, older, their lines deeper and darker, as if they had been cut into the stone when the bedrock was still settling. Ahead, a door stood half open, its surface covered in layered wards. Lirenne recognized one of them. The blood ward, she said. Like the outer ward, it will recognize me by my signature. Rue shook her head. It will recognize what you are carrying. The loop has layered a ghost signature over yours. If you touch it directly, it will read you as a residual and seal. She reached into her smock and pulled out a small iron key, its surface etched with the same pattern that covered the paper Lirenne still held. I made this from the corrected inscription, Rue said. It should bypass the ward once. She inserted the key into a slot hidden in the door's lower hinge. The wards flickered. One by one they dimmed, until the final layer went dark and the door swung inward. Rue stepped through. Lirenne followed. They emerged into a circular chamber lined with shelves that rose into shadow. The air here was colder, heavier, and the stone beneath her feet hummed with a pulse that matched the one in the paper. The concealed path starts here, Rue said. It should bypass the ward once. She inserted the key into a slot hidden in the door's lower hinge. The wards flickered. One by one they dimmed, until the final layer went dark and the door swung inward. Rue stepped through. Lirenne followed. They emerged into a circular chamber lined with shelves that rose into shadow. The air here was colder, heavier, and the stone beneath her feet hummed with a pulse that matched the one in the paper. The concealed path starts here, Rue said. It should bypass the ward once. We don't remember, she said, but it is wrong. The crack pulsed, the stone beneath their feet shuddered, and the gap between the shelves, the stairwell they had been heading toward, began to narrow. The walls were moving. The passage was sealing itself. Rue grabbed Lirenne's arm. Run. They bolted toward the gap as it closed, the stone grinding against itself, the hum rising to a low groan that vibrated through Lirenne's teeth. The gap shrank to the width of a door, then a window, then a seam. Lirenne threw herself through the last opening, Rue half a step behind her, and the stone slammed shut at their heels, sealing the passage behind them. They stood in darkness. The only sound was the pulse of the stone, and above it, faint and distant, the first stroke of the fourth bell. Chapter 23. The fourth bell faded into the stone, and the darkness pressed in. Lirenne stood with her back against the sealed wall, her breath loud in the narrow space. Beside her, Rue was already moving, her hands tracing the unseen surface of the passage ahead. We have until the fifth bell, Rue said. Then the wards reset and we are trapped down here until tomorrow. Lirenne pushed off the wall. Her palms still held the paper, warm and steady, a pulse beneath the ink that matched the rhythm in the stone. How far? 30 feet, maybe less. The chamber is directly beneath the archive's central pillar. They moved through the dark, Rue's fingers brushing the walls, reading the sigils by touch alone. Lirenne followed the sound of her breathing, the scrape of her boots on stone. The passage curved, then opened. The chamber was not large, it was round, carved from the same bedrock as the foundation, and its walls were covered in sigils so dense they seemed to breathe in the low light. A single lamp hung from the ceiling, its flames steady and strange, casting no shadows. At the center of the room, a stone dial rose from the floor. It was waist-high, its surface covered in concentric rings of inscribed text. The lines were deep, cut by a hand that had meant them to last forever. And across the fourth ring, a crack ran through the stone, fine as a hair, dark as dried blood. The Palinode dial. Lirenne stopped. She had seen it before. She knew she had seen it before. But the memory was not a picture. It was a pressure in her chest, a taste of copper on her tongue, the sensation of her own blood dripping onto the stone. 83 loops, she said. Rue stood beside her. Yes. I triggered this in the second loop. I read the fourth line wrong and I cursed myself. Yes. Lirenne stepped forward. The dial hummed as she approached, a low vibration that traveled through the floor and up through her bones. The paper in her hand grew warmer, responding to the proximity. She stopped in front of the dial and looked down at the cracked ring. The inscription was clear. 7 lines. The first 3 were warnings she could not fully parse. The fourth was the activation trigger. She had read it as something else, something close but wrong, and the dial had answered her error by preserving the day instead of the mind. She pulled out the paper Rue had given her. The corrected fourth line was written there, careful and precise. All she had to do was read it aloud. But her memory was already fraying. She looked at the paper. The ink was clear. The words were there. But when she opened her mouth to speak them, the shape of the sentence dissolved in her mind like smoke. She knew what it said. She had read it a dozen times since leaving the old library. But now, standing before the dial, the words would not hold. Corrosion binds memory. She started. The stone beneath her feet pulsed. Memory binds the day. The hum changed, deepened. The lamp overhead flickered. She looked at the paper again. The fourth line was gone. She whisked. It was still there, the ink was still there. But her mind refused to hold it. Every time she tried to read it, the meaning slipped away like water through a sieve. No, she said. Rue stepped closer. What is wrong? I cannot hold it. I look at it and I know it is there, but I cannot keep it in my head. It dissolves. Rue's hand closed over hers, pressing the paper flat. Read it one word at a time. I will repeat each word after you. If you lose one, I will hold it. Lirenne looked down at the paper. The fourth line was there. She saw it. She knew she saw it. She read the first word. Corrosion. Rue echoed. Corrosion. The word stuck. It stayed. Lirenne drew a breath and read the second. Binds. Binds. The third. Memory. 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 Rimmery. Rue stopped. Lirenne's heart seized. She had repeated memory instead of the next word. She had done it again. Her mind was skipping, looping back on itself, refusing to advance. The next word is binds. Rue said. Say it. Binds. The next word is the. Say it. The. The next word is day. Say it. 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 The next word is day, 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 say it. But that's what you protection for him, and it's kind of steading back here, and I haven't. Chapter 24. The ink bled into the fibers, the words softening, curling at the edges like something exhaling its last breath. Lirenne's hand snapped forward, cupping the paper before the dissolution could reach the fourth line's center. But the motion was useless. The ink was already gone where it mattered. The final clause, a blur of black and fiber. The corrected words reduced to smudges that no longer held any shape. "The bell," Rue said. Her voice had gone flat, not calm, but the still before a decision. "It is targeting the inscription." Lirenne looked at the dial. The crack had widened by a finger's width. The stone beneath it had shifted. The concentric rings no longer aligned. The seventh line tilted off its axis like a door pulled crooked in its frame. The third bell had not finished ringing. The sound hung in the stone, vibrating through the chamber walls, through the floor, through Lirenne's ribs where she pressed against the dial's edge. "We do not have the full line anymore," she said. Rue's hand was still on the dial, her fingers pressed flat against the crack, as if she could hold it closed by will alone. "You heard me recite it, word by word. You repeated each one." "My memory. Your memory is broken when you anticipate. But you are not anticipating now. You are in the moment. The bell is still ringing. The words are still in your throat from the last echo." Lirenne opened her mouth. The first word was there. Corrosion. She could feel it at the base of her tongue, the weight of it, the shape. But the second word blurred. Not because she did not know it. She knew the line. She had read it. She had said it. But her mind, conditioned by 83 mornings of forgetting, refused to advance. It circled the first word like a dog settling into a familiar bed, afraid to move forward into open ground. She pressed her palm against the cracked stone. "I need you to say each word again," she said. "And I will say it after you. Do not stop. Do not wait for me to be sure. Just say the next word and I will repeat it." Rue's eyes met hers. No hesitation, no calculation. Corrosion. Corrosion. Binds. Binds. Memory. Memory. Rue paused for half a breath. The bell's vibration was still in the stone, but the tone had shifted, deepening, moving toward its final note. Memory. Lirenne said again, the words slipping out before she could stop it. A reflex, a loop within a loop. "Do not anticipate." Rue said don't. "The next word is binds. The second binds in the chain. Say it." Binds. The day. Day. Silence. The bell's last note faded into the stone, absorbed by the sigils on the walls, swallowed by the deep bath beneath the chamber. Lirenne stood with her hand pressed to the dial, her breath uneven, her heart beating against the stone as if trying to match a rhythm that was no longer there. The crack did not close. The concentric rings did not realign. But the hum changed. It shifted under her palm, a note lower, a frequency she felt in her teeth and her nails and the thin sicken at her wrists. The dial was no longer waiting, it was reading. It read her memory of the last 10 seconds, the echo, the repetition, the correct line spoken in her own voice, syllable by syllable, not anticipated, not completed by a mind that kept looping back on itself. The stone grew warm. Not hot, not dangerous, warm, like skin after standing in the sun, like the sigil paper had been warm against her palm when Rue first gave it to her. Lirenne looked down. The crack had not healed, but it had stopped widening. The edges of the fissure no longer glistened with that wet, dark shine. They were dry, static, held in place. She pulled her hand away and licked at her palm. No blood, no residue, just the warmth, fading slowly, like a farewell. Rue let out a breath she even hold palms. No blood, no residue, just the warmth, fading slowly, like a farewell. Rue let out a breath she had been holding since the bell began. It accepted the correction. Lirenne nodded. She could feel it too, not in her body but in the shape of the moment, the way the pressure in the chamber had eased, the way the sigils on the walls no longer seemed to be watching. The loop will not erase from this point forward, Rue said. The dial will hold the dial, but it will not overwrite what comes after. You will carry tomorrow, and the day after, and every day that follows, as long as you live through it. Lirenne closed her eyes. The relief hit like pain, sharp and unexpected, a muscle releasal after holding tension for so long that the letting go hurt more than the holding had. She had not realized until that moment how much of herself she had braced against the next reset, how much of her attention, her energy, her hope had been spent preparing for a morning that would never remember her effort. Now there would be a tomorrow. She had not planned past this moment. She had not let herself. 81 loops, she said. Her voice was hoarse. They are still gone. I will never remember them. Rue said nothing. There was no comfort for that loss, no sigil that could restore what the dial had erased. But then the chamber answered. Not the dial, something deeper. The foundations neath the foundation, the bedrock that had been carved and sigiled and woken long before the academy was built above it. What does that mean? Rue did not answer immediately. Her eyes traced the sigils on the wall, a pattern Lirenne could not read, a language older than the one she had been studying. It means Goldenmark is awake. Chapter 25. She woke. Not to a bell, not to vibrations traveling through stone, not to the cold cramp of a body that had just snapped back into a bed she had not chosen. She woke to gray morning light filtering through the dormitory window, to the sound of a girl coughing 2 beds over, to the ache in her neck from sleeping wrong. She woke to yesterday still inside her. The relief came first, a flood so sudden and complete that her hands went numb against the blanket. She lay motionless, staring at the ceiling, letting the seconds accumulate without anyone taking them away. Then the fear arrived. Not the abstract dread of a loop she could not remember, the real kind, the kind that sat beside her on the mattress and said, "Now you have to live with what you do." Lirenne pressed her paw to her chest, felt her heart beating, felt the warmth of the dial's acceptance still faint beneath her skin, a ghost of the pulse that had traveled through the foundation last night. She had not dreamed of it. She had not dreamed at all. She had simply slept, and the morning had not erased her. She counted her breaths until her hands stopped shaking. The dormitory was stirring. Girls rose from their beds, pulled on uniforms, smoothed their hair in the small mirror by the window. The wheat-haired girl from the assembly was already dressed, her boots laced tight, her expression focused on the day ahead. She did not know. None of them knew. They still lived in a world where time moved forward without watching itself, where today would become tomorrow without being dragged back to the same dawn. Lirenne dressed slowly. Her hands remembered the motion. The same gray uniform she had molded in the same wardrobe for 83 mornings. But now her mind did not have to catch up. She knew which drawers stuck, which button was loose, which bootlace was fraying at the tip. She knew she would not be surprised by the corridor layout when she stepped outside. She knew the third bell had not rung. She knew Quist had already started his inquiry. That last thought settled in her chest like a stone lodged between her ribs. She had yesterday now. She had every detail of the morning Rue had led her through the passages. Every word Quist had spoken before the welcome ceremony. Every glance Salo had given her during the assembly. Every name in the ranking ledger. Every scheduling shift. Every trap sigil in the foundation. She had the information. What she did not have was a plan for a world that did not reset. Lirenne sat on the edge of her bed and pulled on her boots. She tied the left lace, then the right, the same methodical rhythm that had carried her through 83 mornings. But now the rhythm meant something different. It meant she was walking forward, not circling back. She needed to map Quist's likely moves before he mapped hers. He had requested the night logs and movement records. He had seen her absence from the dormitory. He would have noticed she was not in the East Wing where Corwel claimed she had gone. He would be cross-referencing, testing, waiting for the one contradiction that confirmed his suspicion. The cheating accusation would still come. It had not dissolved when the dial accepted the correction. The events that fed it were still happening. The seeding chain, the trial injury, the impossible anticipations. Quist had his chronology, his witnesses, his pattern board. But she could see the board now. She stood, straightened her collar, and walked into the corridor. The academy felt different. Not because the walls had changed, but because she was not racing against a deadline she could not name. She could feel the morning stretch ahead of her, ordinary and terrifying. Students passed in the hallway, some familiar, some strangers she had seen die and forgotten and seen again across loops she would never remember. Their names came to her in fragments, bruises, not pictures. But the shape of the day was clear. She reached the assembly hall and took a seat in the back corner. Not the assigned seat, not the seat that had marked her as trouble in 83 loops. She chose a position where she could see the entrances, the exits, and the faces of everyone who walked through the doors. Dean Norick entered first, his robes pressed, his expression composed, a polished administrator who wanted order above all. He took the dais and began the welcome address she had heard 83 times. The same words, the same pauses, the same smile that did not reach his eyes. But now she heard what she had never heard before. The gaps in his knowledge. He did not know about the dial. He did not know about the trap sigils in the foundation. He did not know that Quist had already begun building a case against a student who had not yet done anything wrong in this timeline. Norick was not her enemy. He was an obstacle, a procedural wall she would have to navigate without the luxury of another attempt. She watched him finish his address and step aside. Quist did not take the dais. That was the first surprise, the first deviation she had not anticipated. He stood at the edge of the hall, his hands clasped behind his back, his pale gray eyes scanning the rows of students. He was not speaking, not interrupting, not accelerating the schedule. He was watching, waiting. She felt his gaze pass over her row, hold, continue. He had seen her. That was fine. She had expected that. What mattered was what he would do next, and she had, for the first time, the memory to track his patterns across more than one day. The assembly ended. Students rose, gathered their materials, flowed toward the corridors like water through channels. Lirenne stayed seated until most of them had passed, letting the noise drain away, letting the hall empty. When she stood, she found Rue waiting in the doorway. The archivist's apprentice looked as she always did, small, watchful, her dark hair pulled back, her hands tucked into the pockets of her gray smock. But there was something different in her eyes. Not the careful distance of a watcher, the alert attention of someone who could now speak without the curse dissolving the words. "You came through," Rue said. "I told you the dial accepted the correction." "I know, but I did not know if the morning would feel the same to you." Lirenne walked toward her. "It does not feel the same." "Good." Rue stepped aside to let her pass. "Different means you are not resetting. Different means we can plan." They walked together through the empty corridor, their footsteps echoing against the stone. The morning light slanted through the high windows, casting long shadows across the floor. "Quist had started his inquiry," Lirenne said. "He requested the night logs. He knows I was not in the dormitory." Lirenne walked toward her. "This isn't away from her Wellis," steps the exis. "When you do not west it, the archivist distrinage is not run." Looks on that priest. "I tossed me if you were gonna train it." Waiting. She felt his gaze kiss over her row, hold, continue. He had seen her. That was fine. She had expected that. What mattered was what he would do next, and she had, for the first time, the memory to track his patterns across more than one day. The assembly ended. Students rose, gathered their materials, flowed toward the corridors like water through channels. Lirenne stayed seated until most of them had passed, letting the noise drain away, letting the hall empty. When she stood, she found Rue waiting in the doorway. "The archivist distrinage is not rung." Wogs that seemed, the words followed her like a bell that had not yet finished ringing. She reached the east staircase and waited. The stone was cool under her hands. The light shifted as a cloud passed over the sun. She counted her breaths again. And the door opened. Chapter 26. The door opened. Matron Sel Kivett stepped onto the east staircase with a folded paper in her hand, the same paper Lirenne had left behind in the dormitory. Her winter-gray eyes lifted from the sigil marks and found Lirenne waiting in the stairwell light. She stopped. For 3 heartbeats, neither of them spoke. The paper trembled in Sel's grip, not from her hand, but from something in the ink itself, a recognition that passed between the sigils and the woman who held them. "You are not in your bed last night," Sel said. "No." "The night logs will show that." "They will?" Sel's gaze stayed level. "You are not denying it." "Denying would waste time I do not have." Lirenne kept her hands still at her sides, her voice mettered. "You have a paper that should not exist." "I have a mechanism beneath the academy that is breaking. I think we have arrived at the same question from different directions." The silence stretched. A bell rang somewhere above, marking the half-hour. Sel unfolded the paper and held it up. The sigils caught the light, dark and precise. "This trembled when I touched it. It knew me." "I know." "Why?" "Because the mechanism that created it recognizes something in you. I do not know what yet." Lirenne took a breath. The old instinct, optimization, control, telling Sel only what she needed to hear, pressed against her throat. She pushed it down. "I can explain more, but not here. Not with the walls listening." Sel's hand closed around the paper. "You are asking me to trust you." "I am asking you to wait before you decide." Another long pause. Then Sel folded the paper and tucked it back into her pocket. "I will keep this until I understand what it means," she said. "If you are lying to me, I will know. She stepped past Lirenne and continued down the staircase without looking back. Lirenne let out the breath she had been holding. 14 minutes. She had 14 minutes of borrowed time. She found Rue in the lower corridor, leaning against the wall with her arms crossed. The archivist's apprentice straightened when she saw Lirenne's face. She kept the paper. Yes, that is more than I expected. Rue fell into step beside her. What now? Now I build a defense that does not rely on her silence. They walked through the narrow passage that connected the east wing to the old library. Lirenne's mind was already sorting, arranging, cross-referencing. She had continuous memory now. She could track Quist's patterns, predict his next move, place herself where he would not expect her. She could build a perfect counterplan. She spent the next hour in the library's upper alcove, a narrow space between the theology shelves and a dead window. Rue brought her the ranking schedules, the dormitory assignment logs, the trial rotation lists. Lirenne spread them across the reading table and began to map. Each event that had fed the accusation in previous loops had a time, a location, a required participant. The seating chain required her to be in third row, second from aisle during the orientation address. The trial substitution required Corwel to be withdrawn and a replacement summoned. The witness statements required specific proctors to be on duty at specific halls. She traced the connections with her finger, building a web of dependencies. If I sit here instead of here, Quist cannot anchor the first link. If Corwel stays in the trial, the substitution never fires. If I meet Broadvein at the east corridor instead of the south, the route scene breaks differently. Rue watched from the adjacent chair. You are treating the academy like a clock. Because it is one. Lirenne did not look up. Every event has a trigger. Every accusation has a chain. I can break the chain before Quist finishes assembling it. You sound certain. I have 83 mornings of data. Rue was quiet for a moment. And the one thing you cannot predict? Lirenne's hand stopped over the schedule. Quist, she said. He did not take the dais this morning. The rotation list is not posted until after the second bell. Lirenne had not thought of that. Someone told me, she said, and the lie tasted flat even as she spoke it. Corwel studied her for a long moment. You are planning something. I am trying to prevent what happened yesterday. You cannot prevent everything by being faster than everyone else. Corwel's voice was not unkind, but it was firm. You will run out of time before you run out of warnings. She walked past Lirenne into the hall. Lirenne stood in the corridor, the schedules burning in her hand. Broadvein found her an hour later. She was standing at the junction between the south corridor and the ranking hall, timing the proctor rotations against the schedule. She had already routed 3 deviations, a late patrol, a challenged shift handover, a door left unlocked that had been sealed in every previous loop. She was building the pattern when his voice came from behind her. You are doing it again. She turned. Broadvein stood 6 feet away, his dark hair still damp, his eyes the color of old iron fixed on her with an expression she could not name. Doing what? Knowing things before they happen, she said no. You finished my sentence in the corridor yesterday, he said. You knew Millender's errand before he spoke. You knew where I would be, what I would say, how I would refuse. He took a step closer. And now you are standing at a corridor junction at the exact time the proctor shift changes, watching a door that should be locked. The door was unlocked. You knew it would be. She did not deny it. Broadvein's jaw tightened. A perfect defense looks staged, Isolde. If you keep showing everyone how far ahead you are, they will start asking who taught you to see the future. Would you believe me if I told you? I might. His voice dropped. If you actually told me the truth. The silence between them stretched. A student passed at the far end of the corridor, her footsteps echoing against the stone. The proctor's station door clicked open at the shift change, exactly as Lirenne had predicted. Broadvein watched it happen. Then he looked back at her, and something in his expression shifted. Not trust, not yet, but the absence of immediate condemnation. "Be careful," he said. "The person who sees everything is the easiest to blame when something goes wrong." He turned and walked away. Lirenne stayed at the junction, the pattern board still spread in her mind. She had mapped the morning. She had placed her alibis. She had broken the first link in accusation chain. But Broadvein's words sat at the base of her skull like a stone she could not swallow. The person who sees everything is the easiest to blame. She walked back toward the library. The third bell had not rung yet. She still had time. She rounded the corner and stopped. Quist was standing at the end of the corridor, his hands clasped behind his back, his pale gray eyes fixed on her with an expression she could not name. Doing what? Knowing things before they happen. She said no. "You finished my sentence in the corridor yesterday," he said. "You knew Millender's errand before he spoke. You knew where I would be, what I would say, how I would refuse." He took a step closer. "And now you are standing at a corridor junction at the exact time the proctor's shift changes, watch a door that should be locked." The door was unlocked. "You knew it would be." She did not deny it. Broadvein's jaw tightened. "A perfect defense looks staged, Isolde. If you keep assuring everyone how far ahead you are, they will start asking who taught you to see the future." "Would you believe me if I told you?" "I might." His voice dropped. "If you actually told me the truth." The silence between them stretched. A student passed at the far end of the corridor, her footsteps echoing against the stone. The proctor's station door clicked open at the shift change, exactly as Lirenne had predicted. Broadvein watched it happen. Then he looked back at her, and something in his expression shifted. Not trust, not yet, but the absence of immediate condemnation. "Be careful," he said. "The person who sees everything is the easiest to blame when something goes wrong." He turned and walked away. Lirenne stayed at the junction, the pattern board still spread in her mind. She had mapped the morning. She had placed her alibis. She had broken the first link in Quist's accusation chain. But Broadvein's words sat at the base of her skull like a stone she could not swallow. The person who sees everything is the easiest to blame. She walked back toward the library. The third bell had not rang yet. She still had time. She rounded the corner and stopped. Quist was standing at the end of the corridor, his hands clasped behind his back, his pale gray eyes fixed on her. He had been waiting. "Miss Raveth." "Head proctor." He did not move. His ink-stained figure tapped once against his wrist. "I have been reviewing the movement logs from last night," he said. "There is a gap in your dormitory record between the third bell and the morning inspection. Would you like to explain where you were?" The question shone in the air, and behind him, the corridor door that should have been locked clicked open again, revealing the dark mouth of the servant passage she had used to reach the archive. Quist's gaze followed hers. He saw it. Lirenne's perfect plan collapsed in the space between two heartbeats. Chapter 27. The door clicked shut behind Quist. The sound was soft, deliberate, the latch settling into its housing with a finality that had nothing to do with locks. Lirenne did not move. Quist stood between her and the corridor's end, his hands still clasped behind his back, his pale gray eyes fixed on her with the patience of a man who had already confirmed the answer to his question. The servant passage door had closed behind him, but she had seen him see it. She had seen him register the darkness beyond the frame, the route she had taken, the proof he had been seeking. "Miss Raveth." "Head proctor." He took a single step toward her. Not close enough to threaten, close enough to claim the space as his. "I asked you a question," he said. "Would you like to explain where you were between the third bell and the morning inspection?" The corridor stretched around them, empty of students, empty of witnesses, empty of anything except the stone pulse she could still feel beneath her feet. "I was in the dormitory," she said. "No, you were not." "I was in the East Wing." Quist's mouth curved, not quite a smile. "No, you were not." She had no third answer. He had already checked the East Wing logs. He had already closed every door she might have named. He knew she was lying, and he wanted her to know that he knew. "I see," she said. "Do you?" He tilted his head, studying her like a specimen pinned to a board. "Then you also see that I have begun implementing new oversight protocols around the ranking ledgers and exam halls, effective immediately." The change in topic landed like a blade she had not seen coming. "What kind of protocols?" "The kind that prevent unauthorized access to the trial schedule." His voice was calm, unhurried, almost pleasant. "From this morning forward, the ledgers will be sealed at the second bell, and unlocked only in the presence of 2 proctors. The rotation lists will no longer be posted in advance. The exam hall doors will be checked on the half hour by the patrol proctor." He was building a cage. "Additionally," he said, "any student found in an unauthorized corridor after the 3rd bell will be automatically flagged for a conduct review. No warning, no second chance." She kept her face still. She kept her hands at her sides, her breathing even, her gaze level. But she felt the walls closing. "There is something else," Quist said. "A practical measure, one might call it." He reached into his coat and withdrew a leather folder. Not his ledger. Something smaller, newer, with a gold-tooled crest on the cover. "I have prepared a list of approved study locations for scholarship students during the exam preparation period," he said, opening the folder. "The library's upper alcove, the north reading room, and the designated study hall in the East Wing. All other locations are off-limits without written authorization from a proctor." She understood in the same moment he said it. The upper alcove was where she had met Rue this morning. The north reading room was where Corwel often studied. The East Wing study hall was directly adjacent to the proctor station. He was not restricting movement randomly. He was mapping her network, closing each node, and watching which ones she tried to defend. "I am sure you will find these measures reasonable," Quist said. "They apply to all scholarship entrants equally." Of course they did. That was the cruelty of it. He could not single her out without exposing his hand. So he built a system that pretended fairness while targeting her alone. "I understand," she said. "Do you?" He tilted his head, studying her like a specimen pinned to a board. "Then you also see that I have begun implementing new oversight protocols with rounding ledgers and exam halls." His voice was calm, unhurried, almost pleasant. "From this morning forward, the ledgers will be sealed at the second bell, and unlocked only in the presence of 2 proctors. The rotation lists will no longer be posted in advance. The exam hall doors will be checked on the Dabblejange and exam halls of the East Wing. All other locations are off-limits without written authorization from a proctor." She understood in the same moment he said it. The upper alcove was where she had met Rue this morning. The north reading room was where Corwel often studied. The East Wing study hall was directly adjacent to the proctor station. He was not restricting movement randomly. He was mapping her network, closing each node, and watching which ones she tried to defend. "I am sure you will find these measures reasonable," Quist said. "They apply to all scholarship entrants equally." Of course they did. That was the cruelty in it. He could not single her out without exposing his hand. So he built a system that pretended fairness while targeting her alone. "I understand," she said. "Do you?" He tilted his head, letting her like a specimen pinned to a board. "But when they're days, the heirs is telling I am step, and I am not locked. Then ever when the ladder dross exactly taken me there out, to invite the true number, literally which she gave us in the most between the way? But did I maim my heart up, we will know the mothers you break together. He exactly previously get the Kylan hiding ever this. The Trifitness is always standing the resident because the grace. I am absolutely 7.1, we were still under on this gallancy or Jesus. It was always they think that the Peligetry which had the medical spice, shown his friend stick at the man of men of the Arkantom. We have drained her affray, completely a going laws. Ire lies to the navage body, she would have thanked his own caw when we respond. It would have find that my Souther's crowing and better be putting right before. Chapter 208. The door opened. Lirenne did not look up from her book. She kept her eyes on the same paragraph she had read 7 times, her fingers flat against the page, her breathing measured and slow. The sound was wrong. A latch lifting when it should have been bolted. A hinge turning when the corridor should have been empty. She waited. The footsteps were light, precise. A woman's gait, measured and unhurried, the hem of a uniform skirt brushing against stockings. Matron Convet stopped at the edge of Lirenne's table. Lirenne raised her eyes. Giselle stood with her hands folded at her waist, her winter-gray gaze fixed on Lirenne with the patience of someone who had already made up her mind about the shape of this conversation. She did not sit. She did not speak. She simply waited, letting the silence do the work that words could not. Lirenne closed her book. Matron, Miss Raveth. The title hung between them like a test. Giselle's hand moved to her uniform pocket. She pulled out the sigil paper, unfolded it, and laid it flat on the table between them. The ink caught the reading room lamplight, dark and dense and ancient, the same script that had trembled under Rizel's touch the day before. I have been thinking about this, Giselle said, all morning. Through the dormitory inspection, through the first bell, through the assembly, I watched you leave early. Lirenne said nothing. You were out of bed last night. You gave me a reason I did not believe, and then you left this in my keeping. Giselle's finger touched the edge of the paper. I did not bring it to Head Proctor Quist. She paused. I am not sure why. Lirenne felt the shape of the cage around her. Every instinct screamed at her to give Giselle a reason, a story, a polished arrangement of words that would fit the space Giselle had left open. She could say the paper was a sigil exercise. She could say she found it in the archive. She could say she had been studying late and lost track of the bell, and the paper was a practice sheet she had copied from a restricted text. Each lie sat ready, rehearsed, efficient. Each lie would feel like a door closing. She thought of Rue's voice in the lower corridor. You become the most boring, predictable student in the entrance term. But Rue was not here. Rue was not the one sitting across from a woman who carried a sigil paper in her pocket instead of carrying it to Quist's desk. Rue was not the one who had to decide whether safety was worth the shape it carved into her. Lirenne drew a breath. I was not in my bed last night because I was trying to stop something from happening. Giselle's expression did not shift. I do not know how much you have noticed, Lirenne said. The wrong students in the wrong seats, the event times shifting, the trial platform surging when it should have been stable. The words came slowly. She chose each one like a step across a frozen river. I have been watching the patterns, the way things break, the way people get placed into harm because someone else stepped away from the spot where harm was waiting. She met Giselle's gray eyes. I have been trying to stay ahead of it. And the paper? I do not fully understand it, But it matters. It came from somewhere beneath the old library. It is connected to the same mechanism that has been making the sigil tests unstable. Yuzel's hand had not moved from the edge of the paper. You are telling me you broke curfew not for a secret meeting or a petty rule violation, but because you were trying to predict a disaster? Yes. And you expect me to believe that? Lirenne held her gaze. No, I'll expect you to check it against what you already know. You felt the paper tremble when you touched it. You saw the surge in the racking hall yesterday. You know the bell times have been misfiring. You know something is wrong. She let the silence settle. I am not asking you to trust me. I am asking you to hold that paper until you have enough evidence to decide what it means. Yuzel studied her for a long moment. You do not sound like a girl trying to avoid punishment. I am not. You sound like someone who has been running for a very long time and has forgotten how to stand still. Lirenne felt the word land somewhere beneath her ribs. Yuzel picked up the paper, folded it slowly, slid it back into her uniform pocket. I will keep it, she said, not because I believe your story, but because I have been watching this academy for 12 years, and I have never seen a student look the way you look when you speak about the mechanism beneath the library. She turned toward the door. If you are lying, Miss Raveth, I will know, and I will bring the paper to Head Proctor Quist myself. She paused at the threshold. But if you are telling the truth, then you have more allies than you ficked. We sleep to coming about a money, which understand himself again of virary, I my existing honesty to sways. I still to do something as planst, with most evil our own righty. I am just hecaniting my heart. I have been trying to stay ahead of it. And the paper? I do not fully understand it, but it matters. It came from somewhere beneath the old library. It is connected to the same mechanism that has been making the sigil tests unstable. Yuzel's hand had not ringed from the edge of the paper. You are down to guess one. He, Evir, deliberate, a man's gait, moving toward the reading room at a pace that did not suggest coincidence. Lirenne's hand went still. She just didn't look up. She did not breathe. She waited for the footsteps to pass, to fade, to prove she was not being watched. They stopped. Just outside the door, and then the latch began to turn. We should have some incredible siling, I've got her bat. I have been trying to stay ahead of it. And the paper? I do not fully understand it, but it matters. It came from somewhere beneath the old library. It is connected to the same mechanism that has been making the sigil tests unstable. Yuzel's hand had not moved from the edge of the paper. You are telling me you broke curfew not for a secret meeting or a petty rule violation, but because you were trying to predict a disaster. Yes. And you expect me to believe that? Lirenne held her gaze. No, no, expect you to check it against what you already know. You felt the paper tremble when you touched it. You saw the surge in the ranking hall yesterday. You know the bell times have been misfiring. You know something is wrong. She let the silence settle. I have been trying to stay ahead of it. And the paper? I do not fully understand it, but it matters. It came from somewhere beneath the old library. It is connected to the same mechanism that has been making the sigil tests unstable. Yuzel's hand had not moved from the edge of the paper. You are telling me you broke curfew not for a secret meeting or a petty rule violation, but because you were trying to predict a disaster? Yes. And you expect me to believe that? Lirenne held her gaze. No, no, I expect you to check it against what you already know. You felt the paper tremble when you touched it. You saw the surge in the ranking hall yesterday. You know the bell times have been misfiring. You know something is wrong. She let the silence settle. I have been trying to stay ahead of it, but I have look at my parrots. Chapter 29. The latch turned. The door swung inward. A man's silhouette filled the frame. Not tall, but built solid, with the kind of weight that came from standing in one place for years and letting the institution harden around him. Dean Pelnoric stepped into the north reading room. Lirenne's hands stayed flat against the book. She had never been caught by Noric directly. He was the polished surface, the one who spoke at ceremonies and shook hands with patrons, while Quist did the actual cutting. Miss Raveth. Dean Noric. He did not sit. He stood at the edge of her table, hands clasped behind his back, and looked at her with the careful blankness of a man who had already decided what he was going to say. Head Proctor Quist has requested a preliminary review of several anomalies recorded in their first 2 days of the entrance term. You are to attend. Now? Now. He turned and walked out, leaving the door open behind him. Lirenne rose. Her legs carried her forward without permission. The book stayed on the table. The reading room stayed empty behind her. The review was not in Quist's office. It was in the East Deliberation Chamber, a narrow room lined with oak panels and bench seating, where conduct matters were aired before a rotating panel of 3 proctors and whichever staff happened to be available. Lirenne had seen it in 4 previous loops. She had never stood at the center of the horseshoe table. She stood there now. Noric sat at the head. To his left, a silver-haired woman Lirenne did not recognize, her robes marked with the Academy's archives seal. To his right, a yet lamploctor with a reddened collar and a stack of papers he kept shuffling, as if unsure what to do with them. And at the far end of the table, standing, Quist. He held his ledger in both hands. Open. Miss Raveth, he said. Thank you for joining us. She said nothing. Quist looked down at the ledger, then up at her. The motion was unhurried. He had all the time in the world. Let us begin with the seating chain. He read from the book without glancing at the page, as if he had memorized the sequence and was only confirming what he already knew. Assembly 1. You sat in the back corner of the nobles section, 3rd row from the wall, seat 14. That seat was not assigned to you. I chose a different seat. You did. And in so doing, you disrupted the configuration that every other entrant followed. The student who was meant to sit beside you, a first-year scholarship entrant from the lower Colton estates, was displaced to the front row. From that position, he was visible to the proctors monitoring conduct. He was marked twice for whispering during the dean's address. Lirenne's jaw tightened. I did not ask him to whisper. No, but you moved him. And that movement triggered a cascade. The displacement continued through the 3rd and 4th rows, rearranging the observation sight lines that the proctors used to track conduct by seat position. He turned a page. Now, the ranking trials substitution. Lirenne felt the room shrink. You approached Corwel Baine before noon on the first day, Quist said. You spoke with her. Shortly afterward, she withdrew from the trial. A messenger named Isolde Raveth, 14 years old, with no trial clearance and no prior exposure to the examination apparatus, was inserted into the vacant slot. I did not tell the messenger to take the platform. But you knew the vacancy would be filled. You knew because you created the vacancy, and when the platform surged, Lirenne was standing on it. The archive woman wrote something. The young proctor stopped shuffling his papers. Quist let the silence hold. Now, the night log. He did not need to read this part. He looked straight at her. Between the 3rd Dell and guarding inspection, you were absent from your dormitory. Matron Iselkiewicz log confirms your bed was empty at the 4th bell check. You were not in the East Wing as Miss Baine claimed. You were not in the kitchen as the night kitchen attendant confirmed when I asked. You were in the restricted corridor beneath the old library, accessed through a servant passage that should have been locked. The archive woman's pen stopped. Quist's voice did not rise. You have been outside your bed, outside your assigned areas, and outside the permitted hours for the entire duration of this term. And every time you move, something breaks. He closed the ledger. I am not asking you to explain where you were. I am telling you that I know where you were. I am telling you that the gaps in your story are not gaps that can be filled with another lie. Lirenne's hands hung at her sides. She could feel the eyes of the room pressing against her. The weight of 3 people who had been called to witness someone else's ruin. I know you corrected the seating chain because you were trying to avoid something, Quist said. I know you redirected Miss Baine because you were trying to protect her. I know you went beneath the library because you believe something is wrong with the Academy's sigil network. He stepped around the table. What I do not know is where you got the information to predict those events, and that is the problem, Miss Raveth. Because every deviation you made required foreknowledge. And foreknowledge, in an entrance term where every candidate is observed and ranked from the first bell, is not a talent. It is an advantage no one else was given. He stopped 3 feet from her. So I will ask you once, in this room, before witnesses. Where did your information come from? Lirenne's throat closed. She could not tell the truth. The truth would sound like delirium, a confession of 82 erased mornings and a relic beneath the foundation that had broken the world's logic. She could not lie. Quist had already dismantled every lie she had prepared. She opened her mouth. And the east deliberation chamber door swung open. Everyone turned. Matron Isolde Raveth stood in the doorway. Her hands were folded at her waist. Her face was calm. Dean Norick, she said, I have information relevant to this review. Quist's eyes narrowed. Cecile did not look at him. She walked to the table, drew the sigil taper from her pocket, and laid it flat in front of the archive woman. I found this in Miss Raveth's possession during the first night's curfew check. It is not a forbidden text, it is not a cheat sheet. It is a transcript of the Foundation inscription beneath the old library. The archive woman worked it up. Her fingers traced the lines. This is Pitano dialect, she said. Old ward script. This should not be in student circulation. No, Lirenne agreed. It should not. Which is why I kept it instead of reporting it. Because if a first-turn entrant found this on her own, then she found something the Academy itself did not know was accessible. She turned to face Quist. Head Proctor, you have built a case based on movement and timing, but you have not asked why she moved. You have not asked what she was running toward. Quist's jaw worked on point. Matron Raveth, you are withholding evidence. I am providing context. The archive woman set the paper down. She looked at Lirenne with low attention. Miss Raveth, the inscription on this paper. Did you copy it from a source in the archive, or did you transcribe it from direct observation? Lirenne's heart slammed against her ribs. Direct observation, she said. Beneath the old library, 3 levels below the main floor. The archive woman's face went still. 3 levels down, she repeated. That chamber has been sealed for 40 years. The room went quiet. Quist's hands were white on the ledger. Chapter 30. The corridor outside the deliberation chamber stretched in both directions, empty and silent. Lirenne stood in the doorway with her hands still at her sides, feeling the weight of the room behind her like a pressure against her spine. The archive woman had not spoken again. She had only looked at Lirenne with that new attention, the kind that measured a person differently once they had been placed in a category that did not fit. Dean Norick had dismissed the review with a promise to reconvene after consulting the Foundation records. Quist had closed his ledger without another word. Isolde had walked past Lirenne without meeting her eyes, the sigil papers still flat on the table. She had stepped past the point of no return. and the world had not ended. Lirenne began walking. She did not know where heat was taking her until she reached the kitchen stairwell. The door was unlocked. The air changed from polished marble to steam and soap and old copper. Orion stood at the sink with his sleeves rolled past his elbows, scrubbing a pot with the kind of steady rhythm that suggested he had been at it for hours. He did not turn when she entered, but his hands slowed. "They let you go," he said. "They did not convict me. That is not the same thing." Lirenne leaned against the wall. The stone was cool through her uniform. She had been standing for so long that her legs felt like borrowed things, not quite attached to the rest of her. "The archive woman knows," she said. "The one with the silver hair." She recognized the dialect. She said the chamber has been sealed for 40 years. Oren set the pot down. He dried his hands on his apron and turned to face her. "And now?" "Now Norik will consult the Foundation records. Christ will find another angle, and I will wait for whichever comes first." "That is not a plan. That is the only plan I have left." Oren studied her for a long moment. His eyes were the same brown as Isolde's, but softer, worn by a different kind of life. Kitchen work, early mornings, the quiet labor of keeping things running while others took the credit. "You told me once that you had been running for so long you forgot how to stand still," he said. "I think you are still running, even when you are standing still." Lirenne said nothing. "The matron stood up for you in there. Your friend Rue had been watching every corner of this academy for longer than you know. Corwel lied to Quist for you, and you are standing here telling me you have no plan." His voice was not angry. It was tired, in the way of someone who had watched too many people waste the help they were given. "Lirenne, when are you going to stop surviving alone?" The question hit her like a second bell, unexpected and unanswerable. She opened her mouth, closed it. The silence stretched. She does not know how. Rue's voice came from the stairwell door. She stood with her arms crossed, her dark hair escaping its pins, her eyes catching the low-lanked glow. "She has spent 83 mornings building walls," Rue said. "She does not know how to let someone stand on the other side without treating them as an asset to be managed." Lirenne's jaw tightened. "That is not fair." "It is accurate." Rue walked into the kitchen and stopped beside Oren, small and composed, like someone who had learned to hold ground without needing to be loud. "I've been watching you longer than anyone. I know the difference between the plans you share and the plans you keep." The kitchen felt smaller now. Steam curled from the pot. The copper caught the light. "What do you want me to say?" Lirenne's voice came out sharper than she intended. "That I am sorry for calculating every move. That I wish I could trust the way I did before the first reset." She pressed both palms against the counter. 82 loops, Rue. 82 mornings of watching people die or disappear or turn against me because I made the wrong choice 3 corridors back. I learned to calculate because the alternative was losing everyone I could not save. Oren did not flinch. "And how many of those people did you save by keeping them at arm's length?" The question landed in the space between them, heavy and unavoidable. Lirenne's hands curled against the stone. "I saved Salavend," she said. "I broke the loop. I am standing here with full memory for the first time in 83 days. That counts for something." "It counts," Rue said quietly. "But it is not enough." She stepped forward and pulled a folded paper from her pocket. Not the sigil transcript, a different paper, covered in Rue's own handwriting. "The Foundation chamber was not sealed for 40 years because it was dangerous," Rue said. "It was sealed because someone before us understood what the dial could do, and they left instructions for the person who would eventually correct it. She set the paper on the counter. I found this in the archive this morning, while you were in the deliberation chamber. It is a list. 5 things that will happen now that the loop is broken. The first one is already true. Lirenne looked down at the paper. The first line read, "The Academy will begin to remember itself." The second, Rue said, is that the person who sealed the chamber will return to check their work. Oren's hand stilled on the pot. Lirenne picked up the paper. The ink was fresh, hurried, as if Ruse had copied it while running. How long? I do not know. The instructions do not give a timeline, but the third line says something worse. Lirenne's eyes dropped to the third line. The one who speaks the corrected phrase will carry the dial's attention forward. They will be visible to the mechanism, and the mechanism will try to reclaim what it lost. The kitchen was quiet. Steam curled. The bell tower above them sat silent, holding whatever it knew. Rue watched her with those steady eyes. You corrected the dial. You ended the loop. But you are not free, Lirenne. You are marked. Lirenne folded the paper. Her fingers were steady. She looked at Oren, at Rue. 2 people who had stood beside her without being asked, without being promised safety. Then I need to know what else the instructions say, she said. And I need to know before whoever sealed that chamber finds out I am still here. Oren reached for his apron strings. Then stop standing in my kitchen and start telling me what you actually need. Lirenne opened her mouth. The bell tower struck the half hour. And from the corridor above, footsteps approached the kitchen door. Not the light, hurried steps of a student, heavy, measured. The rhythm of someone who knew exactly where they were going. Lirenne reached for Rue's paper. The door swung open. The bell tower struck the half hour, and from the corridor above, footsteps approached the kitchen door. Not the light, hurried steps of a student. Heavy, measured. The rhythm of someone who knew exactly where they were going. Lirenne reached for Rue's paper. The door swung open. A scoreman riches Derrican, it had despied the core equal to the action. The 120 a minute 42 zipty CRA. The critical eyes in the markets in our despitals are flackered. And lead lore, we come out progressively on the core during down door soul clits. It's crashing. I'm just first best, holding me, the audiation frights. On underspies this mole. One of this machine metterly despise this brad jap not belief. It let me lit for imbala. It shouldn't make the man here asked because the first roofs knighted and mitterit. Slest in Slepsterd's hold, chapter 41. The name landed like a stone dropped into still water. Lirenne felt the kitchen air tighten around her. Corwel stood in the doorway, her face pale, her hands pressed flat against her thighs. Behind her, the corridor stretched empty and silence. Scarred hands, Lirenne said. Iron key. Corwel nodded once. And he smiled at you. Like he knew me. Corwel's voice dropped. Like he knew exactly who I was and what I was doing there. Rue moved first. She crossed to the door, pulled Corwel inside, and shut it. The latch clicked with finality. Describe him again, Rue said. Everything. How he stood, where his scars were, which hand held the key. Corwel's brow furrowed. Rehandand. The key was worn at the edges, like it had been used for years. He stood in the back corner near the window recess. I did not see him enter. And no one else noticed him? Norik was reading from his notes. Quist was watching me. The archive woman was studying the sigil paper. Corwel paused. I only saw him because I was looking for an exit. Lirenne pressed her palms flat against the counter. The stone was cold. Grounding. She had seen that man twice now, once at the beginning of everything, standing in the archive doorway while she misread the dial and the third bell tolled. Once today, smiling at Corwel from the corner of a deliberation chamber. 2 appearances, 2 moments of crisis. There is more, Lirenne said, and I should have told you sooner. Rue turned. Her eyes caught the lamplight, steady and unblinking. The second loop, Lirenne said. When I misread the dial, he was there, standing in the archive doorway. I saw him just before I spoke the wrong phrase. The silence that followed was not empty. It was packed with everything Rue had not been told. Rue's jaw tightened. You never mentioned this. No, not once. Not in the archive, not in the passage, not when we corrected the inscription together. I did not know if it mattered. You did not know, Rue repeated. Her voice was flat. Or you did not want to share information you could not control. Lirenne's hands curled against the counter. The truth sat in her chest, hot and immovable. Both, she admitted. Oren exhaled slowly. Corwel looked at the floor. Rue did not look away. 83 loops, Rue said. 83 mornings of watching you calculate, optimize, adjust. I told you the curse was broken. I told you the world was awake. I gave you the list of consequences the moment I found it. And I am grateful. I do not want your gratitude. Rue stepped closer. Her voice did not rise, but it sharpened at the edges. I want you to stop treating trust like a resource you dole out in measured portions to achieve optimal outcomes. Lirenne's throat closed. I saved Sullivan, she said. I broke the loop. I gave Zeals the truth when I could have lied. You gave Zeals the truth because she cornered you with evidence she could not ignore. Rue's eyes held hers. You told me about the scarred man just now because Corwel's report made silence impossible. Every time you share information, it is because the situation has already forced you to the wall. The kitchen was very quiet. Oren set down his cloth. Corwel's breath came shallow. Lirenne wanted to argue. The words lined up behind her teeth. I survived 82 resets by holding the pieces close. I kept secrets because every revealed fact could be weaponized against me in the next iteration. I learned to hoard because the alternative was being stripped bare in front of people who would use what they saw. But she had already used those arguments. On herself, on Oren, on Rue, in fragments, across the edges of their conversations. And they had not changed anything. What do you want? Lirenne asked. Rue's expression did not soften. Stop building plans around people without asking them what they want. Stop treating alliance as a calculation and start treating it as a choice. I can do that. Can you? Rue studied her. You have 83 loops of instinct telling you that every relationship is a variable to be optimized. You broke the curse, but you did not break that reflex. You just learned to hide it better. Lirenne wanted to deny it. The denial lodged in her throat and would not come, because Rue was right. She had hidden it better. She had learned to soften her voice, to ask instead of direct, to make her manipulations look like collaboration. The surface had changed, the mechanism beneath had not. What do you need from me? Lirenne asked. Her voice sounded unfamiliar, tripped. Rue considered her for a long moment. I need you to stop using trust as camouflage. Lirenne felt the word land, not an accusation, a condition. Rue was not asking her to confess, she was asking her to change. Yesterday, Rue said, you would have found a way to keep the scarred man's secret until it became strategically necessary to reveal him. Today, you told me within minutes of Corwel's arrival. That is progress. She let the word settle. But progress is not the same as arrival. I will work with you, Lirenne. I will help you dismantle the accusation, decode the foundation, and face whoever sealed that chamber. But I will not be managed. Lirenne looked at Corwel. How fast can you move through the upper corridors without being seen? Corwel's eyes narrowed. Fast enough. Then I need you to watch the deliberation chamber. Tell me if Quist calls anyone else in, if the archive woman speaks to Norik again, or if that scarred man returns. Corwel did not hesitate. I will find you before the half hour. She slipped out the door. The kitchen was quiet again. Orin wrung water from his cloth and hung it over the basin. You are learning, he said. Lirenne pressed her palms against the stone. I am trying. That counts for something. She looked at him. What are you surviving for? She still did not have an answer that fit in words. But she had two people who had chosen to stand beside her without being optimized into it. For now, that would have to be enough. The bell tower struck the hour, and from somewhere deep beneath the foundation, the stone pulse replied. Chapter 32. The kitchen had gone quiet. Steam curled from the cooling basin. Orin wrung his cloth one last time and hung it over the rack, then turned to face her with the patient stillness of someone who had learned to wait in spaces where no one noticed him. What do you need? Lirenne pressed her palms flat against the stone counter. The cold traveled up her wrists. She had Rue in the archive, Corwel watching the deliberation chamber, and a knot of time tightening around her throat. The ranking arena, she said. The mechanism that surged yesterday. I need to see it before Quist seals the logs. Orin's eyes narrowed. The arena is locked. Norik ordered it closed after the review. I know. And Quist posted a proctor at the entrance. Third year, senior, doesn't take two brides. I know. Orin waited. I also know the service passages run beneath the arena floor, Lirenne said. There is a great access in the maintenance trench. I have never used it because I could not risk being caught in a loop, but now the loop is broken, and I need to see what the mechanism looks like before it surges again. She did not add that her memory of the arena's layout came from 77 different mornings. Some vivid, some blurred to Bruise, but the grate was real. She could feel it in her hands the way she felt the weight of a door handle she had turned 100 times. Orin studied her for a long moment. Then he pulled a ring of keys from his belt and tossed them once, catching them by the largest. The maintenance trench floods during the wet season. The locks corrode. The academy keeps a spare set in the steward's office because the original keys stopped working 2 winters ago. You have them. I have them because the steward forgets where he puts things, and I am the one who climbs under the floor to retrieve his dropped pens. Orin's mouth moved, not quite a smile. He pays me in access. Lirenne felt something shift in her chest. Not relief, something harder to name. Show me. They moved through the lower passages. Orin knew the route without hesitation, his shoulders brushing the narrow walls, his boots finding the spots where the floor did not creak. He had learned this academy the same way she had, by repetition. But his had been chosen. Hers had been survival. The service door to the arena corridor was bolted from the inside. Orin worked the lock with 2 of the steward's keys, his hands steady, his breath slow. The bolt slid back with a scrape that seemed too loud in the silence. He paused. If we are caught, I lose my access. You lose whatever chance you have left with Quist. I know. And you are going anyway. Yes. Orin pulled the door open. Then let us not be caught. The arena chamber rose above them in layered shadows. Empty bleachers, dormant sigil platforms, the stench of old sealant and burnt copper. Lirenne dropped to her knees at the edge of the maintenance trench, found the grate with her fingers before her eyes adjusted and lifted. The space beneath was tight, cramped. She crawled into it without asking Orin to follow. He followed anyway. The foundation level smelled of damp stone and something metallic, old wiring or residual sigil charge. Lirenne felt her way along the underside of the arena floor, her fingers tracing the seams where the mechanism's power conduits ran. The sigil lines were visible even in the dark, faintly luminous, like veins beneath skin. She stopped. The conduits did not run straight. They branched, merged, branched again, in a pattern that did not match any standard arena installation. Someone had layered additional sigil edits into the primary channel. Not on the surface, where an inspection might catch them, buried beneath, where only someone crawling in the maintenance trench would see. "Light," she whispered. Oren struck a match. The flame caught, steadied. The sigil pattern was wrong. Not an altered exam difficulty or a rigged contended order. The edits ran deeper than that. They reached into the mechanism's core logic, rewriting not just which student received which test, but how the apparatus discharged its energy. The conduits fed into a secondary loop beneath the main platform, a channel designed to hold residual charge and release it in a controlled surge. The same surge that had burned Selaven's hand, but the pattern had been there before Sela was inserted, before Lirenne redirected Corwel. The edits predated the ranking trial. Someone had built the trap first. The substitution had only activated it. Lirenne's hand moved along the conduit, tracing the sigil sequence. The script changed halfway through. The first half was standard Academy notation. The second half was older, angular, written in a hand that favored sharp corners and narrow spacing. Archive dialect, not Palinode, something else. Something that had been laid over the Academy's original sigil grid like a second skin. "Look at this," she said. Oren leaned closer, the matchlight pooling in the hollow of his throat. "What is it?" "I do not know yet." But she did know. She recognized the rhythm of the script. She had seen it before. On the foundation wall beneath the old library. In the chamber where the Palinode dial sat waiting. The same person who had modified the exam mechanism had accessed the foundation inscriptions, had known the dial's language, had been inside the sealed chamber before Lirenne ever broke the loop. The match burned low. Oren lit another. Lirenne pressed her palm against the conduit. The sigil was warm, active. It pulsed once beneath her skin, a slow beat that matched the rhythm she had felt in the Archive Foundation. The arena was not leaking leftover charge, it was synchronizing. The mechanism was learning Wadial's pulse pattern, adapting, growing toward whatever the sealed chamber had been built to contain. "Oren, I see it. We need to get out, now." He did not argue. He was already moving, snuffing the match, backing toward the grate. Lirenne followed, her fingers still pressed against the conduit until the last possible second, memorizing the pulse count. 7 beats. Arrest. 7 beats. The same pattern as the third bell. They emerged into the arena chamber, crouched low, breathing hard. The sigil lines beneath the floor were still glowing, still pulsing. The entire arena was waiting for something. Lirenne looked at the main platform. The apparatus sat dark, silent, but she could see it now, the way the charge had settled, the way the conduits fed into the secondary loop she had found beneath the floor. It was not a surge machine, it was a channel, a receiver, designed to discharge not at a student, but at the Academy's own sigil grid. She turned to Oren. "That mechanism is not rigged to cheat," she said. "It is rigged to collapse." The match died in his hand, and from the corridor beyond the arena door, a voice spoke. "I was hoping you would find that before the next trial began." Chapter 33. The voice came from the corridor, low, unhurried. A man's voice carrying the weight of someone who had been standing there long enough to watch them climb out of the maintenance trench. Lirenne's hand found Oren's arm before she thought about it. "Come out," the voice said. "I am not here to stop you." She did not move. Oren's breathing was slow beside her, controlled, the discipline of someone who had learned to stay still when powerful people walked past kitchen doors. She could feel him reading her tension, waiting for her signal. The figure in the doorway stepped into the arena's dim light. Old, thin, scarred hands wrapped around an iron key. Not Quist, not a proctor. The same man who had stood in the archive doorway during the second loop. The same man who had smiled at Corwel in the deliberation chamber. He did not smile now. He simply watched her with eyes that had seen too many mornings to be surprised by anything she might do. "You found the conduit edits faster than I expected," he said, "given the memory damage." The words landed like a blade between her ribs. Given the memory damage. He knew. He knew about the loops, about the erosion, about everything she had lost. "Who are you?" Lirenne's voice came out steady, which surprised her. "That is a long answer, and the next trial begins in 3 hours. He turned the iron key in his palm, a slow rotation as if feeling its weight. "What matters now is what you do with what you found." "The mechanism is rigged to collapse the Academy's sigil grid." "Yes." "Did you build it?" "No." He said it flatly without defense. "I built the seal that kept the dial contained. The edits were laid over my work after I left. That is why I am here, to see what grew in my absence." The second consequence, the person who sealed the chamber 40 years ago returns to check their work. This was him, the sealer, the one who had locked the dial beneath the old library and walked away. "Then who built the edits?" Lirenne demanded. "You already know." His gaze held hers, patient, expectant. "You recognized the script, archive dialect, the same hand that accessed the dial's foundation inscriptions, the same hand that has been inside the sealed chamber, the same person who had trapped her in the second loop, who had watched her misread the inscription and let her bleed on the stone." She did not know the name, but she knew the shape of them now. Someone who moved through the Academy's foundations like a second skeleton. Someone who understood the dial's language better than Rue. Someone who had been waiting, patient as stone, for the broken loop to produce the exact moment of collapse. "What do they want?" The scarred man's jaw tightened. "That is the wrong question. The right one is, what have they already set in motion that you cannot stop by blocking a single conduit?" He turned and walked toward the corridor. "Wait." He paused. "The next trial. Will it discharge?" "Yes." "Can I stop it?" "You can redirect it." He did not look back. "But you cannot prevent the discharge entirely. The mechanism has been learning the dial's rhythm for longer than you have been alive. It will fire. Your choice is where the charge lands." He stepped into the dark and was gone. Orin exhaled slowly. That was him, the one Corwel saw. "Yes. He knew you. He knew about the damage." "Yes." Lirenne stood in the silence, feeling the pulse beneath her feet. 7 beats, rest, 7 beats. The arena was counting towards something, a deadline she had not known existed until 3 minutes ago. She turned to Orin. "Find Corwel. Bring her to the kitchen passage. I need to tell her what is coming." Corwel arrived within 10 minutes. Her hair had come loose from its practical knot, and her sleeves were still rolled from wherever she had been watching. She looked at Lirenne's face and stopped asking questions. "You found something." "Sit down." Corwel sat. Lirenne stood across from her in the narrow kitchen passage, the steam from the pots curling between them, and told her, enough. Not everything. Not the full weight of 81 resets or the name of a world that did not exist here. But enough. The altered mechanism, the conduit edits, the pulse rhythm that matched the dial, the discharge that was coming. The mechanism is going to fire during the next trial, Lirenne said. It will not target a student. It will target the Academy's sigil grid. The whole system. Wards, gates, archive seals, the foundation itself. Corwel's face was very still. How do you know this? I crawled under the arena floor and saw it. That is not what I asked. The silence stretched. Corwel's eyes were dark and steady, the same eyes that had read Lirenne's Teo before the surge, that had offered to lie to Quist, that had watched her sister disappear into the archive every afternoon for months. She was not easily fooled, and she was not easily satisfied. You keep knowing things before they happen, Corwel said. You keep being in the right place to see the wrong thing. And every time I ask how, you give me a piece of the truth, but not the shape of it. I know. Then tell me the shape. Lirenne looked at her hands. She thought about the second loop, about the archive doorway and the scarred man watching, about the moment she had read the inscription wrong and felt the world fold inward. I've been trying to prevent harm, she said, for longer than I can properly remember. And some of the things I did to prevent it made it way worse. I redirected a student out of a trial slot. That student was you, and the girl who took your place was Sella Ven. Corwel's breath caught. I did not know Sella would be sent. I did not know the platform was rugged. I only know that if you stood on that platform, something bad would happen. I did not think about what would happen to whoever took your place. That is the shape of it. I try to stop the worst outcome, and I create new ones because I am too busy calculating to see the people in the way. The words hung between them. Corwel was silent for a long time. Salla lost the use of her hand. She said finally, I know. She is 14. She was a messenger. She did not even train for the trial. I know. Corwel's jaw worked. You should have told me sooner. Yes. You should have trusted me to carry some of this instead of steering me like a piece on a board. Yes. Another silence. Longer. Then Corwel stood. I do not forgive you yet, she said, but I believe you. You are afraid. And fear can still tell the truth even when the person speaking it has done wrong. She met Lirenne's eyes. Where do you need me to watch? Lila let out a breath she had not realized she was holding. The trial floor. The mechanism's secondary channel opens beneath the proctor station. If someone stands there during the discharge, they can see where the charge redirects. I need eyes I trust in that position. Corwel nodded once. I will be there. She turned and walked toward the corridor. At the threshold she stopped. Lirenne. Yes? Next time tell me, before I have to ask. She disappeared into the stairwell. Oren emerged from the deeper kitchen where he had been standing out of sight. He said nothing, but his hand found Lirenne's shoulder and held there for a moment. The bell tower began to strike. 7 beats. Arrest. Lirenne counted. 7 beats. Arrest. The arena was still pulsing. The scarred man was somewhere in the Academy's corridors, and Corwel Baine was walking toward the trial floor with nothing but trust she had not yet earned and fear that might still be telling the truth. Another bell began to ring. The wrong hour. Lirenne's blood went cold. She knew that sequence. She had heard it once before, in a loop she could barely remember, buried behind the 53-loop wall where her memory stopped cooperating. It was the lockdown bell. And it was ringing now. Chapter 34. The lockdown bell kept ringing. 7 beats. Arrest. 7 beats. Lirenne stood in the kitchen passage with her hand pressed flat against the stone wall, counting until the vibrations stopped. Oren was already moving toward the service stair, his steward's keys rattling against his hip. That bell means nothing good, he said. It means the gates are sealed, full lockdown. No one enters or leaves until the proctors lift it. Oren's jaw tightened. How long? I do not know. I only heard it once before, and I do not remember what came after. She pushed off the wall. The corridors would be chaos now. Students scrambling to their dormitories, proctors locking doors, Quist moving through the confusion like a blade looking for a sheath. She needed to be somewhere predictable before he found her. She needed to be boring. The north reading room was empty when she reached it. Every desk stood cleared, every lamp extinguished. The lockdown bell had driven the other students to their assigned halls, but Lirenne had no assigned hall that anyone had told her about, and that ambiguity felt like a trap opening beneath her feet. She sat at the farthest table, back to the wall, hands flat on the polished wood. The silence settled. Then the door opened. Broadvein Morn stepped inside and closed it behind him with the same measured care he gave everything. His dark hair was still damp at the edges, and his eyes, the color of old iron, found her immediately. He had known she would be here. He had tracked her pattern the way Quist tracked her movements, and the realization landed like a stone in her chest. "You are not supposed to be in this corridor," she said. "Neither are you. The lockdown reallocated me. The lockdown reallocated everyone. You still chose this room." He did not sit. He stood at the end of her table, arms loose at his sides, not threatening, but not settled either. The posture of a man who had decided to stand until he got what he came for. "I have been reviewing the archive lineage records," he said. Lirenne kept her hands still. "That is a specific thing to review during a lockdown." "I have had a specific question since the review panel." He tilted his head. "You accessed a chamber that has been sealed for 40 years. You transcribed an inscription in a dialect that most senior archivists cannot read. And when the silver-haired women recognized it, you did not look relieved. You looked like someone who had just been caught holding a key to a door no one should know exists." She said nothing. "I am a scholarship student from a house that built its reputation on old knowledge," Broadvein said. "Morn does not have money. We have records. We have bindings and signatures and custody chains going back 70 years. I know who sealed that chamber. I know what family he belonged to, and I know he is dead." The words hung in the air. "Then who sealed it?" Lirenne asked. "A man named Lirenne Caine, Academy sigilwright, retired 42 years ago. He was the last person to hold the archive's senior custodianship before it was split into 3 separate departments. He sealed the lower chamber in his final year of service and died 5 years later." Lirenne turned the name over in her mind. It meant nothing. No loop had ever given her that piece of the puzzle. "And the man with the iron key?" "Not Lirenne Caine. Too young, wrong build." Broadvein's gaze sharpened. "But the key he carried matches the description in Kellen's retirement inventory. A single iron key, no duplication record, no secondary authorization. He had it made specifically for that seal." "So the scarred man is someone who found a dead man's key, or someone who was given it." The implications sat between them like a third presence. "The person who built the conduit edits over Kellen's work," Lirenne said slowly. "You think the scarred man is that person?" "I think the archive lineage records are incomplete for the 5 years between Kellen's retirement and his death," Broadvein said. "I think someone was trained in his methods during that window, and I think that person kept the key." Broadvein moved then, stepping closer to the table and placing both palms flat on its surface, leaning forward. The posture of a man who had stopped circling and was now asking directly. "You keep knowing things you should not know. You keep being in the right place to see things that were sealed before you were born. And every time someone asks you how, you give them a piece of the truth, but never the whole shape of it. Lirenne looked at his hands. The knuckles were scarred, the nails cut short. A scholar's hands, but hands that had learned to hold ground. I cannot explain it in a way that will make sense to you, she said. Try. Not yet. Not here. Not while the lockdown bell is still echoing and Quist is walking the halls with his ledger open. She met his eyes. But I will. Before the next trial, I will. Broadvein studied her for a long moment. Then he straightened. I do not believe you, he said, but I believe you are trying to tell the truth, and that is more than I have seen from most people in this academy. He reached into his coat and pulled out a folded paper, creased from being carried against his chest. The lineage records also contain a list of every family that has held deputy authority over exam administration for the past 50 years. The rotation is supposed to be impartial, but the names repeat every 12 years. Raveth appears in the rotation exactly once, 40 years ago. That was the year Lirenne Caine sealed the chamber. He set the paper on the table. Someone in your family line knows why that chamber was sealed, and if they do not, they knew the person who did. Lirenne looked at the paper but did not touch it. Why are you giving me this? Broadvein's jaw worked. Because I have spent 83 mornings watching you move through these halls like someone running from a fire no one else can see. And whatever that fire is, it is not going to stop because Quist seals a few corridors. He stepped back. I do not trust you, but I trust that you are afraid of the right things. He turned and walked to the door. At the threshold, he paused. One more thing. The archive woman from the panel. She is the current senior custodian of the old records division. If anyone knows the full list of names that passed through Caine's training, it is her. He good literally stops their freedom. He slowed them both speech eventually jump. He debauched quests. Her preshed in this mammered as a beginning nightly. The walk with my shadow, what I would post wouldn't already you been asked. Piece unlikely actually mean. Lirenne makes the pro podcasts. It's a margently designing stester that made me just despying all of, to the erical relidium odal. His nurturing orally. The mother I had no the negative, but the prodate is no, fearhead skibbed it. And the name of Wams Desmi, Illyrist Fanilet, the man of gents for the yest, it's heading succo batatai. Anyway, why are you giving me this? Broadvein's jaw worked. Because I have spent 83 mornings watching you move through these halls like someone running from a fire no one else can see. And whatever that fire is, it is not going to stop because Quist seals a few corridors. He stepped back. I do not trust you. But I trust that you are afraid of the right things. He turned and walked to the door. At the threshold, he paused. Chapter 35. The reading room felt smaller now that the lockdown bell had stopped. Lirenne sat with Broadvein's paper spread across the table, her fingers tracing the entry she had already memorized. House Raveth. 40 years ago, deputy authority over exam administration in the same year Lirenne Caine sealed the chamber. The pattern was there. She just could not see all of it yet. She folded the paper and tucked it into her sleeve. The movement was automatic, the same efficiency she had used 82 times to hide evidence, conceal roots, bury mistakes before anyone saw them. But this was not evidence of her guilt. It was evidence of something older, something that had been set in motion before she ever woke in Isolde's body. The door at the far end of the reading room opened. Lirenne's hand stilled. Rue stepped through, a stack of papers pressed against her chest, her gray archivist's smock dusted with something that looked like dried ink. She crossed the room without speaking and set the papers on the table beside Broadvein's empty chair. I got the full list, Lirenne exhaled. Before the audit reached the corridor? Before the lockdown, barely. The old records division was already locked when I came back up. Rue pulled out the chair across from Lirenne and sat. The archive woman was there. She saw me copying. She did not stop you? She watched. Rue's eyes were flat, unreadable. Then she left. The implication pressed between them. The archive woman had chosen not to intervene. That meant either she approved of the research or she already knew what the list contained and wanted Rue to carry it out of the archive. Rue pushed one of the papers across the table. Lirenne read. The fourth consequence was written in the same angular hand as the first three, but the ink was darker, as if the writer had pressed harder on the pen. When the mechanism reclaims what it lost, the marked vessel will be pulled into the Foundation. The Academy will use its own to heal its breach. This is not punishment. This is balance. Lirenne read it twice. The marked vessel, she said. You. Rue's voice was steady. The dial marks the person who corrects it. You are the anchor now. If the mechanism decides the breach is too wide, it will pull you into the Foundation to seal itself. Like a living ward. Like a sacrifice. Lirenne set the paper down and picked up the next one. The fifth consequence was shorter than the others. A single line. If the marked vessel survives the reclamation, the Academy will recognize her as its own. She will walk the halls seen and unseen. She will belong to the institution in ways no living graduate has ever belonged. Lirenne stared at the words. Survives, she said. That is the only path that does not end with you in the Foundation. Or the exam mechanism collapses the entire sigil grid and kills half the students in the arena. Lirenne set the second paper down. Those are the options. Die in the Foundation, die in the collapse, or become part of an academy that is waking up and deciding what it wants to be. Rue said nothing. Lirenne looked at the two papers side by side. The clean, precise script of Brahman's lineage record. The angular, pressed hand of the archive list. Two different sources pointing at the same thing. The mechanism knew she was coming. It had been built to receive her. But the scarred man had said the conduit edits were laid over his work by someone else. Someone who had been planning for longer than she had been alive. The archive woman, Lirenne said. She is the one who recognized the Palinode dialect. She is the one who recommended the lockdown. She watched Rue copy the consequences and did not stop her. Coincidence? Rue asked. No. Lirenne pressed her palm flat against the papers. She knew what the list said. She wanted it out of the archive and in my hands. Or she wanted the evidence of your involvement on paper so Quist could find it later. Lirenne let the second paper down. Those are the options. Die in the Foundation, die in the collapse, or become part of an academy that is waking up and deciding what it wants to be. Rue spished one of the papers across the table. Lirenne read, The fourth consequence was written in the same angular hand as the first three, but the ink was darker, as if the writer had pressed harder on the pen. When the mechanism reclaims what it lost, the marked vessel will be pulled into the Foundation. The Academy will use its own to heal its breach. This is not punishment. This is balance. Lirenne read it twice. The marked vessel, she said. You. Rue's voice was steady. The dial marks the person who corrects it. You are the anchor now. If the mechanism decides the breach is too wide, it will pull you into the Foundation to seal itself. If she was not on the floor, if she did not intervene, she could not be blamed for the outcome. That path ended with her reputation intact and Isolde's due averted. It also ended with a first year she did not know lying on the marble with a burned hand, or worse. Lirenne picked up Brotvein's paper and faded it into her sleeve. Rue, how long does it take to reach the arena from the old library service passage? 7 minutes if the wards are tracking, 5 if they are not. Check them, tell me which. Rue nodded and left. Corwel stayed in the doorway. What are you going to do? Lirenne looked at the empty chair where Rue had been sitting. The 2 papers from the archive lay side by side, the ink still dark, the consequences still waiting. I am going to find out whether survival is worth more than being innocent. The 4th bell began to toll. Lirenne walked past Corwel into the corridor, the sound of the bell vibrating through the stone floor, the foundation pulsing beneath her feet like a heart that had just remembered how to beat. Chapter 36. The 4th bell stopped tolling, but the vibration stayed in Lionen's ribs as she crossed the East Wing corridor. The arena entrance loomed ahead, 2 proctors stationed on either side, their sigil badges catching the lamplight. They did not look at her. They looked at the space she was about to walk through, as if expecting her to produce a weapon from her sleeve. Lirenne kept her pace even. She had memorized this approach across 83 variations. The 4th archway. The slight warp in the stone where a foundation shift had pulled the mortar. The way the arena's sigil field hummed through the floor at a frequency that matched the 3rd bell's lowest note. She had never walked toward it, knowing exactly what was waiting. The gallery doors stood open. Inside, students sat in tiered rows, their voices a low murmur that died when she stepped through the threshold. Quist was already there. He stood at the far end of the gallery beside the proctor's dais, his hands clasped behind his back. His pale gray eyes tracked her from the moment she entered. He did not speak. He did not need to. The message was written in the set of his shoulders, the stillness of his stance. He had been waiting for her. Lionenne found a seat in the 3rd row, center, where she could see the entire arena floor and the sigil array beneath the proctor station. She folded her hands in her lap and watched the first-year student mount the platform. The girl was young, 14, maybe 15. Her uniform was clean, but worn at the cuffs. She kept her eyes on the floor, not meeting the gallery's stairs, her hands trembling at her sides as she took the vision on the test circle. Quist stepped to the dais. The 4th ranking trial will proceed under standard examination protocol, he said. His voice carried without effort, filling the arena. Dean Norick has confirmed the schedule will not be interrupted by procedural delay. Lionen's jaw tightened. Norick was not in the gallery. He had sent his authority through Quist's voice, preserving distance while preserving order. The exam would proceed, the mechanism would discharge, the blame would fall where it was designed to fall. The first sigil pattern activated beneath the girl's feet. Lionenne watched the lines. She had seen this pattern before, in the maintenance trench beneath the arena floor, where the buried edits ran through the mechanism's logic like a second heartbeat. The pattern began correctly. The first ring flared clean, standard Academy notation, the same sequence used in every ranking trial for the last decade. Then the second ring flickered. It was subtle, a fraction of a pause between the 4th and 5th sigils, so small that no one in the gallery shifted. No one except Lionenne, who had spent 83 mornings learning to read the spaces where things stopped working. The 3rd ring did not flicker. It held steady, pulsed once, then dimmed to half brightness and stayed there. Lionenne counted. 7 beats. A rest. 7 beats. The rhythm of the 3rd bell. The girl on the platform did not notice. She was too focused on the primary sigil, the one she had been trained to read, her lips moving as she recited the response sequence from memory. She had no idea the mechanism beneath her was learning, adapting, matching its pulse to a dial that should have been sealed 40 years ago. Quist's gaze swept the gallery. It passed over Lirenne, paused, then moved on. She understood the calculation. He did not need to watch her. He had already restricted the East Wing, doubled the proctor presence, and placed a vulnerable student at the top of the rotation. The only variable left was whether she would act. That was the trap he had built. Not a sealed corridor or a locked ledger. A choice. If she stayed in her seat, the mechanism would discharge through the girl on the platform. The injury would be blamed on the trial's standard rest protocols, a tragedy of procedure, not malice. Quist would have his witness. He would point at Lirenne and say the impossible girl was present when disaster struck again. If she moved, she would confirm every suspicion he had ever written in his ledger. The fourth sigil ring misaligned. It was not a flicker. The line warped, pulling sideways, the bright edge fraying like torn cloth. The girl on the platform let out a sound, not a scream, not yet. A thin, sharp gasp like a rabbit caught in a snare. Lirenne ran. The gallery screamed behind her. Proctors shouted. A bell began to ring. Not the third bell, not the lockdown bell. A smaller bell, an alarm bell, someone pulling the cord in the control alcove above the dais. She did not stop. The arena floor rushed toward her, the sigil rings bleeding light, the mechanism's rhythm pounding in her chest like a second heart, and somewhere beneath the foundation, deep below the stone and the seal and the Palinode dial's corrected inscription, something answered. 7 beats. Arrest. Lirenne hit the trial floor. 7 beats. The girl's eyes went wide as Lirenne grabbed her arm and pulled. Chapter 37. The girl's arm was thin under Lirenne's grip. Bone and panic and a pulse racing so fast it felt like vibration. Lirenne pulled. The sigil rings collapsed behind them, the light contracting into a single burning point where the girl had been standing. Heat washed across Lirenne's back as she dragged the girl sideways, off the platform's center, toward the edge where the stone was still cold. The mechanism screamed. Not a sound. A frequency. A pressure that pushed through the floor and up into Lirenne's teeth, her ribs, the soft tissue behind her eyes. The gallery had gone silent except for someone crying, a wet, ragged sound from the back rows. Lirenne kept moving. She shoved the girl toward the arena barrier, where a proctor was already reaching over, hands outstretched, fade loveless. The girl scrambled, slipped, caught the proctor's wrist and was hauled up and over. One safe, one clear. The mechanism did not stop. The burning point on the platform pulsed once, twice, then began to spread. Not outward in a ring like a proper sigil discharge. Sideways. Following the conduit lines buried beneath the stone, tracing the hidden edits Lirenne had seen in the maintenance trench. The lines were visible now. Every student in the gallery could see them. Dark channels bleeding light across the arena floor, following a pattern no standard trial had ever used. They branched at the dais, split around the proctor station, and converged again at the base of the wall where the foundation stone met the arena's outer frame. The secondary channel. Lirenne's breath caught. Someone in the gallery shouted. A chair scraped back. Oren's voice, sharp and clear. "Get them out of the front rows. Now." She did not turn to see if they listened. She was watching the light travel, tracing the buried path she had memorized beneath the floor, the route that fed into the Academy's sigil grid, and from there into every ward, every gate, every seal holding the foundation together. The mechanism was not trying to hurt the girl. It had never been trying to hurt the girl. The girl was the trigger. The discharge was aimed at the grid, and the grid was already answering. Lirenne felt it through the stone, a deep, rhythmic pulse that matched the third bell's pattern. 7 beats. A rest. 7 beats. The same rhythm she had heard in the dial chamber, in the arena trench, in the space between one loop and the next when the world held its breath before resetting. The pulse came from beneath the foundation, from beneath the seal the scarred man had built 40 years ago, from beneath the Palinode dial itself. Quist's voice cut through the chaos. "Seal the gallery, no one leaves." He was standing at the dais, his pale eyes fixed on the glowing lines spreading across the arena floor. His ledger was closed. His hands were empty. He was watching the evidence of something he had not built, had not anticipated, and could not explain with standard investigation. Lirenne saw the shift in his face. Not satisfaction, not certainty anymore. Recalculation. The trap he had laid was still working, but the mechanism had shown him things he had not meant to reveal. The sigil edits were older than his inquiry. The pattern predated his ledger. Someone else had been shaping this disaster long before he chose Isolde Raveth as his target. He did not like knowing that. The light reached the wall. Lirenne felt the impact through her boots. The arena shuddered, a deep bone rattle that traveled up through the foundation and into the gallery pillars. Dust sifted from the ceiling. A crack opened in the stone beside the dais, thin as a hair, dark as ink. The crack did not stop. It ran up the wall, split at the ceiling beam, and branched into 2 lines that continued along the mortar joints toward the upper gallery. The students there were already moving, pushing back from the railing, pressing against the exits. The exits did not open. Lirenne saw the sigil on the non-door flicker once, then dim. The seal had not broken. It had been overridden. The mechanism had reached the grid. She turned, searching for Rue, for Corwel, for Oren, anyone who could help her see the full shape of what happened. The gallery was chaos now. Students climbing over benches, proctors shouting conflicting orders, someone pulling the alarm bell cord again and again with no effect. The bell did not ring. The deep pulse beneath the foundation answered instead. 7 beats. A rest. 7 beats. And then the floor beneath Lirenne's feet dropped. Chapter 38. The floor dropped and Lirenne fell. Not far. 3 feet, maybe 4? Her knees hit stone and her palms scraped against grit as she caught herself, the impact jarring up through her shoulders. Dust filled her throat. She coughed, blinked, and saw the crack she had fallen through. A ragged split in the arena floor, dark at the edges, still spreading. The light was down here too. Glowing conduit lines ran along the foundation wall beside her, pulsing in the same rhythm. 7 beats. A rest. 7 beats. They fed into a channel cut into the bedrock, a shallow trench lined with old sigils that predated the arena's construction. The script was angular, sharp-cornered, the same hand that had marked the Palinode dial chamber. Lirenne pushed herself up. The gallery above was still chaos. She heard Oren shouting, Corwel's voice answering, the scrape of benches being dragged back. But the sounds came muffled through the stone, as if the arena were already closing over her, sealing her into the foundation. She looked at the conduit trench. The light was moving, flowing. Following a path she could trace with her eyes, a route that led from the arena floor through the foundation wall and into the deeper stone beneath the academy. Toward the dial chamber, toward the pulse. Toward the seal the scarred man had built 40 years ago. You need to shut it down. The voice came from above. Rue. She was kneeling at the edge of the crack, her narrow face pale in the glow, her dark hair slipping loose from its tie. She had an archive ledger open on the stone beside her, pages riffling in the disturbed air. The secondary channel is feeding the grid. If you cut the conduit here. Rue pointed at a junction in the trench where 3 lines converged. The mechanism loses its connection to the dial's rhythm. It will discharge what it had and stop. Lirenne stared at the junction. The sigils there were older than the others, worn at the edges, carved with a tool that had left deeper marks. The hand that laid the edits over the scarred man's work had not touched these. These were original. How long? 2 minutes, maybe less. The discharge is building. Lirenne looked at her hands. They were shaking. She did not know when that had started. Rue. The fourth consequence. If I cut the conduit and the mechanism tries to reclaim what it lost. I know. Rue's voice was steady. But the alternative is letting it reach full connection. If the grid locks to the dial's pulse, the Academy seals will open. Every ward, every gate, every restricted door. The Foundation will recognize you as its own whether you survive or not. Lirenne heard the choice in Rue's words. Cut the conduit and risk the reclamation. Let it complete and lose control of what entered the Academy. She turned back to the junction. A shadow moved at the edge of the gallery above. Oran. He had climbed over the barrier and was running along the outer wall, his steward's keys swinging from his hand. He stopped at a panel Lirenne had never noticed before, 7B to the stone beside her. His boots landed light, measured, the movement of someone trained to expect unstable ground. The old record division was housed in the deliberation chamber 40 years ago, before they split the archive into 3 departments. The conduit lines were laid through the chamber's foundation wall. He pointed at the junction. Someone knew. The person who laid the edits built the route to the deliberation chamber deliberately. It is not a coincidence. Lirenne looked at the junction. The 3 lines converged there, then split again, one branch feeding into the arena grid, one into the old archive line, and the third line ran deeper. Past the archive, past the dial chamber, past the foundation seal, toward whatever pulsed beneath. She did not have time to trace where it ended. Corwel. Lirenne looked up. The secondary channel beneath the Proctor's station. Did you? It is open. Corwell's voice came from the gallery. Clear the gallery. All students evacuate through the north exit. He was standing at the dais, his ledger closed, his face unreadable. He had not moved from his position. He had watched everything. He had seen the lines, the junction, the pulse. He had seen Lirenne standing in the trench with her hands shaking and her allies gathered around her. He knew the mechanism was not her construction. He knew the pattern predated his inquiry, but he still did not know who had built it. Miss Raveth. His voice carried across the arena. Get out of the trench. Lirenne did not move. The 3rd line pulsed again. 7 beats. Arrest. 7 beats. She could feel it through the stone, through her boots, through the bone of her legs. Waiting. She looked at Rue. Rue's face was white. She had found something in the ledger, a page she had not shown Lirenne before. Her hand pressed flat against the text, as if she could hold it down. What is it? Rue did not answer. Her eyes stayed fixed on the page. Rue, what is it? Line 7. Rue's voice was barely audible. The dial's 7th line, the one we never translated. The inscription has 7 lines. We only read 4. Rue looked up. Line 7 says, when the 3rd line fails, the Foundation will claim its architect. Lirenne stared at her. The 3rd line in the conduit trench. The 3rd line in the tile's inscription. The 3rd line that was still glowing. Architect. The scarred man had built the seal, but the edit that had been laid by someone else. Someone who had been planning for 40 years. Someone who had known Lirenne would come. Someone who had built the mechanism so that only she could stop it. And then, the light in the 3rd line went dark. The pulse stopped. The arena held its breath. And somewhere beneath the Foundation, deep below the dial, below the seal, below the bedrock the academy had been built on, something moved. Chapter 39. The silence that followed the third line's death was worse than the pulse. Lirenne stood in the trench with her hands pressed flat against the stone, waiting for something to resume. The rhythm had been in her bones for so long, she did not know how to measure time without it. Above her, the gallery breathed uneasily. Students pressed against the upper rails, pale and silent. Proctors moved through the aisles, counting heads. No one spoke the question that hung in the air. Was it over? Or was this only the pause before the next collapse? Miss Raveth. Quist's voice came from the dais, flat and formal. Get out of the trench. Now. Lirenne looked at her hands. They were still shaking. She climbed. The stone held. The crack in the arena floor had stopped spreading, its edges dark and clean, the glowing lines beneath it gone dark. When she reached the gallery level, Rue was already there. The archive ledger pressed against her chest, her knuckles white around the binding. Orin stood at the service panel with his hands still on the levers. He had not let go. Corwel was at the dais railing, her posture rigid, her eyes on Lirenne, as if checking she was still whole. Corwel Baine came up the trench ladder behind her, his boots ringing on the iron rungs. Quist did not look at any of them. He stood at the proctor station with his ledger open, writing. The scratch of his pen was the only sound in the arena for a long moment. Then he closed the book. The mechanism has been disabled, he said. The arena is sealed pending investigation. All students will report to their dormitories for the remainder of the evening. Ranking trials are suspended until further notice. A murmur moved through the gallery. Someone asked what happened. Someone else started crying. Quist ignored them. Miss Raveth, my office. Tomorrow at first bell. He turned and walked toward the east exit. Lirenne watched him go, waiting for him to say something else. An accusation, a threat, a question about what she had done in the trench and who had built the lines she had cut. He said nothing. The doors closed behind him. Dean Norrick appeared from the north corridor entrance, his robes pressed and his expression composed, as if he had been waiting for Quist to finish. He surveyed the arena with quick, assessing eyes. The crack in the floor, the dead conduit lines, the students pressed against the rails, the 5 of them standing at the dais like survivors of something still unnamed. That's would be classified as a structural failure in the arena's schedule grid, he said. The arena is sealed pending investigation. All students will report to their dormitories for the remainder of the evening. Ranking trials are suspended until further notice. A murmur moved through the gallery. Someone asked what happened. Someone else started crying. Quist ignored them. Miss Raveth, my office. Tomorrow at first bell. He turned and walked toward the east exit. Lirenne watched him go, waiting for him to say something else. An accusation, a threat, a question about what she had done in the trench and who had built the lines she had cut. He said nothing. The doors closed behind him. Dean Norrick appeared from the north corridor entrance, his robes pressed and his expression composed, as if he had been waiting for Quist to finish. He surveyed the arena with quick, assessing eyes. The crack in the floor, the dead conduit lines, the students pressed against the rails, the 5 of them standing at the dais like survivors of something still unnamed. That will be classified as a structural failure in the arena's schedule grid, he said. The arena is sealed pending investigation. All students will report to their dormitories for the remainder of the evening. Ranking trials are suspended until further notice. A murmur moved through the gallery. Someone asked what happened. Someone else started crying. Quist ignored them. Miss Raveth, my office. Tomorrow at first bell. He turned and walked toward the east exit. Lirenne watched him go, waiting for him to say something else. An accusation, a threat, a question about what she had done in the trench and who had built the lines she had cut. He said nothing. The doors closed behind him. Dean Norick appeared from the north corridor entrance, his robes pressed and his expression composed, as if he had been waiting for Quist to finish. He surveyed the arena with quick, assessing eyes, the crack in the floor, the dead conduit lines, the students pressed against the rails, the 5 of them standing at the dais like survivors of something still unnamed. "This will be classified as a structural failure in the arena's schedule grid," he said. "The arenaman is sealed pending investigation. The arena is sealed pending investigation. All students will report to their dormitories for the remainder of the evening. Ranking trials are suspended until further notice." A murmur moved through the gallery. Someone asked what happened. Someone else started crying. Quist ignored them. "Miss Raveth, my office. Tomorrow at first bell. Before Quist's office. Before Norick files his report." "Do not underestimate how fast they bury this," Broadvein said. "I am not." Lirenne stood. "I am counting on it. If Norick wants the mechanism classified as old structural failure, he will not guard the foundation passages. They will be empty." "And if the architect is waiting there?" She did not answer, but as she turned toward the east exit, she felt it again. A deep tremor beneath her feet, brief and distant, like something settling itself into freshly claimed ground. The foundation had accepted the payment, and tomorrow she would have to go collect the receipt. Chapter 40. The light through the curtains was wrong. Lirenne knew it before she opened her eyes. The quality of it, the angle, the way it fell across the blanket instead of the pillow. Every morning for 83 iterations had begun with the same pale gray pressing against the east window at the same hour, and this was not that gray. This was later. She opened her eyes. The ceiling looked the same, the wardrobe in the corner the same, the faint crack in the plaster above the doorframe the same. But the light was wrong, and the bell had not rung. She lay still, waiting for the vibration to arrive in her chest. 3 seconds. 5. 10. The silence stretched like a held breath, and somewhere in the stairwell a door opened and closed at a time no servant had ever opened it before. The date had advanced. She sat up slowly, pressing her palm flat against the mattress, as if testing whether the world would hold. Her hand did not pass through. The morning did not dissolve. She was here, in this body, on a day that had never happened before. The absence of the reset bell hurt worse than relief. It hurt like the space where a tooth used to be, a phantom ache that made her tongue keep seeking the gap. She had lived with that bell for so long that her nervous system had learned to count its vibrations as the boundary between failure and another chance. Now there was no boundary. Just this day. One single unproven stretch of hours, and if she broke it, there would be no repetition. She dressed slowly, not because she was calm, because her hands were shaking and she needed them to stop before she faced anyone. The corridor outside her room was quiet. A few students passed at the far end, their voices ordinary, unhurried. No one was running. No one was searching for her. The academy had simply continued, as if the arena collapse had been absorbed into its daily rhythm, the way old buildings absorbed cracks into their walls. She reached the east stairwell without incident. Broadvein Morn was standing at the bottom. He was not waiting. He was reading a notice board, his posture relaxed, one hand in his pocket. He turned when he heard his steps, and the look on his face made her stop 2 stairs from the bottom. It was not suspicion. It was not accusation. It was recognition. "You came down the east stairs," he said. "The west ones are blocked. Proctors sealed them after the collapse." "I know." He did not look away. "But you chose the east stairs anyway, without checking the west doors first. You already knew they would be sealed. She kept her face still. I saw the barrier last night. You were in the arena trench when I left you. You did not walk past the west doors on your way to the dormitory. The silence between them stretched. Do you know what I remembered this morning? Baine said. A conversation. One I have never had with you in this life. You told me once that the east stairwell was the safest route between the gallery and the archive because it was always the last to be sealed. You said it in a voice that sounded like you had learned that truth the hard way by being trapped in the wrong corridor while the lockdown bell rang. Lirenne's throat closed. I have never told you that, she said carefully. No. His eyes were the color of old iron, steady and unblinking. You have not. Not in this morning. Not in any morning I remember. But I remember it anyway, as clearly as if I lived it, and I cannot explain why. The air between them felt charged, humming with the residue of something that should have stayed dead in the Palinode dial's correction. What else do you remember? She asked. His jaw tightened. That is the first time you have answered me without calculating your words first. She had not noticed she was doing it, but he had. He had noticed her, the way she guarded every syllable, the way she treated conversation like a battlefield where the wrong move left a scar. And he had seen the moment she stopped. Tell me what else you remember, she said again, quieter now. Fragments. He looked down at his hands. Not enough to make a story. A corridor that was always damp. A bench in the north reading room that was warm even in winter. The way you say my name, as if you have said it many times before and are tired of pretending you have not. He looked up. And I remember being afraid of you. Not because you were dangerous, but because you looked at me like someone who had already seen me die and was trying to decide if she could stop it this time. The word hung between them. Die. Lirenne felt the floor beneath her feet become very solid, very real, very capable of falling away again. I need to go to Quist's office, she said. I know. I need to find Rue first. She is already in the old library. She sent word that she would wait for you before the first bell. And you? Baine was silent for a long moment. Then he stepped away from the notice board and stood directly in her path, not blocking her, just present. I do not know what I am carrying, he said. Memories that do not belong to me, impressions of a life I never lived. But I know they came from you, and I know they mean something is still broken, even though the arena is quiet. He met her eyes. If you are going to find out what is beneath the foundation, I am coming with you. She should have refused. She should have protected him from whatever waited below the dial chamber, from the architect who had been planning 40 years, from the foundation that had already claimed one payment and might be hungry for more. But the look in his eyes was not asking permission. It was telling her that the fragments he carried would not let him rest until they made sense, and that she was the only person who could help him fit them together. After Quist's office, she said, meet me at the archive entrance when the second bell rings. He nodded once and stepped aside. She walked past him, her heart beating hard enough to feel in her throat, and she was halfway up the corridor when his voice stopped her. Lirenne? She turned. The corridor was not damp, he said. It was hot. There was smoke, and you were pulling me by the arm telling me to run. His face was pale. I think you saved me once. In a life I should not remember. The first bell of the true tomorrow began to toll above them, and the sound did not reset the world, but it carved a crack through her certainty that was just as wide as the one in the arena floor. Because Baine Morn was remembering. And if he could remember, she had no idea who else might wake with fragments of a life that was never supposed to leave a trace.